doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes got a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up, yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Hey, don't you see we're not the same? What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else. we're at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know, 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 we know. Party won't, party won't, party won't. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. What if we stay here, pretend there's nothing else? I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else.
meant so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
How you guys doing? Food okay?
Yeah, food's great.
Man. Drinks?
Watermelon juice goated as well, by the way.
But yeah, you know, we just kind of talked over the whole like past group stage games. Are there any like standout players for you guys? Because for me, token Singaporean, I was really impressed by Wayne. I remember that first game we casted, and I've always known him to be like that smokes controller Omen guy. But suddenly he just went Yoru and started opping people.
Does that mean you're good though? Or is Yoru just really like too strong of an agent?
His ult was nice though.
Yeah, he was landing a lot of shots.
Yeah. I got to experience both sides of
Oh yeah, you did.
was
Pleasant
something,
experience.
Yeah. So what impressed you so much about Wayne?
He was landing his shots. The fact that he had that transition over, I didn't expect him to go Yoru like that because he's never picked it that much before.
Yeah, it was his second game on Yoru, I think, on that Ascent game.
Ever, yeah.
And he went crazy. I'm pretty sure that was the first map of Ascension, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he literally just went crazy on Ascent.
Yeah, he farms on Yoru, that's for sure.
He's quite an aggressive controller already. So I can kind of see why it could work. Like a lot of controller duelist, right? You see it in so many teams. I don't know why, it's just a lot of duelist players are comfortable on
Maybe we'll
smokes
take
as well.
the 1v1s maybe, I don't know.
I mean, there's some crossover between playing Omen and Yoru anyway. Like, you know, you're TPing around, you're repositioning, it's very positional kind of agents, playing off angles, playing like different heights and all that kind of stuff. Who was your favorite player, Lou?
For me, it has to be Zexy.
Yeah?
Like, he did pretty well against us, and I really like the way he plays. Like, if he's playing bad, like, he's still gonna send it, you know? And like, I also like to do this, so
Okay.
I can relate with him. And I like how sometimes you'll see like he'll stem off from the pack. Like on Ascent, I see him like lurking through spawn on attack, like a CT spawn through attack. I was like, I love someone that can do that.
Remember he did that peak ascent from catwalk and he'll just go all the way into tiles.
Yeah,
and just
he would do the
sit on
Durka
that
peak
angle.
down cat into tiles, and then if he saws no one tiles, he's like, I'm just gonna keep
going.
going.
Yeah, he doesn't stop.
Most people would just go back into cat.
I'm not gonna lie, the first game we casted with them and I was seeing him do that stuff, I was like, this guy's got a screw loose in his head.
I don't think he stopped moving ever.
Yeah,
that's true.
He wants to be very active. He wants to be part of the duels everywhere.
As a duelist, like, sometimes it is hard to like bring yourself back. Like after, let's say you have a bad performance, like the next match you'll play, like having like resetting is something like you need to have.
Yeah.
So I can respect that a lot as well.
I'm always of the opinion also it's easier to bring a duelist back a little bit, to rein him in a little bit, than to teach him how to be aggressive. Like teaching someone to be comfortable with aggression and taking those first duels, it's a difficult thing to teach, I've found. So I'd rather reel someone in and like, yo, play your game, but I'll try and teach you how to, when's the right time.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? Who's your standout player in Ascension so far?
For me, similar.
We've seen your scouting
honorary
reports.
Indonesian.
Now you just get to pick one.
I'll be going for Shiro, just because he's been phenomenal this tournament. I think for Boom to qualify, it's a lot on Shiro.
Okay.
I think they need Shiro to be that guy with the operator especially. Operator usage between tier 1 and tier 2 is the biggest difference. The thing I noticed the most by far is tier 1 teams are better at abusing the operator.
Yeah.
They swap it around, they're unpredictable with it, and the best way to beat a good team is by opping, in my opinion. If you know you can't always win your 1v1s, you need to get the op out because it's the cheat code for getting your 1, right? For Shiro, I've known it's been 4 years ago. He loved the op. He's always loved the op.
Really?
And now he gets to play the Yoru. So
kind of abuse it.
all those op kills, I think for him, especially in the first game, I could see, this guy's having fun.
Yeah.
And that's how I see them qualifying, is having more of those performances.
But yeah, I think Shiro playing the op in Boom is super important because I feel like White Cat's op has been a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
I honestly think Shiro's opping has been much better. And,
Agreed.
well, I haven't said my player yet. I was going to go for Shiro, but he's washed and he's old. No, he's great. My best player by far has been Russ. I think Russ on VLT has been insane. He's like IGLing, he's captaining in and out of the server. Their structure and their calls have been phenomenal. I feel like the prep in combination with their coach and approach to some of these games has been so good. He's topping the APR. His duelist pairing, it's not like a soft pairing, it's like a hard pairing. They're playing Breach Neon. I think Russ has been the most impactful player, and he's fragging, bro.
Yeah.
Like he's getting multi-frags, and super impressed with Russ. I think it's the biggest reason why Velocity has been so competitive at this tournament.
I don't think it's too much of a hot take. I maybe not put him as the most valuable player, but I definitely put him up there.
Yeah.
Like one of our first interviews we did was with Russ.
Yeah.
And I was really impressed. And he seems like he has such a solid head on his shoulders, and he does really seem like he's the captain. He has a very good idea, I think, of what he can get out of his team, and it's showing in the server.
And it makes the whole tournament so much more interesting when all of these teams actually bring something, and you don't just get teams that just get whitewashed out of the tournament. I feel.
I saw you smile.
Bro, even E-King could have beaten SLT, who topped their group. The 0-4 team in the group could have beaten the team that went 4-0 in the group. You know, Riddle as well. I felt like Riddle was wasn't Riddle super competitive with SLT as well?
Yeah. There was some,
Yeah, it's been insane.
Shout out the UK. You need an English player, man.
Oh, I should have picked Lou. Damn it.
Come on. Wait, my favorite player, I changed. Shiro, he's washed. My favorite player is right here.
Lou.
Okay. Lou's the go.
Insane.
I only remember Bind. That's the only map I remember.
Yeah, that's all you need to remember. Man.
Yeah. I saw that map.
One game wonder.
Well, this guy's getting signed right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, very impressive.
Awesome.
What's up, guys? This is for Boom. I'll be representing them. Let's see if he wants to take my lead.
I'll represent SLT. Shout out the Koreans.
I'm representing Nongshim. Shout out Koreans #2. Hopefully they return to Pacific.
I'm representing Velocity. Don't shout out Koreans.
The boys from Singapore, Motive Esports.
And last but not least, I'll be representing NAOS Esports.
1, 2, 3.
Come on. Come on, for Velocity. Go for Velocity.
Oh my god. Yes! No! Yes! No, Boom!
Yes, do it for South Asia. Yes!
Boom is waiting.
SLT instead, SLT.
Oh yeah!
Come on.
Let's go.
It's all good. Indonesian pride.
This little one's going crazy. Come on, you gotta grow. You got a lot of growing to do. He wants to pull me into the water. Yeah. Come on. Nels is done, bro. Nels is already qualified. Come on, have some velocity. Jesus.
Oh, Motive.
Oh, there you go. Two SEA reps.
SLT and Velocity down to the wire.
Hey.
Oh, Velocity's rolling. No shot.
Yay!
Now so. Water Buffalo chose your team. What was your team?
My team was Motive.
And your team as well.
Yes.
Naos.
Naos, Motive.
Nice, Maldiv.
C, obviously the best region.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Undisputed.
Unfortunate.
And last place was VLT and
SLT.
And SLT. Oh, it's not looking good, guys.
Yeah.
Boom. Wait, I think Boom was a respectable 3rd place.
Respectable, yeah.
Okay. Then maybe get the slot to go up again.
Hope so. We'll see how the game goes.
Welcome to VCT Ascension Pacific 2025. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Ewok and Big Time, and also the region where we have fortune telling. Water Buffaloes. It looks like Southeast Asia is going to have a good run this tournament, if that is accurate. Now, we've got talents who've flown in from all over the world, yourselves included. How are you feeling, Big Time? You know, you just got off the airplane this morning.
I'm feeling great. I don't care about no jet lag. I don't care about no tiredness. I'm here for some good Valorant.
I like it.
I love that.
I can't miss it. You know, I had to make the trip. You know how it is.
Yeah, you had to make it, man. I'm so glad I'm here as well. I don't even know how I got here. I thought I'm still playing at Champs, and then all of a sudden I'm at Ascension. I don't know.
In fact, can we address the rumors, the speculation about your future?
I don't know.
What's happening? Are you just hanging out here in Thailand permanently?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out.
Okay.
It looks like you're having a great time from the content.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I can't believe you. No, it's been great being on the ground.
Yeah.
And kind of like getting to talk to the players and everything. It's been a great experience.
Yeah. Indonesia is going to miss you if this is going to be your new home. Now, Ascension, this is the third year running over in Pacific. I've had the honor of seeing all 3 years, at least as a host. And then you joined us last year on the desk, and Morgan's the first time you're joining us, at least on the desk, for Ascension. What do you think of the setup so far?
I mean, Ascension is always one of those incredibly hyped tournaments. I mean, it's fantastic to have it here in Bangkok as well. Move into this big arena. I mean, it can't get any more hype than this.
No, it's been great. We can take a look here at our little graph. There's something on top of also qualifying, right?
Yeah.
Which is the huge thing. That's what everyone's fighting for, right?
Yeah, the money, not the glory of getting it to VCT Pacific. In fact, let's talk about it. We got 22 matches. You've been there for all 22, Morgan, done and dusted, and we got 3 more to go till we find out which 2 teams will be ascending to VCT Pacific next year with us. I think this is going to be very exciting, and I think it's really safe to say that there have been nothing but surprises throughout this tournament, and we've been seeing the highest level or competitive play here at Ascension Valorant we've ever seen yet. And Morgan, you've been here for every single match. What were some of your biggest surprises and highlights?
I mean, there's so many surprises. I think that's one thing that's been amazing about this Ascension is literally no one could have predicted this. I think Velocity came out of nowhere, absolutely swinging. That was a massive surprise. We even saw surprises in the disappointment category. Thailand ultimately falling short on home soil. I think a lot of people upset about that one, but I could talk all day about the surprises with the way this tournament has gone.
Yeah, I mean, I personally was expecting Riddle to make it through. Thai teams, like you said, E-King as well. You know, I know some of us were hoping to see that, particularly our casters. Now, we've got a very interesting lower elimination day. And Ewok, I think what's fascinating is this intangible stat about the energy levels that we're seeing on stage from various teams, and maybe what that might say about their experience level and how that helps them.
Yeah, a lot of them, even though we didn't have the crowd before, they were just using energy from each other to hype each other up. And every team's very different in terms of how they use that energy. We spoke to Boom, they're a lot more relaxed. But the 2 teams that we have here, in NAOS and Motive, they quite like it rowdy. Yeah. They're really excited on the stage. And the one thing I was a little bit disappointed with was NAOS losing energy against SLT. And that's the moment when they just couldn't get back into the game. We always see Zabi standing up, giving it everything, and then I saw him kind of going into his shell.
It's so interesting. I think this is something that we've never really factored in. It was just like something fun to see people get hyped up, but we even see it on the champion stage and the difference it makes when people start standing up and, you know, talking to the other team. And honestly, the energy, I think, really hypes up a team. Now, Ewok's been having these prospect lists that we've been seeing on the content here. Morgan, do you have any prospect players that you've had your eyes on and you think everyone else should have their eyes on?
I mean, there's so many. Ewok, I think you got some things right, but you didn't get everything right. I will say. I mean, I know your rules around the scouting report. You can't touch these tier 1 players, but I have to talk about them. I can talk about them.
100%.
Let me talk about my boy Russ. He's leading from the front, man, on Velocity. He's absolutely cooking the competition. He got them the top seed in the group. I think it's disrespectful to ignore him, quite frankly.
I After that, I might have to think about it. We might have to change the rules a little bit. I don't know.
But
You're convincing me.
You did have some good players on that list, including Zuna, I believe, was on it. Did Zexy make the list?
Zexy's on the list as well.
Yeah, and the playoffs day one was super exciting, especially with SLT. I think they have been incredibly convincing.
They've been getting better and better. I said right from the start, it's the team that's going to improve the most is going to be the team that wins, right? That's the two teams that's going to qualify. It's how you improve, because we have this new format where you play more games. They started off a little bit shaky, even though they did win. It was a little bit squeaky bum time, if I can say so myself.
But it was still 2-0.
A lot of improvement.
Yeah.
And they just played their most convincing series, and that's why they're in the upper bracket still.
I think, we're talking about energy levels. Their confidence is at a sky high right now. We're sharing same hotel as the players, and you can see how eager. They're already talking about Pacific, like they're already playing against all the Pacific teams. And that's how far ahead they're looking. I don't know if that's a good thing, though, because they're still in this tournament, and they haven't quite qualified yet. But the second playoffs match to start day one was VLT and Boom, to your point about Russ being your man, but it was a 0-2 Boom. Morgan?
I think that was a real tough series for Velocity. They have to bounce back today, or, they will be leaving the tournament early. This is not where they want to go out at all. I think the big thing is they got their style countered. Boom came in so prepared for what Velocity were bringing, and that does worry me a little bit. I want to see some adaptation, but if they can do that and they can unlock that next level, then I think that's when we can really see this team start to go far.
You think the experienced boys on VLT can bring it back for them? Because it was quite a crushing defeat.
I mean, I would like to think so. They've had experiences of losing. They know what that's like. But now they've also won a lot as a team. We saw them dominate through that group stage. So things clearly can work for them. But it's about reminding yourself what worked. You can't also get stuck in a rut. They have to be able to adapt and move forward. I think from a mentality perspective, yes. But I need to see changes in the gameplay in order for them to move forward.
That might just have to come from the IGL and coach, right? Yeah. You're hyping up your boy Russ, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me he needs to be on my list. I need to change the format of my list.
Yeah.
He needs to be on there. But I need to see some variants, some new things, right?
Just
you
you
got
wait.
crushed.
Just you wait. There's plenty of time.
There is, well, a little bit more time. But the first matchup today is going to be two Southeast Asian teams. We got NAOS versus Motive. Now, NAOS is been absolutely spectacular. I think they have become one of the favorites to win it, but now they are in elimination. They've expanded to a more international roster. They are a Filipino org, but they've added, PTC from Thailand. We have players from representing multiple regions, including Indonesia. And I know you're very familiar with Nakia there. He's ex-Alter Ego. He used to play with both Flaring and RRQ Kush.
Yeah, he's been around. Kush actually has a lot of good things to say about him. He's a good teammate.
Yeah.
I have been really impressed with him this tournament. He's actually come really close to making it onto the list. It's not someone that just because you're not on the list, it's not like I don't rate you, I don't think you're a good player. Yeah. It's just some people I really enjoy watching.
Yes.
Right? And for me, he's been really impactful and someone that's been really important for them to try and get wins across the line.
Yes, I think he's definitely proving how good he is. Now there's another player here, PTC. He is one of the last two Thai players standing in this event. PTC is a veteran. We know him from other games. He's just been around for a really long time, and he's been an absolute super sentinel for this team.
Yeah, he's absolutely vicious on the roll. I love the way he plays it. He's not afraid to be aggressive when he needs to, which is exactly what I want to see. I hate it when my sentinels get too static or they get a bit prone to retaking. I want a guy that's able to stand his ground and fight, and PTC is just that.
Oh, he is absolutely doing it. But we do need to welcome Motive as well. There is a wealth of experience across this entire squad. The core is from Singapore. They're ex-DSG. They had a really deep run in Challengers SEA. But I do want to talk about their collective experience. Some of them have more years of experience than the Tier 1 players that we have over in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, there's a lot of experienced players on this list. We talk about Styron, we're talking about Sushi Boys, played Tier 1 before.
Yes.
Right? But we did also talk backstage that we need to see a little bit more from them.
Yes.
Right? They did go 5-5, if I remember correctly, in map score in groups.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that's not really good enough. You want to be at the top. These two teams, we kind of expected at least one of them to be in the upper bracket, right? Yeah. It's an elimination match today.
Yes.
Both of them are here, and only one's going to go through, and we need to see more. More from Sushi Boys, more from PTC as well, who we just showed before this.
Exactly. And these are two teams we thought would be somewhere in the uppers, not here in elimination day. And I do want to point out, though, they do, even though they have so much experience, the ages for a lot of the players here, despite how many years of experience they are, they're really young.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see a lot of these guys still under 20 or even early 20s, but that's a lot of time left in their career with the amount of experience that they already have. So I think if they're able to sort of collate that knowledge, draw on that experience as you move through this tournament and beyond, we could be seeing some real dynasty players coming from this tournament.
Wayne is one of those players,
Yeah.
18 years old. He is so young,
Yeah.
but he's been an absolute superstar for this team.
No, he's been absolutely great. He's been on the list for quite a while now. These two guys, the two young guns, I've been very impressed with how both of them have been flexing as well.
Yeah.
They really do accommodate for the team and let their teammates play something that maybe they're more comfortable on, but still putting up numbers.
Yeah.
So being that young, being more flexible, and understanding that you don't win alone, you need to win with your team, is so vital to the team's success.
Yeah, I mean, and you'll know as well from a coaching perspective, it's an absolute dream to have a player like this who is able to perform, be consistent on multiple roles. It's just such a godsend because it lets you bake up these different comps. It lets you try more creative things, and ultimately that just makes your whole team stronger.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely. And Zan has been an amazing neon so far. Now, the thing is, this team is very familiar with each other. They're both
Yeah.
in SCA. They faced off, and Motive has won not just 3 times. There's one more if you're counting Kimmy's Kittens. They beat them 4 times. They beat NAOS 4 times. Does the record stop at some point?
I mean, that's a heavy amount of wins. I mean, one thing we did hear from NAOS is they said in the group stage, if there's one team they want to play against, it's Motive, because they got eliminated in Vietnam by this team. They said, we did not put up a good performance. We're not happy with how we played. We're going to run it back, and this is exactly the chance for them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do it or that's it. And NAOS is one of those teams that have been here so many times in Ascension and has shown so much potential. But we're going to go through the map veto now. Again, we got the last 2 tied players, and one of them is going home today. These are...
Gonna get the bind out.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's going to be interesting for NAOS. We haven't seen them play it at this tournament so far. They played it in the past.
Yeah.
Motive has also played it once, I believe.
Yeah.
It was against E-King. It was pretty decent performance, but I think maybe they're sensing some weakness there.
Yeah, I think they definitely could be. This seems like a very targeted pick in my mind. You don't come out with a map that you've never played before in the playoffs or just out of nowhere. This has work behind it. This has good prep behind it. So look for something big from NAOS, probably something surprising compositionally as well, because they want to put Motive on the back foot there.
Yeah, and that you guys were talking a bit about IGLs and how important they are. Of course, they're important, but they have 2 very strong IGLs. We got IGLs. We got Javi. That is the official pronunciation. Javi 8K and Styron, both very experienced, both very interesting play styles and IGL styles.
Yeah, Javi for me is a little bit more of the IGL that calls a little bit more selfishly, I would say. Nothing wrong with that. He likes to put himself into positions where he can fight, he can be aggressive, and he puts a lot of trust into his own firepower. Whereas Styron, I see him as a little bit more of a supportive IGL, where he sets up his players with his util, not necessarily with his own firepower.
Yeah. What do you make of the 2 teams, Morgan?
I mean, I think these 2 teams are both very evenly matched, honestly. Despite what that head-to-head might say, I really do think it's about who puts up the better performance on the day. We've seen strong showings from NAOS, but when you look at the teams that they beat, it was Riddle, it was Full Sense. Those were the dominant games, and those were the 2 teams that didn't make it out of that group. For Motive, they've had strong maps, but they've also had weak maps. It's all about who adapts to this environment better, in my mind.
So, let's bring us to predictions. I think this is a very hard one, pound for pound. It's very similar in play styles, in skill level, but I think Motive has a little bit more experience. They might be slightly more favored. What are your predictions?
For me, if you asked me earlier in the groups, when NAOS was looking amazing, I'd 100% go with NAOS. Right? But now they're two losses like off the trot, right? 2-0, so I lost some faith, to be honest. So I'm going for Motive.
Oh,
I think I have to go with Motive as well, because I think NAOS are actually in the most difficult position in the bracket. They've already had to play 1 game in the playoffs, and now they're dropping down to where Motive begin their run. They've had to show a lot more. They've already had that kind of extra reps that can fatigue you, make you a little bit tired. So I'm really looking to see Motive step up today.
Well, before I give my prediction, because that's the most important one, we would like to thank our sponsors. Of course, without them, these events are not possible. So let's give big thanks to Predator, Intel, Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and Syndom. Now, back to predictions. You guys make a really good case for both. Again, I think this is very hard to predict, but I have decided despite all the stats, all the numbers, I'm going to go for NAOS. Because to your point, Ewok, you mentioned this earlier, even though Motive has won every single time in this particular tournament, in the style in which they have reached playoffs, NAOS has looked a little bit more convincing to me.
Yep.
Yeah. Despite two players being a little bit more raw, a little bit newer compared to Motives. And I think Motive right now, they hopefully have learned from their mistakes. Maybe the losses have helped them like figure something out that wasn't working. But now it seems on a, I don't know, I'm just believing in the NAOS run right now.
Yeah, I could kind of see that. We were talking about kind of Motive, their highs and their lows.
Yeah.
Right, some days they just look invincible, and other days they look like they haven't scrimmed for a while. Yeah. Right? So
some days invincible, some days vincible. Very vincible.
Right, so there's a very much opportunity where NAOS is, they're playing their classic style of in-your-face, aggressive, and Motive is having one of those days, right? It would be the worst time to have one of those days. Yeah. But I do have a lot of faith in the players and the experience of Motive, that they've learned, they've beat them many times. There's a lot of confidence there that they could do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think it's just about them finding their footing in the series. That's the big thing. I don't want to see them drop behind. I think if you see the NAOS guys standing up and shouting, getting too aggressive, that's when really Motive are going to be on the back foot. So I need to see Motive really bring some momentum.
You were pretty close to Spin. How's Spin feeling?
I think he's feeling good. I spoke to him a little bit at breakfast. He says he's feeling confident, done all he can for the guys. They feel like if everything goes right for them, they can totally make a run. And I have to agree with him. When they're at their best, they can beat anyone in this tournament. So I need to see them bring out today.
I do agree with that statement there. So we are going to see who stays and who goes. We got our two remaining tie players on that stage right now. We got Motive from Singapore. We got NAOS from Philippines. VCT Ascension Pacific starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoff stage of VCT Ascension Pacific Bangkok 2025. Hey, anyways, I'm Isara and I'm super honored to be back here serving as your host once again in Bangkok, Thailand. สวัสดีครับก็ผมอิดนะครับก็รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากที่ได้รับหน้าที่มาเป็นโฮสต์ให้ทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งในรายการนี้เนาะซึ่งตอนนี้เนี่ยบอกเลยว่าสำคัญมากๆเนื่องจากว่าเราเหลือเพียงแค่6ทีมสุดท้ายแล้วมีเพียงแค่2ทีมเท่านั้นนะครับที่จะสามารถขึ้นไปต่อใน VCT Pacific ได้นั่นเองครับผมแต่จะเป็นใครก็ต้องมาติดตามดูกันครับผม And ladies and gentlemen, after weeks and weeks of intense battle, heart-pounding competition, we are now here at the playoff stage with only 6 remaining teams that will get to ascend to VCT Pacifics, but not all 6 of them. There's only going to be 2 teams that will qualify and get that golden ticket for that opportunity. But who will it be? I'm so ready to find out. And I believe the crowd is ready as well. Lights are on, crowd is hype. And the teams, if you really want to ascend, you better come take it. And the folks at the desk, it's all yours. Come Cap.
Well, it's all on the Zabby. He was our hero. And unfortunately, caught in a bit of a rock and a half.
NAOS Esports. Motive Esports.
Coming in live in Bangkok, we started with 10 teams. We are now down to 6, and 2 more are going to be going home today. We got NAOS versus Motive Esports, 2 Southeast Asian teams that were the favorites to win it, and now one of them has to be eliminated.
Oh, this is going to be real interesting. I like the coaches. They seem like they're very locked in. I always love, I try to see the reaction from the coaches. Do they give anything away from their face? Is there some nerves there or anything? Someone smiling? I love to see this part.
Yeah, I mean, you know just as well as I do, you got to project confidence when you're that coach, and both 100%. Of these coaches absolutely bringing it here. I think both of these teams really believe they can win this game. I think both these teams really believe they can take a Pacific spot if everything goes their way. But this is just that first hurdle. If you fall here, it all comes to an end. So they have to start strong.
They absolutely do, and like you said, they do believe they can win. I see absolutely no one who thinks they don't deserve to be here, but they're both here to come and take it. Now we're looking at Motive Esports. There is so much history, so much experience, players who have played with each other years and years ago. Ben Kai, of course, joining this squad as their hype man, or I don't know, but he's definitely there having fun with the rest of the team. But NAOS is definitely vibing as well. We got to chat with them a little bit before the match. You're feeling confident. They said they're going to give us a good show.
I'm curious to see about this buy-in.
Yeah.
So they go for the pick, right? And the Motive boys are going to have to try and fend off. They're going to have to kind of figure out how to play against what NAOS is going to bring. So, yeah, I'm just curious to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big reason why these surprise veto picks are so effective in Valorant, because if you're playing against something different for the first time, you have to adapt in the moment. If you don't have reps on it in scrims, it can be very difficult to adapt in real time. So I like that NAOS are taking a risk here in this veto. And that's a big risk. Let me start with Motive. This is exactly what we would expect from Motive. Motive playing it straight down the middle. This is the composition that they beat Eking with and did look very strong on, so not surprised to see them being a little more static here. But Ewok, tell me about NAOS.
NAOS is interesting in terms of they go for the only one controller. It's pretty hard in this map sometimes.
Yeah.
Just because you're limited to those 3 smokes. Only we see PTC go over to the KO and no more Javi on it. I think it could be really interesting in terms of the retake. I don't really see Javi playing too much retake. He really likes to fight.
Yeah,
so I
he
think
has to
we
be
might
disciplined.
see. Yeah. I think we might see a lot of slow orbs and fighting instead of retaking, right? Because the retake potential's there. What I'm expecting to see a lot is on B-Long, Showers, is the Gecko and KO flash combo with the Waylay trying to fight everything.
Yeah, I think you guys are making a really excellent point there. This might be a little bit different than NAOS' usual style, especially with Xavi's very swingy calling styles, very aggressive call style here. So maybe this won't catch, or it will catch Motive completely off guard because it's completely different. And again, we got 2 remaining Thai players. One is going to be knocked out today because Sushi Boys is on Motive and PTC is on NAOS, which is very tragic or very exciting for the Thai fans here. And without further ado, to take us through this very first match of today, we got our casters. It's none other than Conky and Komodo.
Sawadee Krap, everybody. It is an absolute pleasure to be here back in Bangkok. 3 times we've been lucky enough to grace Ascension, which I'm telling you guys is the most exciting event of the year. Conky and Komodo back on your screens. How you feeling, my friend?
I am so ready for this. This is going to be so much fun, but we're also having to remember that we're going to, unfortunately, break a couple of hearts here as well, because we're into the elimination stage, folks, between Motive and NAOS. This is literally where the marbles will start to roll.
Absolutely, my friend. We've got 2 titans of SEA on your screen right now. Only one will be able to continue to represent inside this competition. Sure, we've got Boom, but they've already ascended. They know how it feels. So which Komodo of these 2 teams want to come and take it?
Well, that's what we're here to find out, isn't it? Everything is on the line. You are holding nothing back coming in towards this series here. And this first map of Bind that NAOS is bringing out, but something a little bit new coming in towards this one, composition-wise.
Absolutely. A little bit of a shift up. Everyone trying to experiment to the best of possible. But it's just a wander towards short right now. Wayne already starting there to take points, seeing what he can find as Dizzy goes up and over, and Zan. A little bit of an overstep there. Sushi Boys takes him down.
Just really quick in this pistol round, isn't it? You're looking for everything that you can, but you're going to get stalled out by the util.
Well, look at this from PTC, having a little bit of a look at a hookah. The rotation does start to come through. So I think this taking point could be very, very important. Here's the audible falls away. 0 point goes out, has some info immediately.
That's just going to suppress them for a little bit, isn't it? But it's a split up. It's just Styron by himself.
Absolutely. It's awkward too. Nakia straight through the teleporter. Now Moja going to have to try and slow them down with that teleporter. Wayne down to half HP. That makes it very, very uncomfortable right now. The sweat is on. Nakia finds another spike yet to get planted.
Well, there's still a lot of time on the clock, though. That's the big thing right now. Nakia utility on the Gecko for this one, and he's just going to have his head removed, isn't he? 3-on-3 on the retake.
Awkward now. Really have to slow down the time here, making their way up long, moving as a buddy system. Flaring already watching towards Javi. It's going to be tricky. Veer up will be the first to take point here. Speed if he needs to get out, but it's not necessary. However, PTC will deny. Flaring a couple of awkward missed shots now. Both members very, very low here, but Flaring will be solo, suppressed by that KO now, moving in towards the site, seeing what they're going to be able to do. He's tapped the spike, he's made his way around, a little bit of a ring around the rosy, spots out Javi, but it's PTC to jump up and like a lemming knocks the head off of Flaring. That will be the defusal, and NAOS take the first.
Talk about a close round at the end there, though, Mitch. NAOS getting the pistol round after just a massive fight at the beginning of A. Everybody feeling like they just want to take the fights in this one with some semblance of advantage, but you've got a little bit of individuality there. The fact that Nakia does get one before he ultimately gets traded on out, this round could have gone really any which way.
Very, very close. Very, very tight. And that's exactly how we're going to expect this one. As mentioned, you know, 2 Titans of SEA. NAOS yet to really sort of take a scalp off of Motive. Maybe one day. Could it be this day? Every single game elimination.
Second round coming in now with how close it was previously and the plant. Motive opting not for a force-up. Just going to take it slow and steady and see what they can farm around the map, right? Get that orb over at B, get a little bit closer to one of these ultimates, see if you can remove a couple of players from the board from NAOS to make your bonus round in the next one when you get your weapons a bit easier.
I was about to say, Flaring has been relatively sharp with that Sheriff, but taken down by Zan early towards the showers. Very nicely done. Looking clean so far from NAOS.
Again, I think when it comes towards this series as well, I always look towards the leaders in charge, right? What you're going to be able to call, especially in an elimination game, especially when you're a team like Motive who's always dominating now.
Awkward. And does manage to find another. Sushi Boys peeks on through, but the Marshal so far is looking very, very nice with it. Wayne has to try and find the spike here. It's a little uncomfortable, and Zan with a no-scope. A nice 4K to boost the ego here in the early days. But now the first gun round, the bonus comes our way.
And this is where I'm expecting a bit of a plan of action to come through from NAOS, from Javi especially, right? We've just seen some individual brilliance from him throughout the course of this tournament. Some consistency. I mean, how many times individually have we seen leaders step up in this tournament? How many times have we seen just phenomenal clutch plays coming through? And also, I'll add, how many bonus rounds have we seen just also carried on from the leader at the moment? So NAOS, they take into this a couple of the good old rifles, but really it's to start to see for Motive if they're going to get on the board here and just be competitive on this map.
Never count any team out in Pacific inside Ascension. Anything can happen with the lesser weaponry, but again, NAOS, you know, kind of set up for success here. It's not an ugly looking bonus, but look at the push down. Nakia, great opening here. Good proactivity down short, and that's going to leave them weakened.
As I said, they're going to go for a bit of a plan of action right on the back of Javi doing the calls, and now you might see NAOS switch into a little bit more of a passive play after they formulate a bit of information.
Cruising back now. Not interested at this point in time. PCT, the fragment to keep them at bay.
We haven't seen Bind for NAOS for quite some time as well, Mitch. They do come into this one with a different looking composition. No Neon that they usually run, no Deadlock as well. I always found that PTC was awesome on that, but now on this KO,
Such an aggressive line from Zan. Has to get out of dodge early, but is taken down. Styron a great pick. However, Nakia is still there. The light speed, though, all up in their grill. Javi does manage to find one back here, but surely it's going to be a spike plant now.
And there's a player advantage for now. Quick wrap coming from PDC.
Yeah, look at that, all the way around. They've got to be ready for this one. Very, very speedy, and he is! Sushi Boys, a level of awareness. Nicely done so far to knock him out and inside the lamps. It's going to be uncomfortable. A lot of pressure now accounting. They do join hands. It takes 2 to tango, and it's going to have to take 2 to get back in towards this round here. Orbital strike ready though, but how far away is he going to be able to put it? He wants it. He is there to use it, but I don't even know if he's going to need to. Round secured, Sushi Boys with 3, and that is Motive getting on the board.
But look how close it gets. That's why I'm saying you cannot count NAOS out when it comes into the bonus round. When you look at this map for them, they have not played this one in quite a handsome amount of time, right? Back in towards the full Sense series in that final, and they managed to come out with the win on that one, but that was it. That was all we saw delivered from them. They come in with a change, right? I know from the history that we've been fortunate enough to cover in SEA that NAOS do like this map. They pick it for a reason here. They see some weakness that Motive display in that E-King match. And now they get so close to that bonus round, but it's the flip side, right? It's the time for Motive to see with this double duelist variety if they're going to start to propel on forwards.
So lucky, Wayne. Able to gate crash out, so he's not going to be going down just yet, but that's plenty of information towards Showers, all collected.
Yeah, just get closer to your own orbital strike to potentially answer back and have a chaotic round. You're also getting 1 away from the null commands, 2 away from the thrash. Similarly for Zan as well with the convergent pass. So we're getting early in this map close to a lot of these ultimates, as with a lot of time still on the clock, you're scoping out some information over at Hookah. You're also trying to figure out a wriggle through short.
Look at the space they found off the back of it. Toxic screen up, and Javi able to get one back. So a great opener here. Vera with the response, but now they've got to try and make the moves. Lightspeed through. Zan's going to be able to go through it now. Flaring, not spotting him inside the sky smoke, but that does allow another Flaring. Walking away with 2 here. Great stopper, freezing it up, and they've got plenty of time to get this spike down.
Oh, but look how disconnected Javi and Nakia are, Mitch. They're so far away from each other. You just need some heroics right now from Javi to kind of equalize into a 2 versus 2. They haven't prioritized a resurrection online early, right? So they just have to go with this by themselves. See if they can catch a Motive member slipping up here.
Out of the heavens, yeah. That's an audible immediately. And just the distance, you know, you're wondering how aggressive they are actually going to be into this. If Nakia isn't able to find anything, I think he'll be totally solo, and he will. That's a great round from Vera.
And you haven't seen this guy for a while, right? So you assume the flank.
Oh, spotted, but I don't know. Not at all. Wayne will deny. And that was, yeah, a little bit disconnected on that retake, Komodo. They just seem to be so far away from each other trying to get their way back into that round. And that's a great one for Motive to capitalize on. Now we're even playing 2-2.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at Wayne, right, you look at just a switch up from this guy too, changing roles more prominently coming in towards this tournament, right? When you look at his history, you're looking at these duelist guy, you're looking at this guy doing some phenomenal damage. We'll see through the course of this series a bit of a switch up off the Yoru. But if Wayne is a player that is going to start to get in your heads, if Vera's starting to step up, and if one of our most seasoned vets and experienced players in Sushi Boys starts to get online, that's the Motive that we know that will take your name. Because remember, SEA #1 seed, they have showcased, they have tasted victory already so much this year.
And after falling just short at Ascension Jakarta, pressure is on for them to fly the SEA flag, and my God, Vera, great double up. Again, only pistols, so they're not going to be too concerned by it at this point in time, but damage is ever so important as Wayne will take Mojo's number there towards the Showers. Rotation around now, but still Motive have so much space around the map.
Yeah, they just need to make sure they don't slip up here. Wayne's going to be picking up that drift as well. So you talk about these ultimates, right? They're going to come online super early to swing the tides of this battle as well. When you look into the next round that NAOS are going to have these rifles back in play as well, are they going to be able to answer, right? Do they potentially want to go into more of a little flood retake with the convergent pass, with the null command that we see them usually transition to?
I was going to say, they've chosen the right site, but with the Prowler going in and getting that information, it's not even going to matter. With the rest of the utility available, Vera to clean house. And now with Motive taking back that lead, we really starting to getting to the business end of this first half.
And looking from the outside, right, you're thinking to yourselves, all right, 3 rounds in a row, it's starting to feel a little bit problematic for NAOS, but it's not too worrisome just yet. Of course, IMEX won't feel the need to drop in a timeout here or anything like that, right? You're expecting still an okay scenario for NAOS. Yeah, you drop the bonus round, it gets close. The next round, yeah, it gets close as well. This one, expectedly not close from the pistol buyer, but this round, now an important one for the swing.
Two heavily momentum-based teams, right? Really need to see some strength in numbers coming through now, but looks like it is going to be a little bit of a B-long hit here.
You got Nakia, you got Zanza, you got a little bit of stalling power. You got the flash as well from PDC, primed at the ready. Opting to get the space, to get the info, confirm with the 0 point onto 2.
Not the full information, but now they are starting to creep again still. Eyes poised towards that long position, not into hookah yet.
Expecting Wayne to potentially link up with the team a little bit later on as well. Use that sprint, scope out the situation, get some forward momentum because he starts to get a bit of a picture on who is where. Vera dashing in just to confirm the information. Actually baits out the orbital strike as well from Sushi Boys. So they get the hookah space,
That's fantastic.
But what are Motive going to do with it? It's nothing. They're posturing for an A.
Exactly right. NAOS have burnt so much utility here. And now Moja obviously having to put down that Molotov as well. They are going to look to break through that one. Sky Smoke now fading. Poison Cloud to go down.
Yeah, you're going to love that if you are Moja as well. Your orbital strike can be used here, free of charge on this A side. Great fight.
They fight. Javi able to find 2 and make it a 3rd as well. Massive from him. He played that to absolute perfection with the timing. Has the resurrection available now. And it doesn't look like he's wanting to do anything. They are just going to leave old mate PTC in his position for now. But Styron, Sushi Boys trying to make quick work of it now. Left all onto the Jeweler Severa. And he will be taken down quickly. This game continues swinging 3-3.
We're really well navigated from NAOS in that round, to be honest with you. Gathering some great information over at B-Long, getting an idea that the hookah pressure is going to be a little bit fake, right? You've got the dash-in that comes in from Vera, you've got the orbital strike answered out by Sushi Boys, but a little bit ill-advised in the grand scheme of things. It's a heavy investment of an ultimate for space that you're then not getting, and you're not really sold a fake whatsoever over to that B site. NAOS at the party on the A site with the right answer, drop that null command, get the trades, and Javi farming up. He is a leader that can do greatness in the server on the fragging department as well.
Been one of those players to watch throughout the entirety of this competition, and maps like this on an agent like that is exactly why. Now Vera looking to take points. Zan gathering that information. It's a little waylay on waylay action, but refract out. They're happy with that info. Back to site.
Yeah, there was just a little timer on that Motive are aware of as well. Don't give him the opportunity to take your head off your shoulders. Likewise, around the map, we're getting a couple of little pictures, little glimpses of what could have been a first frag in the round.
Just that level of confidence, right, to go hunting on this Sage. Such an important agent that's usually sitting at the back, but still not space taken. Still buying time is Motive.
Oh, I feel like PDC is just risking it for the biscuit in this one as well, isn't he? He's given up a couple of opportunities and keeping things entertaining over at this B site. Meanwhile, the little lurker flaring at the moment, not really gauging too much attraction either. Now with 50 seconds to go, really putting all the eggs in this B basket.
Just seeing if anyone's looking over towards showers, but it's nothing happening. Nightfall goes out. It will get a lot of info. 3 members caught. Make it actually potentially 4. Still inside the hookah. They bend around elbow here. And will anything be fought? I don't think he's been spotted as of yet, but it's a 1-for-1 tirade so far. Vera now trying to make his way out, and he gets the info. They spot. Very nicely done. That was the elbow push, now denied. Zan finds him back, and look at this flaring space.
Yeah, he got it all, but it's a little bit too late because the spike just has to run all the way over to A. They're clearing the market corner. They're making sure that they can figure it out. Well, you're aware because you haven't seen flaring in all of this, right? You saw
Zero
fade
information.
Util, you saw the waylay util. Now the plant goes down.
Nakia so low, though. That's what makes this really, really tricky. And flaring spotted back into their heaven position as well.
No pick up on the Thrash either for Nakia, right?
It's all just that little bit of time. It's going to be a bit of a duel here. Sushi Boys 1 and done would be a fantastic result. Wingman spots him, though. That's a fantastic catch. Maybe there's a world back into this. They don't clear him quite, but now that information comes through. Moja getting that, but flaring, buying his time to perfection, but maybe over-investing, leaving it now into Styron, the big man, the hero, the captain, trying to look on. And just tapping onto that spike. The Sky Smoke still has a little bit of time left. Now fading. Zan's head spotted. But it will be right back in action. NAOS finding another, taking that lead back 2 on the trot.
Level-headed from them in that one as well, right? They have a utility to answer back with the barrage that's sent their way over at the B site. 2 ultimates invested there from Motive to gain the space, to position Vera in an unknown position, right? The fact that he gets all the way through holes and wraps around and is able to get some damage in is great, but you're not able to really finish off at the end of that one either. You got a player advantage, similarly going in towards the retake in the grand scheme of things too from NAOS. And they tap the spike, they bait it out, they know they've got time on their side, and they just play that really convincingly on the retake. But now when you don't really have access to ultimates in your own, you're going to see them cut a couple of corners. This is a chance for Motive on a bit of a lesser buy to really fight back.
And they're going to fight for it too. Look at this slot in. Down towards short immediately. Zan spotted out, makes it awkward, makes it uncomfortable, but he's alive. Nakia actually walks away with the advantage there. Again, pushed down, forced away.
And that's one of the rifles as well for Motive gone, right? Vera had a gun. The pistol player's not able to pick that one up just yet. Sky Smoke is just going to keep them at bay still, and there's really no access into the B site, so that initial duel definitely going in favor of NAOS.
Great investment with that space, with that time, but Wayne, I don't know if he's going to be spotted here. Really, really nasty position. They're just tapping through that Sky Smoke, not aware at all.
Just got to find some little loose soldiers in NAOS here. If you can get an individual duel as Wayne potentially equalize the situation, throw a gap in the map.
Misses opportunity as well. So that is going to give them a little bit of extra time here. 50 seconds now, finding some additional space here. Once again, though, Xavi plays it forward a little bit too far forward, and that's going to be it. Motive capitalizing. Now they've got to go for a full rotation here. It's the advantage for Motive.
Yeah, that was a really big risk from him there because it's just individualized play, and now you've lost the B site. There's a pit that Flaring can drop down as well, a bit deeper towards the spawn side. This is a difficult retake for NAOS.
And they want to respect it for now, too. They're actually going to invest some time into Elbow, allow Nakia to come around. They've got no utility to retake this Komodo.
Dizzy and a wingman, but kind of inconsequential for this pit.
And with wingman going down, they're going to have to do it all in their own. No buddy system, no support here. Moja finds his way in towards the position, but Wayne has taken him. It's going to be onto Zan. Needs to get a multitude of frags here, but Styron getting the cross. All left onto Nakia, and I think it's a little bit too much here. They're all going to swing as a trifecta, a little triplet, as Nakia would have to do so much, Oh ho ho! A little hot under the collar here in Bangkok, but they get the job done anyway. What an attempt.
Oh, mate, that gets super close, but you just got to keep high in spirits after that one. You still got the rounders Motive, and you went in with a lesser equipped purchase, right? Just a couple of guns, a couple of pistols, and these are the mistakes that will start to happen in this atmosphere as well. To remind folks that might have just been joining us here in Pacific Ascension, this is an elimination game on this stage, right? This is the time to show everything. You cannot afford mistakes. You cannot afford to let this pressure get to you.
No more upper brackets anymore. We're in the thick of it. It's either go hard or go home. Pistols out now for NAOS.
And they're exploring again, right? They want to take everything into their own hands. This time, Motive aware of this situation. And Wayne, to start off, free of charge.
Always good with that Outlaw, isn't he? Able to find plenty of space, but look at this locational advantage. However, they have slipped the net. I think that's the most important thing here. Maybe there's going to be a false sense of security over towards B now.
Oh, Motive. They're going to know what buy comes out here from NAOS. And the fact that we've just really not seen anything in our merry wrap around through the markets and all. Yeah, you're kind of right on that one, aren't you? Motive, they're just going to get into this B site, recognize that no one's there. Maybe you can find Wayne here and pick up the Outlaw.
No, gone.
But
See you later.
Bye-bye.
I think they all got there late to the party, and unfortunately nobody was home.
This is one of those rounds that you look back to it as NAOS later on, and you're kind of sighing a little bit. Ah, really? It happened like this? But hey, I mean, there's still pistols, right? They're still going to go for this retake no matter what.
The initiative is always good, I think. You've got to give them props for that. But now as they make their way through the teleport, or at least just PTC, Wayne should be right on towards that line. A double shot. No, not quite. PTC will be able to get it back, so damage already.
And if Nakia can find one before death, he will pick up the Thrash. That's definitely an angle for me to try and look toward.
Well, still so close, right? Anyone's series, anyone's game. So it's just all about damage, doing the right thing. Sisyphus pushing that boulder up the hill. So now making their way out through the Sky Smoke. It should be easy pickings, I'm sure, absolutely. Sushi Boys getting the job done for the team. Motive take that lead back, but it's still a game of tug-of-war.
Yeah, Motive, you know, you need to look to build up a bit of the economy here as well, right? Still holding onto this drift for quite a while, so definitely an opportunity to have that going on in, and Sushi Boys to ult, and maybe hopefully picking up somebody this time instead of just dropping it in towards Hookah. Trying to systematically annihilate a couple of these NAOS members and really disconnect them, because one of the big favors of NAOS when they look in towards this map of Bind in History is having some tandem plays, right? It's using either Nakias on the Dizzy, or you're looking at PTC on the KO when they're adopting this sort of style instead of their old lineup of agents. They are still looking to make sure that they are doing trick plays, they are doing tandem plays, they are calling for favorable advantages. Seeing a couple of risks here and there where they're going a little merry out by themselves and being picked up in showers or picked up in garden, but now they'll start to realize with the coach investment in this timeout that, yeah, we want to rein that in a little bit and play a little bit more collective.
Such an interesting matchup, right? You know, a team that's obviously played together so many times, comes from the same region. The Motives come up trumps 4 of the last. But They know each other inside and out.
It's the biggest thing. Motive have always beaten NAOS, essentially, right? Even with a couple of player changes throughout the course of their tenure, Motive this year, in the last financial time, right? They are broke. They have not got the win.
What did he say? Fourth time the charm.
Fourth time the charm?
Could be it.
Fifth if you include the
Kimmy Kittens.
The Kimmy Kittens roster, yeah.
That's the one.
In the mix between DSG and now Motive.
Back end.
We'll see. We will see. This is the time, though. The operator is out for Zan. It's going to echo out towards Vera's one as well. Already getting a little bit of heat around the showers.
He knows to play up close here as well, and surely they're going to be aware of that. There it is. Vera ready for it this time, so it's already an important member going down. That resurrection goes lacking.
And that's the big thing as well. When you're changing your composition and you're adopting a Sage into it, you are trying to maximize stalling power. You're trying to maximize getting out these resurrections as well. Javi is still holding on towards this one.
And now they can just turtle up, right? They've already found that opening. Just play the time, see if they can pull anyone out of their comfort zones now.
This is where the pendulum can start to swing as well, right? You lose that first frag, you start to lose a little bit of a grip on this round. You're calling from the grave. You're seeing if any individual member of your team can call for something to be a little bit more decisive, because it's passiveness in this round at the moment for now. So this is the time that, if Motive starts to take control, 8-4 half, potentially.
Dimensional drift. Trying to go hunting now. They still haven't made a decision, right? Rotating back around will be Styron. And now going for it. Wayne, is he going to be able to find any semblance of an opener near? No, Vera again finding Zan. That's another operator down. And now they've got that additional space. Moja, you have to be the hero here, my friend. You're going to have to force the spike in, or will you? Looking close, looking personal. Inside that sky smoke. Sneaky, beaky. 1, 2, not quite the third. But that's enough to buy some time. And the rotation here already is from Nakia.
Wingman in, but he's just going to try and get in the smoke. He's missed the timing, or has he?
Solo, he's gone in regardless, and will he find a second? No, denied. It was a little bit of an attempt of heroics now, but he has to give it back to PTC.
And he's just used his blade, so they know the angle he's coming from.
Just buying time now. A little creep on through, and Vera is going to be able to find the line again. 3 heavily important picks on that operator for Vera. And my God, they've just dismantled NAOS in that round.
Yeah, he is looking so handsome on this Waylay as well, right? Putting up some great numbers out the course of this tournament so far. Picking up the operator as well. He is just singing with it. You're looking at this guy to be picking up great first kills in these rounds if you can on this attacking side, or if not, looking to close, looking to have a little bit of pizzazz in there. The operator is a favored weapon for him in the later stages. Wayne to start off with it in this time, and this is why I make mention to previously as well, right, that this could swing into an 8-4 half, because now the economy, again, a fickle thing for NAOS. They don't have a lot to play with.
It's just that crazy thing, right, where all the individuals feel like they need to make a play. Everyone died in a one-on-one engagement there.
Well, a little bit of confirmed information that something's happening over at B Long from the Dizzy, but you don't really have some great crossfires established or anything at the B site now. You're calling for PDC to rotate on over.
My ultimate.
Still happy with their info. Just around the orb control, Vera. They're going to walk straight into him here, and it's a great flash drive in. Nakia, nice little opening. Dizzy to confirm the rest of it. Now they actually swift around.
I'm a little bit surprised that there was any anti-KO play to come out from Motive. They've seen this before. They know KO's on this map locally in the region. They've played against this style. So the fact that there's no expectation of a little pop play there at B-Long, one of the most common things when you see the agent on this map.
Oh, I don't know if Wayne's going to be ready for this angle from Zan either. This is the issue. Looks onto the line, but he gets it. No way. And now they're going to be refocusing their information up towards the side of A. The Sky Smokes to split the net. And inside showers will still sit Moja. He does have the orbital strike.
He's got the molly as well. He's going to use that a little bit earlier. Missed the timing on the planting. No, he's not. He's going to remove that. 20 seconds. We get hairy here.
Absolutely without any information. Drops it down, knows exactly where they have to be, and now it's on to Wayne to see what he can do. PTC drops. There's an opportunity. There's some time here, but all they need to do is buy that time, Komodo. The orbital strike forces it. The Thrash to come out as well. They're stuck. Backs up against the wall. They have to get moving right now. This could be such a swing round for now. 6 seconds. They're going to hold it. It'll be okay. No! It's denied. Moja goes fishing again, and he is catching the biggest trout you'll ever see. What a turnaround from NAOS. There is no way.
Wayne at least will be able to hold on to the operator at the end into the last round, but that is a thrifty. That is a huge round to come through from NAOS. Time and time again, they are holding on to this utility for a bit of the post plant.
The difference between a gun round and a pistol round, Komodo, I cannot believe the change that we've just witnessed. They played that to perfection.
I mean, how many thrifties, how many ecos are we seeing? How much damage are we seeing globally with these ecos as well? They are looking just tricky, I think is one of the words to use right now for him. But that is a massive savior of a round for NAOS. It makes things possible to equalize.
Avi hasn't had an opportunity yet to throw down that resurrection, but maybe this time he slowed down.
Oh, he
gets no, denied. Sushi Boy's finding two, but already there's some support coming in. And now Flaring, here we go. He's been able to deny for long enough. Wayne now rotating around. Moja is going to be the only hero, the sole proprietor.
Yeah, because PTC is not getting back up here from the downed state. You got a lot of utility for Wayne as well to start to get a bit of a way into the site. And these scenarios as well, right? 2 versus 1. You don't lose these 2 versus 1s.
You're spot on. I've trained you well, Komodo. It's just all that time here for Moja to just simmer on it, think about it. What's going to be occurring over these next 30 seconds?
But the same can be said for Motive, right? They don't want to leave any stone unturned. Don't let the paranoia get to them in this sort of situation. So together, as a team, start to get the call. Go to this B site, clear everything that you can. You'll get the plant. Little do they know, Moja, different postcode at the moment. So they can situate the clone. They can situate this TP. They can do whatever they want to do in the post plant. And generally, it's a crossfire or it's a double up.
Time to jump.
Very simple call on what you want to do.
He's going looking now, surely aware of something. A little bit of discomfort back on towards that position in heaven. And now the audible will be called, a little bit of extra time. So where does Motive go with this post plant?
Well, Moja, 1 Sky Smoke and 1 Incendiary. Might have to cut a couple of corners on this retake to get in.
Being so cautious too. Making sure to dot his I's, cross his T's. And now moving in towards position. Wayne has watched Spawn for long enough. Onto the line. There's the first little bit of information. That'll be the call for the pull from Flaring. Now he has to try and slot in towards here. Exactly right. Now he can tap. Molotov goes down. They know where it is. Snake Bite to cause a little bit of discomfort inside the Sky Smoke though. Now will it be backs turned? It will. 7 rounds picked up here for Motive. NAOS lost it just a little bit there. And now it's a fantastic position for them to shift this half, Motive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to think the Thrifty was still a bit of a tantalizing prospect for NAOS to try and tie things up, but that doesn't help out. A great attacking round for Motive where we didn't need to see too much from them delivered in that E-King game to close out the map, but we will see how things are going to happen on the exchange of the half.
Seven to 5 at the half, and you can just feel the tension inside the arena right now. It is anyone's game at this point on Bind as we shift the halves.
And I mean, throughout this whole tournament, right, we've had a lot of games, a lot of teams that are getting extremely close. These two, when it comes to the pistol round, as close as you could get before we saw the first one in this map. They are the same number, 11 wins, 9 losses. with the first pistol going the way of NAOS, so they're going to be able to double up.
Oh, makes it really uncomfortable too. Caught, but gate crashing out, so he'll give the space back, and now Wingman, he'll find that spike down.
Yes, he will, but it's a bit of a showers play. There's everyone in the containment field, and with PTC losing his life, now everyone has to see what they could do from that showers.
Such an important shot to hit there, right? And with Javi sitting up high and dry, Wayne might be able to get that spot, but that obviously makes it awkward now. With the Sky Smoke going in, he is able to find the angle, able to find the line. And now with the barrier wall broken, Vera can break through, getting that information. 3 versus 4 here, in and out of the Sky Smoke right now. The Molotov's still available though. They've got to be very, very careful. Into the position, Vera just spraying and praying right now. It's that post-plant utility inside the showers, clean, not dirty. And onto the line, how much time do they have? They have to get the info. Vera will be able to do it. Another shot, surely. There's time, but no. The right click of Moja. And he has burnt just enough time. Surely he has. Moja, the hero on the brimstone, gets the pistol for NAOS.
Sometimes when you go for a play like that, it can be so one-dimensional to come on through, but they are lucky to get that one out by the skin of their teeth, aren't they? I'm thinking to myself, it's a bit early on the molly to come on out, right? The mosh goes on down, you got to wait for that one. You got the incendiary that goes down. There's time if you can start to stick it as motive, but the fact that you're just throwing caution to the wind and jumping out on a trampoline to get the job done, that is fabulous for NAOS to now look towards equalization.
They used the saturate so early, right? You know, it just made it so uncomfortable across the board. But now in comfort territory, Vera only with the shorty. Should be around for NAOS. Should the key word.
Yeah, should, yeah. I mean, stylistically, a bit different, right? Because Flaring is running on this Viper too, so you're going to see a little bit more emphasis on the wall timing come these proper rifle rounds. Just got the focus on the hookah and the garden at the moment, not using the wall that goes through the TP for a bit of the showers play. We'll see what sort of changes do come out. So that's a general just favorite on this map.
Still so split too. Like all the space around, it's a very heavy lean for Motive towards B. And they've also got info down mid too.
Yeah, if you're NAOS and you waltz into this B side without really figuring out numbers or getting a little bit of an idea of who might be around from the utility use, you are walking into a trap. That 0 point dodged extremely well. This might be a bit of a false call here from NAOS.
I'm scared here. The refract. Okay, no, they've called it. They're happy with that position now. Inside the showers, wall goes down. Spike will be planted and it's going to be a hard rotate.
And you got to remember as well, right? I think people do forget when you've got this Sage in, this is the Sage with the changes. That wall can go a little bit deeper, right? So you can go for the showers pop with the triple wall going out.
And the amount of time it's going to take for Sushi Boys to get in towards that position, and again, no utility really here to work with. It's going to be taken down quickly, so it's just the investment from defender-sided spawn now. As they walk onto that line, Javi will get the opening information, jumping into the lamps now. And again, it's just so locked away, right? Like, this is a complete and utter shutout on that defense. The post plant makes it so tricky. It just feels like there's almost no way that this can really be lost until Styron gets a couple, but it's just a couple and only that. So the scoreline will be tied again, 7-7.
I don't expect this series to go any other way, though, Mitch, in the history between these two. I want to call them titans of SEA with how they've looked this year as well, right? When we're looking back towards the beginning stages of Challengers SEA, we are kind of thinking to ourselves, we've got a couple of favorites, right? We've got a couple of dark horses as well, and we've got some teams that have come out of nowhere. Think about NKT, for example. They came out of nowhere through the Premier system into Stage 3. They scrape by into here. They get a victory. They're looking all right. They're in for the experience. It was awesome for them, but these two teams that we were expecting to be here for sure.
Very familiar names, and unfortunately for a familiar name in Vera, he's gone down very early to this bonus.
That's a huge pick for NAOS as well, right? Individually, Javi just by himself over at the showers with the Bulldog, picks up the kill, gets out the heal. You can reset as NAOS, you can collect yourselves and go for a bit of a proper execute on this bonus.
Styron, he's got a very challenging job right now. Does he want to peek through that Sky Smoke? I mean, he does have the time for the wall, but Javi on the flank, on the long line, getting it. And now this is going to start to feel really stressful for Motive.
They've already called the save. They've already called the save. There is no way that you are getting back in towards this B site at the moment when you consider some post-plant prowess that NAOS have already showed you in these first 2 rounds, right? Timing on the Moss, timing on the Incendiary, 0 point to remove your abilities. It can be such an oppressive composition to go up against, reminiscent of the post-plant era with a little bit of a change, right? Because Zan, you know, could have opted for the Raze historically before a Waylay was here in this style of composition, right? But the switch up is looking pretty good for the dash in, dash out. Same can be said for Vera, and we have seen that in history.
Yeah, such a different sort of approach now, using that as a bit of an informational play. It doesn't need to have the hand forced.
And I wouldn't actually mind right now from Spin and Benkai to have a chat with the team as well, right? You've lost the pistol,
Oh, there was a kill
of
at the
them,
end too?
both of them. Yeah, Zan is actually losing the gun. Kind of inconsequential though, because that was the bonus round that comes through, right? You're always going to invest into this next one anyways. We'll see if there is something in the grand scheme of things that comes out there. But from what I was saying, right, you want to see a potential timeout. You've still got the 2 available for Motive as well. Have that chit chat, but not opting for it just yet, right? The timer is clocking on down, which means they are going to just re-bolster up their forces with 2 weapons that they did lose in the previous round. And Sushi Boys grabbing the Judge. He's going to hope to hold Hookah down if NAOS do go there.
I need to see some initiative out of Motive here on these defenses, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing towards A. But with all the information now, Styron, you're playing a dangerous game, my friend. Getting back out there, 1 away from the Nightfall as well, Komodo, but look, it's going to be the executing towards the side. They should get it for free, however, up close. And that's Zan already finding the opening. Styron goes down, now the spike plants it.
He was seized as well. There was no HP on Zan. He just gets that one, bullies himself on in with the team behind his back.
And now they've got the space into elbow as well. This is where it makes it feel really awkward. Vera getting in towards it and seeing that wall. There's always that kind of shake now. Where's he going to be? What position? Spotting him out towards Garden. That's exactly right. Elbow slotting in 2.
Thrash available for Nakia with the mollies. Again, it's just post-plant strength.
Really is, but they're onto that defuse now. Vera tapping onto it. They actually might have the time.
Oh, he's missed the molly!
It misses! It doesn't go deep enough! There is no way! The investment getting away with absolute murder there will be Motive, and they're taking names as well.
They have just stolen that round. There's a mosh, there's a fragment, there's an incendiary, there's everything going in.
The diamonds are out of the safe.
If you are switching to a post-plant stronghold, you cannot afford to miss your utility in this situation. Just Vera holding the defuse. I got this.
And this is what it takes, right? It's just that minor disconnect, that little bit of stress, that little bit of pressure that changes the way you think, changes the way you operate inside the server, and allows for these kind of mistakes and that immediate timeout off the back of it.
Oh, that's a bit of a razzler.
Let him sit in it. That's Spin calling it, saying, guys.
Well, the thing is, right? On the flip side of that one, Styron losing his life, they lose control of the B side. If that Ninja defuse doesn't come through, chances are the post-plant success is still going to continue for NAOS, right? So in the mind of the coach, in the mind of Spin right now, that one is not, you know, a happy, like, we really won that round. This is we're a little bit lucky that they've missed this utility. So you do actually need to refocus up right now as Motive. You need to go for these calls to stop just the cleanliness that NAOS are getting into these sides on.
Because they had so much space, right? You know, they're all the way into elbow, they were back in guard, and they had the post-plant utility ready to go. But yeah, it's just that little disconnect that causes the indecision.
Yeah, for sure. Another big old Byron to go in on this one, though, and the operator is being brought out by Javi. One off that resurrection, too. Didn't really see good value in the first half. Always going to get a little bit punished on that one, which is, I mean, you're running in a Sage, right? You're not using them just for the slow power. You want that sick man. You want them back up.
A double-edged sword, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, it can be so powerful, but you lose the impact of that utility. It's just damaging to the team.
Yep. Well, Styron charged with just holding down this B side by himself with Sushi Boys for a bit of assistance. Calling the audible for Wayne to get on over here. Might be a bit of a faster play again, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Using a bunch of this utility to clear all towards Garden, and Sushi Boys just removing Nakia first up.
That's a fantastic pick. I mean, he was ages away from the Thrash, but still, you know, it sort of takes a little bit of extra pressure away from them with that wingman out of the picture.
We'll sit for a little bit. Of course, if the resurrection does get brought out by Javi, he can get on over too long, but he has to get those running shoes on and get over there, right? This can be the realization for Motive as well. There's going to be a res. It's going to be an open player because of the line we just killed him on. There's a chance here for Motive to destroy this one if they want to.
They call it slow cooking for a reason, Komodo. It tastes better with time. And now onto this line.
It's just confirming that there's still presence here, right? The angle for this resurrection is very valid. But how long do you wait? You can just see them doubling up on the line. It's going to happen. And there it is.
Oh, gone! It's actually the opposite. So how important is that going to be now? Obviously, burnt utility, but it does give them another opportunity. 30 seconds, though, Komodo, and they're straight into the showers. They want that sight, and flaring gives them initial time.
Vera as well, still with a saturate and a refract, so he's just going to throw a spanner in the works of NAOS's plan.
Oh, he's not looking at all. It's going to be the opening for flaring, but how much can he rise up to the plate? Oh, Sushi Boys, he is absolutely cooking. The Izakaya is his, and the round with it too.
A little bit too readable at the end there for Motive, it feels like. Very successful after both of the timeouts in this map so far, one of their own, one of their opponents. And I mean, if we can sit, you know, in the armchair position and you see that the Resurrection comes online, the expectation is that these professional players that are challenging up towards Tier 1, some that have been there, are gonna also know, hey, that res is coming. We should probably have an angle to destroy this. And, well, Nakia does get res, but Javi loses his life in the trade.
But this is the thing though, right? This is for Tier 1.
Correct.
2 opportunities for Tier 1. Elimination from now.
Very important. You want to get your own map pick here. NAOS have brought it out for a reason. A bit of surprise element into this veto, right? Were Motive expecting this? Were they not? Getting close towards a couple of these pivotal ultimates to get on in as well, but it's just going to be a bit of a charge together all as a team up through short.
Yeah, they're paying rent for this A site right now. They want it. It's a very, very challenging market at this point in time as well, but they're going to get it. Now they're moving to lamps, but how bright will they be? Flaring finds the opening, so that's a level of denial there again for Motive, but with the spike going down, Komodo, they're ready to break the barrier wall, and they are straight in there like swimwear.
Yeah, Motive need to be as well. They know how much utility there is. Get a tap on towards this spike. If they're deafened as well, you can try and maybe even get a little bit of a cheeky stick once more.
Orbital strike makes it very uncomfortable as well with Moja going down. Now Vera all up in the face as well. The light speed in. PTC though gets the ding. That's very important. They still have time if they can hold on here. If they take him down, but Vera managing to make it work. They're onto that defuse though now, so it's not going to matter. Nakia can get all the kills he won, but he will not get that round, and instead Motive find double digits.
All 3 in a row. I feel like you need a bit of a chit-chat again over in the server right now from NAOS. This has not looked so good for them just yet. A couple of defusers in the mix. These post plants are not as secure as they'd be hoping at the moment as well. This is a clear sign that Motive have had the recognition to go for these early floods to bait out the utility. They're looking better in these retake scenarios.
The mental game, Komodo. I remind you how important it is in a matchup like this. Again, these guys know each other in and out, left, right, up and down. The coaches have spent so much time preparing against each other, understanding the macro. But when it all starts to shake, twist, turn, that's when that, again, distress comes through. You make those micro mistakes, you question yourself, and the synergy starts to break down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at this attacking side of NAOS so far, right? We're not seeing Zan kind of be the tip of the spear to go on in. A single entry kill that he's got so far, but we've seen these little lurks coming out as well, right? From Javi, PDC's getting an entry as well. We need to start to really see some formulation of ideas behind them that's not just gain some space over at A short or B long, try and explode in towards the site, get the plant and get on out. Post-plant meta was ditched a couple years ago for a reason. We need to adapt, we need to change. We need to rise above these sort of forgotten ideas. Yeah, you can throw some in here a little bit, but you cannot have your game plan just to be get in, get out.
It's that flag on top of the hill, right? The Pacific title, 2 slots that these teams are fighting for, facing off against. And it's only going to be one, excluding Boom, SCA representative. And with Wayne going down, that's a massive pick here from Zan.
I mentioned it, you got to see him start to fire up. You got to see him show his consistency in this one. A forgotten soldier in the round now in Wayne, but Vera, he can answer back with this convergent pass if he can get over, because the TP angle instead is a false sense of security. Does he choose to go on back or not to the A side? He doesn't.
And look at that space that Moja's made the call, right? He's got that information as to where that waylay was.
Yeah, but flaring as well, right? How long does he kind of stay towards this location before ultimately calling that, well, they're not going to be here. They are reposturing for this B site.
Now, cannot let Motive win this one. 11 would put such a sweat onto the team. And now they're in for position. Styron immediately making quick work of Zan. This is where the pressure starts to fall onto NAOS. They're still in hookah, Komodo. They need to get out of there.
Timing on that Sky Smoke is impeccable as well. You're not getting through that after you've just used a lot of that utility to get in towards the site as NAOS as well. This is a reset that they were not hoping for. It's the wrong call for them in a very important moment in this map. And I highlight flaring a little bit earlier on, right? How long does he stick to the top of short to get the information? Well, he's not now. He's playing for the TP, and Javi has no idea.
That's such a good clear as well from flaring to be able to find that, because sure, they're going to get the site, but now they're at a disadvantage. They found the opening pick here, Komodo.
They're just going to get crunched in towards this retake. Flaring doesn't even need to take a fight. No. He can just sit himself here and toy with the idea that he's still in this spot.
That's information. They're hunting so hard for this. They find this frag. It would be absolutely clinical. It will. Okay, back to the 3-on-3 now.
Null command available for PDC, but he would have to get closer. Remember, there's not a lot of utility for this post.
Onto the tap. Just trying to force them out, get them out of their hidey holes right now, but that rotation coming in from Moja, he would need a kill to be able to pick up the orbital strike, and there it is. He's got it now. All he needs to do is just sit back, buy time. Sushi Boys needs to invest, and there's the orbital strike already going in with it. Now it's Vera, all alone in a 1 versus 3, and I don't know if there's any way of him finding this round. Moja the hero again, the big bad Brimstone, and this game goes the distance it deserves.
That was a really important situation for NAOS as well. The fact that they do choose to go for that fight against Flaring, to make sure they remove an obstacle that could get the better of them a little bit later. You refocus the situation, and yes, Nakia gets a little bit claustrophobic in the showers as well. Do I get out my utility? Do I not? I've got my teammate in PTC with me as well. They get spotted, but really, Moja getting the flank, back towards short, Moja getting the kill, makes things a bit too dicey for Motive. We bring it back within 1.
Just such an important recovery, right? As I said, Motive get 11, all of a sudden the mental game shifts.
Well, 0 Point confirming the information onto Wayne as well that will now expire. It's enough for Heat here in the bathrooms as well to just get a bit toxic around it, force them back, because you don't have a lot of confirming information on this NAOS squadron, right? You're not running a Fade, you're not running a Sova, if you ever see one of those on this map, right? You're not getting confirmed information unless you're throwing in a Blade, but you don't know exact positions, so you kind of do have to respect the pit a little bit here.
Yep, domain expansion forcing into the complete other side of the map, but with this line picked up by Vera. Oh no! That is such an important shot, my friend. You cannot be dropping those.
That is an absolute shocker as well. Operator down just on the long line. There's information for Motive that NAOS are coming our way, but there's not a lot you can do with it. You still got majority of players at this A site.
Literal silver platter positioning, right? And now Styron has to do it basically all alone. Or does he? No, the refract, they're out. They don't want it. They're moving towards A, and they're going to be moving straight in towards that domain.
Yeah, Sushi Boys is going to be here as well with an incendiary. They can buy a little bit of time. The null command does come on out, but you're just trying to bully your way into this pit.
Oh, the Benevolent Shrine down. Crazy. Good response there from PTC. The right click in, and now he's picked up the operator. It's going to be uncomfortable now, having to pick up that spike and slowed already. Nakia, oh, Sushi Boys, he is ready. He is absolutely ready to deny. 15 seconds now, they have to get moving, but with Sushi Boys doing all the work. And now onto this position, Styron has the flank.
Do they know where he's coming from as well, right? He's kind of played a little bit of time. The Haunt was used just a bit ago from the short angle, I believe, so you're just going to re-angle yourself as NAOS to play really deep lines back, and I mean, you're already on the op line as PTC. He does not miss those. 10 to 10, we are tied up.
It's so hilarious, this game, that you dive into the pit, right-click with the classic, pick up the op, and then shut out the round as well. It's so strange because throughout so much of that, you felt like it was Motive that were in control.
But you got to remember as well, it's not like you're just jumping in with the headless chicken, right? You've got the null command, so even if you drop, you're hoping that your teammate gets that trade, brings you back on up, and you're still getting into the site together. So I do love that little switch up from NAOS in that moment, and now we start to get a little bit rocky, don't we? Tail end of the map. Tensions are high on this stage. In the first map for this elimination series, both teams so close. Great ideas so far, but this moment in time, Flaring a bit too wide on the jump.
Such an important round for both these teams. Obviously, Motive lose at their reset, but NAOS also need to make sure that they do not fumble the bag here. Now with Vera moving into showers, Saturate doesn't quite connect either, but the wall will.
They're just not going to care about him. He could be tricky. He could have a shotgun. He could have something sneaky-beaky, and he's just going to get isolated with that wall.
Sushi Boys, got to be so careful. They're playing with fire here right now, quite literally, that Molotov going down as well. But look at this. They just got so much space now. It's another for Xavi as well. It's going to be uncomfortable. That's, again, the theme of this series right now. And just, again, running out of time, right? They're going to be walking straight into the claws, straight into the jaws of this operator, inside the lamps, inside the elbow, and now moving on out at the third. Wayne does get a little bit of damage, but takes some back, and it's just impossible this round. Motive cannot do it. It will be NAOS finding 11.
Wayne wants out. Wayne wants to hold onto the gun. Can't blame him. He had a bit of an investment in towards this round, hoping to steal it away. Again, like he did with that defuse previously, but now, what have you got for us around the corner? What do you have to answer back? Because we're going 3 for 3 for 3, baby. We're starting to see NAOS get back to things on this attacking side. Yeah, you got to drift on this defensive side. You're getting closer to the orbital again. You're one away from the Nightfall. Are you angling to pick one of these up come this new round? Because we need a decisive blow now for Motive to keep in a good fashion contest here.
2020's calling. They want their game back. Javi, my God, playing lights out. And this is the thing, Komodo, now with that money situation, right? Motive lose this, they probably lose the game.
Yeah, potentially so. Get the flash on in. It's perfect on towards this spot that Vera's playing as well. Top truck broken, crashed. But round not done just yet. Slow and steady with a convergent pass available for Zan.
The rabbit doesn't always win though, Komodo. Sometimes the tortoise, and there we go, Javi. They didn't even clear it, but this time they do. Okay, Vera and Wayne having an opportunity, but look at Moja. Oh my God, an assassin, a thief in the night. We talk about stealing rounds, and we talk about stealing lives. Moja, straight through, causes again that disarray. There's still an opportunity here for Motive to get it.
They can call for the TP though, because look at what PDC is doing. He's still trying to figure things out over at this B site. The wingman's going to get sent in, but it's a ruse, it's a fake. He's just trying to see if anyone can get chased right now, and Styron's location now confirmed. This is enough time to get the plant to situate yourselves comfy as now.
But it's so awkward, this level of separation right now, because Sushi Boys is still stuck there. They get information back off the horn, but
Moja.
No! Ah, Sushi Boys can't be losing that one. Styron gets another. Timing is such a factor though here now, Komodo. He can get moving, he can get grooving. Now the Prowler forcing him back in. He knows that teleporter has come through, but he has to turn his back. He's going to be able to slip the net in towards the elbow. If he can get this pick onto PTC here, there's a chance. Oh, you're telling me there's a chance, Komodo. Nightfall will confirm the information. Watching onto the line, he's low! And he will not be fighting it! From the night, from the darkness, the fade will deny. 11-11, make a wish. This series is that.
Styron is just showing us how long he's been in this one, for how much experience he can gather in this. Why is this guy so smart? Look at the angles that he takes in that situation for the Zowie clutch. Every single fight is individual, essentially. He's lucky to get out before being immediately traded when getting that first kill on towards Zan. But look at the others. He knows to take the fight to elbow, to drop the ultimate. You can play with the time, you can play with the health. He does it perfectly. We will not go quietly in this map, Motive say. It will take all rounds of regulation, and we'll have another chat to try and do it in 13 before OT.
All timeouts called, and that's the thing. It's exactly what is needed. There was no way in the world this was going to be a one-sided affair. The amount of history we've talked about between these two teams, it has been Motive taking that one, but you just feel right now that NAOS, you know, they're trying to get that different angle. They're trying to win in the veto a little bit more here, but it was always going to go the distance. It deserved it. It would be rude not to. Loser of this series goes home. They don't get to play. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You will be going to 2026.
I'm sure there are a couple of questions from folks out there as well, right? Motive looking a little bit more mortal in that series against SLT Songnam, right? They're not getting a lot of numbers on those last two maps where they ultimately lose, but this is showing us that a new day brings new decisions and new blows in this server as well. Here we go. A very important round to see who is going to be on touching distance for this map point.
It was always a 50-50 affair. No favorites inside this one.
Orbital picked up as well, free of charge. A lot of investment on util for NAOS to re-clear control. Gather the space if they want over towards B long. Which means no angle as well for Nakia to potentially pick up the Thrash, right? So if that was a bit of an angle you were looking for in this map, you're going to have to adjust. You've got no showers control. You've got no idea on what is actually happening over at A. Have our opponents pushed outside of showers? Have they pushed up through short, right? What do our scouting reports, what are our history of this map look like? Because we know that NAOS picked this, right? They've done their homework against Motive on this map. But has there been enough?
I was about to say the investment into the Dimensional Drift to just try and find something, right? And they've invested into the site accordingly. And it's Styron and Wayne to deny. That is two massive picks right now. No resurrection. It's gone. It's out of the map.
And no convergent pass as well, right? Two very important ones that could have turned the tides in this round. Gone. 40 seconds, you rotate towards A, and you've just had that gate crash utilized by Wayne as well, so there's numbers over at this alpha site for Motive.
Oh, potential heartbreak after a first date for NAOS right now. They have to do everything here with the three. And now as PTC crosses that line, he also crosses into the jaws of Master Wayne. And now Nakia has to do it solo, and it's just going to be too challenging for him. My, oh my, there's a reason he is the Batman, as he will step up and save Gotham City when the time is nigh.
Oh, you'd be feeling pretty all right with those 3 rounds you got in a row as NAOS to get 11, right? But you see 2 in answer back from Motive right now. And I feel like you're getting a little bit worried. This is the situation where your heart will start to beat so much, it's going to feel like it's out of your chest. At least a bit of a savior for NAOS as they have the funds to invest in this round again, but they can not afford to lose some power plays in this one as well. Immediate space from Motive over at this B site. PaperX-esque with how they're gathering it with the util. They get out, they know it's A, and it's quick from NAOS as well to get in here too.
They're not leaving anything lacking this time as well. Convergent paths will go in. Will that catch flaring? No, not quite. So Zan's going to get moving, having a little bit of a look already, but again, it's just that call for concern. There is a big wrap coming in, so they've got to get slotted into this post plant quickly.
It's a super early plant though, right? Now you've got to try and defend it for as much time as you think as possible.
Oh, he's ready.
Massive. Awesome.
Oh, that's huge. Clinical. Being able to pull that away from Sushi Boys, there's got to be no opportunity to get back in. Surely not right unless Vera has something to say about it, but of course he does. It's Vera. They do get him back, however. Styron, Wayne, if you want to close this game, do it right now. Denied will be Styron. Wayne stepped up in the previous round, but this time it will be Patricius, and we are going to overtime.
And it's delicious, isn't it, to make sure that everyone is doing everything that they can in this map. Overtime with the teams here that are making things so extremely close in so many of these rounds, multi-fragging up a storm again, but to no avail. Motive slip up a bit there. The awareness from Nakia too, if that doesn't happen, could have pulled the rug out from under them, but 12-12, we step into overtime. Vera bringing out the operator, likewise of Zan. Can we get in, can we get out after finding a massive opener in this round?
Ascension 2025 has been full of highlights, close games, and it would be rude for this one not to end up this way. And it's map number 1, day number 1 of playoffs, Komodo, in that regard, here in the big arena.
Yeah, a bit risky if you're going to peek out here as Javi, though, into an operator. You've lost your life to the boomstick a little bit before. He's going to think better of it, though. Go for the wall up, and you've seen some elevation plays from him as well. I would expect that Vera's looking on top of that one, not being baited.
It's just so much call for concern, right? Where is he? And if that's what Xavi can do, it's just so important. And now, again, the door opening, they start to shake a little bit, but look at the space.
Confirmation as well that there's no slow orbs anymore, right? So this defensive stall ability gets a little bit weaker. They've used the wall too. Now Javi just needs to shoot, but the footsteps being heard by Nakia Styron. Imagine if he kept waltzing there, but Sushi Boys, this is going to be so close, and they're just going to pass each other.
It's like traffic jam.
That's the spike.
It is. Spike drop. 45 seconds. They have to try and collect now. Vera, though, finding Javi. No resurrection's going to be coming through in this round at all. No information gathered either there. So Nakia can just continue to watch on, but Flaring will not let him watch any longer.
There's enough time as well to just re-pick up that spike and have a call. Where do you want to look to end this? If it is the A site, into Moja, into PTC, couple of flashes and a fragment with the 0 point that'll come online soon. He just used it to the B site too.
20 seconds, and they're set up for success here, Komodo, as well. All they need to do is just hit their shots right now. Flash drive out, buying time. That's all they need to do. And it's the wrong one. It's the wrong body. Flaring will be able to take him down. Vera hitting another. PTC has to do it all. Convergent pass. Does narrowly miss. Wayne not peeking in towards the line, though. It actually is a team damage. It's the team effect. Oh, Vera, you've given up the opportunity. But it's denied. Oh, man, if that was team damage, that would not have been the work that makes the dreams.
In these precious moments as well, there's a slip up from PTC, Mitch.
Spike down.
I think that was a team flash on towards Moja at the bench, and then he shoots the clone and gets re-blinded. A bit of miscomms perhaps in that moment if it did eventuate that way. And Motive steal the round. When you look at the space that NAOS had found and the spike control as well, you're thinking everything is looking good. Hell, there's even a team paths. You're slowing, you're hindering your teammates. They can't shoot back, but somehow the time is favored for them, and now the time is called for NAOS. They use the timeout in OT here. They do not want to lose their map pick.
Risk versus reward, Komodo. This round has paid off. This round, it was the right choice, but the market could crash at any time. And now, right now, Coach Amix having a chat. Again, this is map number 1. Elimination point between these two teams. Only one SEA representative outside of Boom will continue through this tournament.
NAOS back to the attack now. is the game plan still to get quickly in towards one of these sites and look for the post plan, or are you looking a little bit more methodical and slow? You've seen Motive gather a little bit of this early information through Hookah, through Long as well. So if you start to see that one, do you get a bit of an idea that you want to end back towards that util when you see it? Because Motive will peel away to that A site. This time though, Vera's there, no operator being brought out from anyone in the server.
Glass cannon always a risk, Komodo.
For sure. Early warning, TP over to the A site because you've scoped out, as I said, everything in the front of Hookah. Motive are here to defend this site.
How far can they get? Sky Smoke, Snake Bite. It's a very, very hard duel here to find their way in, and that wall will go down, but so will Heavy! And so will the rest of NAOS! Motive, bare their fangs, the Viper will bite and strike if you allow it. And that is a huge win to be found. Bind, selected by NAOS, gone.
These two teams just feeling neck and neck time and time again, aren't they? The fact that we have to get to the overtime there after a collective string of rounds from a couple of these teams time and time again. But of course, at the end of the day, there can only be one winner in a map. And unfortunately for NAOS, the map pick of their own, they will not pick it up. It will drop. So we have to look towards Haven for them around the corner to see if they're going to be able to answer back, and not get eliminated here from VCT Ascension Pacific, because now it is tournament line on the line for them.
Absolutely it is. It was just so close the entirety of the way, right? You know, such a game of cat and mouse. There was 3 rounds that one way, 3 rounds the other way. You just never really understanding with where that was going to go. But obviously now that puts the pressure on. Now Haven is a serious opportunity. But my oh my, I really want to have a level of understanding from these guys, because they've been watching in the side rounds. They've been watching. So Vic, I don't know, man. Walk me through.
What? What an incredible way to start the series today. It has been going completely neck and neck between these two teams here. And on Bind, of all maps, we were very surprised, a little bit curious about this map pick coming over from NAOS here, and Motive ends up taking it to overtime, which is exactly what happened the last time these two teams played Bind. It also went into overtime with Motive taking it.
Yeah, we were talking big time. You said you were feeling maybe a stomp to which either side. You thought it was going to be maybe one-sided.
Yeah.
You're not sure for who, but one-sided, and then we ended up in OT. What do you think about that?
This is the first time I've ever been wrong, and it surprises me as much as everybody else. The reason I thought this was going to be a stomp is when teams take these risks in the composition, it either catches the opponent really off guard, or the other team is very, very ready. Now, I will say, I felt like this was Motive's game through and through. There were moments where this got far too close. In my mind, they lost some rounds that they really shouldn't have lost, and that's the only reason it was close. But full credit to Motive, they really bounced back when they needed to, closed it out in OT, and now they're one step closer to moving through the playoffs.
Yeah, they just one more map and they're through, and Motive probably is getting that confidence that is much needed, that's been lacking throughout this particular event. Now, you were saying this so much in the green room. It should have been 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, I really felt like it should have. You look how that pistol went. That was Motive's pistol all day. I can probably think of about 5 rounds in this game that were Motive's that went astray. I mean, I don't even know how they managed it when we take a look at these first kills. I mean, this is an astronomical amount of advantages for NAOS.
Yeah, NAOS also won 2 pistols, by the way.
Yeah.
They won a bonus also. This is their map pick. A lot of the early rounds from NAOS I was really impressed with. I thought the coordination and the original call was really good. I liked when the operator came out for Javi. It looked really good, but the mid-round was a little bit shaky. And we can talk a little bit more maybe about that Waylay. I think for NAOS's comp, the Waylay is going to have a hard time, and that's why we see Zan there, 322. Right, so he needs to go into the site with the flash combo. But a lot of the time, if someone's not flashed, he just needs to refract back and get out of there. And once he refracts back, his team can't go in. That's why we saw them use the teleporter so much to try and get into the site. And we did talk about the post plant, right? There's post plant and retake, which is huge for this comp, right? We expected more retaking on the defense side, but we expected a lot of post plant for NAOS, right?
Yeah.
But if you can't get into the site, you can't play post plant.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
The times that they did get into the site successfully, I really liked. They got the first kill, which they did so many times. They get in and then they can play the post plant, and then it's so hard for Motive to win the round, right? They need to go on the flank, and if you're not on the flank, then you just caught caught with your pants down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about that stopping power. And if there's one guy who had it, it was Sushi Boys. This guy was lighting up the server, especially that first half. We saw massive multi-kills from him. But then I think also this double duelist pairing for Motive really coming alive, having big moments exactly when they needed to. This is the kind of Motive we want to see moving forward. If you're able to win a map after losing 2 pistols and a bonus, that means your mental is good, you're in a strong state, and ultimately you were kind of dominant on the map, even if it is a close OT like this.
100%. I actually expected Motive to have more first kills than what they did.
Yeah.
Because against the comp from NAOS, they don't have the fade, there's no Prowler to get the close angles, to get the Waylay out, to get the Euro out. So I was quite surprised with Javi getting so many first kills with the Operator and everything kind of going the way for NAOS, but they couldn't get the map win.
It's crazy. I think you guys made some really interesting points about their agent comp, especially a lot of it seems to be going against the style that's found them success throughout this tournament. You were talking about the double duelist that worked out really well for Motive there. And even though the scoreline was really close, like you said, Morgan, it should have been more dominant by Motive, which means I think a lot needs to be reworked a bit on Bind if NAOS ends up making it that far.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This can be what happens when you go for that cheesier pick. And, you know, it's not a bad thing to do. I respect them bringing it out in the playoffs, but I think it has to be a little bit more fleshed out than that.
There was good ideas, though.
Yeah.
Right, the early round, I liked it. The flash combos were there. They were ready to do it, and they were getting the first picks.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of the time, maybe it's a feeling, or maybe it's a strat that you get that early kill, right? But the mid-round, as you're saying, the mid-round, where did it go wrong?
Falls apart. One thing I do want to highlight is actually the timeout from Coach Spin.
Yeah.
We saw that come in early in the second half, and in all 3 of those first rounds, they were giving up too much of the site. You saw them let NAOS in, and then the NAOS post-plant is so strong. So that's a great timeout, calling that early adaptation. Then we saw that they were much more aggressive, standing their ground on site, forcing Vera to TP back away. Because like you say, Ewok, once Vera moves back away, they have nothing to break that angle. They have nothing to get into the site. So I think it really shows high level of understanding from everyone on Motive to be able to stop compositions like this, to read and adapt something new like this in the moment shows a high level of play. So I do think even though this game was probably a little bit closer than they would be happy with, ultimately they got it on the line. And I do think that they can hold their heads high after this.
Yeah, agreed. 100%.
There is one more map for NAOS to make their way back. This was a very close bind, but this is an elimination after all.
Yeah.
Now, Haven is going to be the next destination. Motive picked it. Obviously, they 13-3'd SLT, and SLT has been looking very good this tournament. So I think this is going to be a very good case for Motive, but what about NAOS on Haven?
I think there could be more to it. I think on the surface level, you're just looking, okay, well, they lost to SLT, we beat them, we're better on the map, right? But SLT did also change their comp, so can you really tell the difference there? It's not like it's the same comp, there's no direct exchange there.
Yeah.
So there could be something more to it. They maybe have a little bit more information, of course, than what we do concerning their own Haven and maybe their opponent's Haven. So I'm curious to see,
And before we go more to that, I don't know if you guys noticed all the cool stuff that's on my side of the desk. We are in Bangkok, and there's a lot of cool merch. Have you guys bought anything yet?
I wish. I've just arrived.
Just arrived? Oh, yeah. I have a blanket for you, because you might not want to take a nap during our break. I mean, it's pretty cool.
I love it when they come with this. There's always good merch with these kind of events.
Have you seen the keyboard? It actually has a really cool design on
the numpad. They got custom keycaps
there. The numpad is really nice, actually.
I don't think we can zoom in on it, but that's a Waylay going crazy.
We got.
It's like you're on the shopping channel.
We got more Waylay. Obviously, Waylay is a Thai agent. Would you like to hold that up? We got mouse pads.
You want some of that?
Got mouse mats. This is really
Lovely.
cool. So there is a whole activation happening outside of this venue right now. So I have to say, Ascension Pacific is always a lot of fun. We have always got the coolest activations. I know we have a meet and greet coming up this weekend with a team that you might know. And and you can also meet Ewok. He's also here.
Yeah. Don't do that.
That team's overrated. It's coming as well. Did they win champs? Oh, yeah. Never. Oh, what?
Oh, champs? That's the only tournament, right? We weren't even... We're going to move on from that topic. It's a little painful for all of us, I think. Hey, we had 2 teams in the top 4.
Yeah.
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 You guys think we're going to Lotus in the end?
I think it's very possible. The thing about the Haven for Motive, right? We did see that fantastic game against SLT, but we also saw a bit of a shocker against Boom. They've really shown both sides of the spectrum here. So again, I think it's all about what Motive shows up. I will say, map 1 was a very good sign for them. I mean, I don't think it was as clean as they would have liked. That's without a doubt, but the ability to be able to close it is massive. I think they'll be fired up knowing that it's their own map pick, knowing that they can close this, because they've shown the ability to win on Haven already. I think if you're NAOS, it's hard not to get in your head a little bit. I mean, Ewok, I'd love to ask you, what are you telling the NAOS players in this moment? You're backstage with them, you've just lost that map in OT. How do you go about resetting in a situation like this?
Of course, I think there's going to be quite a bit of frustration right now because they feel like we should have won that map. Winning pistols, I think there's a little bit of discouragement probably amongst the players right now, considering you just lost your map pick as well. So right now, I think it's a full reset. If you're just considering the comp, your comp plays really well against the Motive comp. I do think having the Yoru and the Waylay, it's really nice with the Viper and the Killjoy as well because you can get past the choke.
Yeah.
Right, so the mollies go all on the choke. There's so much util on the choke, but the Yoru can TP past it. The Waylay can go over it. So in terms of just playing to your strength, it's there, right? Your comp is there. You're not going to have any issues with that. There's no diff there. It's not, I don't think, a pick that's coming from Motive that's like very surprising for NAOS. Right? So I think take that confidence from your preparation that you know that you can play against this comp, and now you just mentally reset and go for another one.
Yeah, I think a big thing I want to look for NAOS to be doing is manipulate the rotates when Motive are on this defender side, because when you play this Viper, you want to see the Viper move quickly between the sides to be ready to stop that aggression. But when you have Waylay, when you have Yoru, you can run these fakes very easily. You can get in and out and pressure. That's what I want to see them do. They need to move the Viper away to find that free site. And if they're able to do that, they should be able to expose Motive, especially in this first half.
And that is something that NAOS is very good at, especially with Javi there leading the helm. This is very much leaning back into their style. I think the ideas they had for Bind maybe could have caught Motive off guard, but it's clearly not the style that suits them there. But with that in mind, we know your predictions. We got a NAOS and Motive prediction here. Is this going to be
Motive.
you're
both NAOS.
Oh.
You're on your own here.
Don't try and get him on your side.
I'm always right. Just, you know, about my non-curse predictions.
Both of you guys are just always right, apparently. That's something new I'm learning about this.
Yes.
Interesting.
But we're both right. With that said, do you think this is going to be a 3-mapper? Or is Motive going to 2-0 this?
I think it might go 2-0. You were talking about how they need to move the Viper. Sometimes for NAOS, I've been a little bit concerned of, okay, you're moving the Viper, you talked about Javi, okay, the calling's good. But when you're playing against this comp, right, I already mentioned you can get past the choke, but you need to break Killjoy stuff as well.
Yeah.
There's been at times when I feel like they're slightly too fast. And against this comp, if you don't take your due diligence of breaking Killjoy util, the Viper's going to know where you're going.
Yeah.
Right? Killjoy util's not broken, the C is unlocked, the garage is unlocked. So I think right now it's a little bit hard to say. I want to see a really good attack half calling from Javi right now.
I mean, I think the biggest thing I want to see is how do they recover in the mental capacity, because you see towards the end of the map, they're not standing up as much. This is something we touched on. This is a high energy team, but the problem with being a high energy team is when that energy drops, everybody knows they're in trouble. It's an immediate sign of, oh no, this ship is sinking if all of a sudden you're not standing up. So they need the momentum here, honestly. I feel like they need a pistol, they need a bonus, they need to get out in front, get themselves fired up about this game, because if Motive get in front and Motive start getting in your face, it's hard not to retreat into yourself as a NAOS player.
No, that's a very fair point. And we have had an ace every single day in Ascension so far. So my question is NAOS going to get an ace that'll hype them up to bring us to a third map?
Okay, taking a look at the agent compositions here, I want to touch on Motive first. This is exactly what we would expect from them. Not making any changes. This is their own map pick. Like we said, you got to watch flaring on this Viper. It's all about how he moves and if he's able to put a stop to this double duelist.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to see hopefully a lot of fakes, a lot of map control coming out from NAOS on the attack side where they're starting. So a lot of times the job for the Cypher is going to be to deal with the Killjoy. Right, he needs to be on his own. If the team's defaulting A, he needs to be on his own and be brave a lot of times to break util in front of B, break util in garage, or sometimes just peek the C alone. Just make sure you're not doing it too early because the OP just might be watching you.
Yeah, that's right. I think this is going to be a really exciting one. I would love to go all 3 maps. This could be the last SEA versus SEA match we get for the remainder of this tournament. I want to cherish all of it. I'm so sad that one of these 2 teams will have to end their Ascension road today. But let's see if we can carry through Haven, if NAOS can carry it through. And we're going to send it back to our casters, Conky and Komodo, to please take it away on Haven.
Thank you so much, Victoria. We are back again to find out what hopefully isn't the inevitable. Just like the guest was saying, this needs to go 3 maps. It deserves it. I have to feel this way, Komodo, because if it doesn't, it just, again, won't feel right, will it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, you look at how close a lot of these teams have been throughout this whole tournament. It really feels like, compared to last year, it really is anyone's game up for grabs, right? You compare this year to last year, where everyone was in the kind of Sinprissa gaming basket, now Nongshim, but we already see some blood in the water with them losing a series, right? So it definitely feels like there's a lot for these teams up for stake, of course, but also a lot that is now a little bit more realistic when you do add in the fact that there are 2 spots. But for these teams right now, they've had a loss, right? They are in the lower bracket. This is elimination. They have to have this lower run flawless.
100%. Multiple opportunities for Motive to now close this one out, where NAOS are clinging to dear life. I'm sure the Filipino fans will be watching along firmly right now, ready to rock and roll. But here we are, Haven, back in action.
Oh boy, we've had some plays on Haven, unlike Bind as well, right? So we should be seeing a little bit more anti-strats perhaps coming in towards this one. A little bit more of a eyes prize to the front of B here for Motive, expecting the creepy crawl up as well, but that's not going to happen. A little bit more passiveness from NAOS around the map. Going to have to destroy this Killjoy utility over towards the C site. Going to have to make sure they formulate a good idea, because this is not going to play the same as Bind for them. They're not going to be post-plant in and out. They have to look for fights. They have to gain advantages properly.
And that's the thing about Haven, right? You know, such a different way to be played than Bind does. And now look at the investment into the sewers. And they will find. That's a great pick on Emoji, but obviously now that sort of gives up the goat a little bit. They'll be making their way up towards C immediately now. And they'll have plenty of time to plan.
Yeah, but what are they going to look to do here? Because PTC is on a massive marathon over on the other side of the map as well. You're not calling an audible to get back, but you need to get him over here to help this disadvantage hold.
Oh, it's going to get sweaty, isn't it? There's already an opening though. Sushi Boy's taken down, and the Saturate, it does catch, but it only forces away because now they're stuck inside the window. And Wayne, Vera, they've done the damage. It is already found all the way through here, already onto that defuse. And despite the damage, it just won't be enough time. Maybe a little bit more space. PTC could have done something, but Motive have already shut NAOS down.
An open plant not really going to work out. Motive with this style as well. If you're going to get into these battles with numbers, you're going to go in for these post plants in good stride. You're feeling happy with your retakes, and you're going into a map as well that probably feels a little bit more comfortable on Haven. You've got more reps on this one as opposed to the Bind of previous, where you played E-King, and E-King does play very differently towards NAOS at the moment, right? E-King, the scoreline in the group stage we'll leave there. For right now, we're just seeing a really close one against NAOS, so the fact that you're answering back with a pistol finally as well for Motive, right?
Hey, look, the old Ekim game was maybe. You know, it was close, but just a little bit too far. So we'll leave it at that. But some investment already for information for Zan. He does get tagged up in the process, and now Vera, are they going to be able to clear him? The answer so far is obviously yes. Plenty of damage. Relay Bolt is fantastic. Beautiful stuff here from Vera. Moja quite literally 1 HP. Zan also not feeling it. And it's going to be a very nice and clean second round here so far for Motive, unless Zan can find something, just something. And something is all right. Okay, so they've denied the judge. They'll pick it back up. But for now, it's 2 on the board for Motive.
Yeah, carrying over those weapons into this next round as well, where the bonus will come in play. But are we going to have a situation where the bonus will be picked up just like what they had handed to them in the second half of Bind, right? Are they going to be able to pick it up here against the first bite of NAOS? Because when you look to the attacking side that we got from NAOS in that game against SLT Songnam, right? We can use that as a bit of a litmus test, because these 2 teams did lose to them ultimately. Not the massive scoreline, right? 13-6 loss. They are losing the bonus. They are losing pretty much everything in that first half to SLT. And while they pick up the pistol in the second round in their attacking side, there was only 1 after round, and then it was done. So recency bias in there. NAOS might not be feeling favorable on this map.
It's always that big question. Will it be the Haven sincerely close overtime affair, or will it be the one-sided stomp?
Take flight.
Again, recency bias says maybe.
Well, I mean, on that, Motive, they had that stomp. 13-3. There's nothing to scoff at. They are looking absolutely clinical, and for this start as well, it's just going to get awkward, right?
Yeah, very, very awkward. Look at the damage already dealt. Zabi does manage to respond though nicely. Okay, no, yeah, okay, never mind. There was a little shake, but thankfully it wasn't stirred for NAOS. A great response there, only losing the one member there, straight back in.
And that's PDC getting the flank nice and good this time as well, right? Not really for the tail end where it doesn't do anything because the spike is already being defused. It's actually getting an active lurk happening with some good impact. But that just is the bonus. We've already seen some great recognition from Motive throughout the course of the last map. And the tourney in its entirety, can be completely honest with you. There's been some starts and some mid-round bits where it looks a little bit awkward for them, but they are, in the grand scheme of things, looking good to readjust to the ship and steer in the right direction. So this sort of round when they go in with the proper gun round and have a disgusting Odin in their hands, we'll see if we tie up or if they're going to just start a steamroll on this defensive side again.
Oh, look, so far I've loved the lurk from PTC. I think Motive are definitely going to have to be dealing with that one early. Try and work out exactly what he's throwing at them, but it's a heavy C and B lean for now. It's going to be a rude awakening here from Styron if he's not careful, but he does get out of dodge.
Yeah, but it's just Styron. That's the problem, right? You want to ask for a little bit of assistance in this situation, specifically from Vera. Get over here, get the stun out. You can play around this site. You can dance around and hopefully just not trip over 2 left feet.
Always a little bit of a sense of panic there with that gate crash coming through. Now Zan trying to find his way in, but he's actually caught in the process. Great damage dealt from Styron already, and that's completely forced him away, but they've got to be careful of PTC. He's already found his way up sewers, and I don't think they're actually ready for this here.
He's just going to insert himself and sit, trying to catch them when they rotate out.
Lull him into a false sense of security, right? Just give it some additional time. Vera has to go get caught clearing now, and he does. Cyber Cage goes down. Now the information gathered off the back of the cam. Hunter's Fury will be popped, and information now caught lacking. PTC, he's already been the hero in these rounds for the team, and now Motive, do they even want this?
I don't really think they're going to be given a choice, to be honest with you. 2 versus 4 to go on in. Yeah, you've got a smoke available as Wayne and a Paranoia in there, but Sushi Boys with the Odin, you're going to look to hold that heavy investment in towards the next round and just go at it again. A good reset in that round for NAOS as well. Good recognition that PTC's position was a bit of an unknown quantity there. You reset, toy with the idea of rotations away, wait to see a slip up from Motive. And to be honest with you, not a massive slip up, right? Because we get some dead silence in the round. Vera feels like he needs to get a little bit of a how you go and confirm some info. And you already had PTC watching that line over towards Graffiti, just steps out, head removed, and then confirms information on 2 with the camera. It's really good usage from PTC on the Cypher there.
New addition to the roster too, right? You know, previously from Full Sense.
Talk about that risk as well, right? Going from a team identity that you've been in for so long, right? That national pride that goes on out, and now you're looking at Full Sense shambles in this tournament, already out for the count. A worse performance that a lot of people were not expecting. You specifically, right? One of your favorite teams, but to take this risk, to go into a more international style squad with NAOS and to be looking so hot to get into these playoffs now, in this series, up against the long-standing rival that you've not been able to topple just yet, and losing that first map, this is going to be a cracker later on if it does go the wrong way.
I'm already believing it does go the distance, and the start of this map already sort of leans into that. Information gathered onto Wayne, has to be very, very careful, and careful is not his forte. Loves a little bit of risk, and by risking goes down. Now Vera has to get the catch onto PTC, and he will. It's a 1-for-1 exchange here.
A Bucky on a Neon. Didn't know Danby was in this one. He's in the next series.
Look, I think there's a hell of a lot of Danby impersonators after Ascension Jakarta last year. And now they're making their way up sewers. There is 3 members here of Motive ready to take names.
Oh, but this angle, right? Just a swift headshot could have sealed the deal, but no, the flash
didn't see him.
Okay, hang on.
I can't believe Sushi Boys has got away with that, but in the end, they do get taken down. Vera also spotted, and that distance makes it so awkward. So, I was thinking the light speed was up so high, Sushi Boys wasn't going to catch it, but
yeah,
they get taken down anyway, traded well onto the site.
We put a mirror on this scoreline right now, and it just reflects what we saw in the last series, but you know what a mirror does, it flips it, right? We had 2 from NAOS and 3 from Motive, and now it's the other way in towards this one. So are we still feeling like we're okay in the comms as these coaches, or do we really need to get investment early on? We saw a really good timeout, as Big Time highlighted from Coach Spin over on Motive in the second half of that first map. And right now we are indeed getting that timeout as well. Are we going to have the same sentiment though? Are we seeing a really good value trade coming out of these timeouts for Motive?
Was 3 on the trot for NAOS. And I won't say, you know, crazy convincing, but at least it's been a level of consistency there. So...
Well, the biggest thing for me, though, is this composition and the new map as well. It forces you to play differently as opposed you were trying to, like, shoe in over on Bind, right? They were almost locking themselves into a cone of play, and it just didn't work out. And at the end, they do, you know, make it really, really close, but they're just scraping by in a couple of those rounds. As soon as Motive flip that switch and they know we can flood early or we can let them expire their util and go in, you know, there's a couple more to the picture in that, but Motive had the better idea in the end. Now, you are forced to play a little bit different. You are forced to explore a little bit more, to have some more inserts and have some more value come on out against a composition that Motive throw that is been around for how long now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the OGs.
Jump them.
The only real shift, you know, having that Neon come in, really sort of shake up the way that the game is played in totality. The old fracture in your spawn, in your face. Maybe that'll come back eventually, but for now, slotting back on towards the site will be Sushi Boys. He is going to be the first one to take point. They get the information quickly. And now look at that rotation, Komodo. They're going to be heading straight on in. The fake out, not destroyed this time.
No convergent pass usage just yet either, but now that you see that the drone can confirm some information, do you even want to still go beyond this? You've called for the rotations on over. You're toying with the idea of where PTC might have been able to slip in towards, but Styron's just locking down A. He's confirming that there's nothing there. So Motive, they'll be pretty okay with the information that they've figured out around the map. They adjust really well to this B side as well.
Yeah,
nothing A, nothing C. They know this is happening.
Toxic's been down as well, so it's going to be a very rude awakening. Oh my god, 3 murdered on the side.
Talk about a firing squad.
Yeah. Line them up, take the names. And now, yeah, Sushi Boys and Styron, unfortunately, they just have to immediately take the L. There is no way they get back into this round. And the fact that that has now happened twice for Motive is such a tough pill to swallow.
Think about it as well, right? Motive get the confirmed info that nothing's at A, that nothing's at C from the jump spots, and they either hear or they see that it's not happening there. They can make the idea that it's the B site, right? Which, you know, it's the right call. Now formulate an idea that they know that there's going to be a stack when that wall drops to just destroy them. That is going to be huge, and that's exactly what happens. That feels like, in that scenario, every member of NAOS knew what angle that they had to look when that wall dropped, because that was simultaneous executions that just came out.
It's that synergistic play, Komodo. We create words on this broadcast.
And synergy and majestic, for those that don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Synergistic.
That's what we're going to do as casters, right? We're going to try elevate the game in some way. Fake it till you make it, baby. But yeah, right now it's looking absolute lights out Valorant for NAOS. They have not skipped a beat so far. 4 in a row. Consistency is key, stacking up that financial position.
It's also the 4th one that comes after Motive's timeout, so that doesn't come out to good avail, unfortunately. So now we start to change a little bit of the thought process up as well. The Bucky behind the overdrive for Vera. Gonna have a itchy finger to drop on towards that one, and also I'm gonna highlight it because sometimes I put some bad shades on. Flaring is having a bit of a shocker so far for the start of this.
Oh, you can't do him like that. Maybe that'll heat him up. Some clammy hands definitely for Motive right now. Spike dropped, just information gathering right now.
Oh, they were talking about on the desk, right? We gotta look at Flaring. We gotta see what this Viper is gonna play. No Munchkin.
That's it. Big shoes to fill.
Spike drop.
And can this lesser buy do something here for Motive? Now it's not really seeing any forward pushes at the moment, not getting an idea that there's any bit of a stack because they just don't have much space just yet around the map. An early drone as well, gonna answer with one from Styron and Spades, but what can you see with a minute to go on this clock? If you keep going to this location of A, you're gonna waltz into a pretty big stack, and again, that overdrive, Vera's gotta be ready for that.
It's awkward as well, right? You know, where do you go with this? The Spike's obviously still heading over towards that side of C, and now as the information goes through, does have that Hunter's Fury, but as the light speed goes in, the refract also follows, and that's when they shift it up, and that's when they put the foot down towards C.
Overdrive in. Van, is he going to be able to fall or find the frag? Well, it's the latter, and now the C side is in control of NAOS, and they're just looking to dominate every single duel around the map.
Oh God, it's just painful right now if you're a Motive fan. They don't know what they're doing, they don't know where they're going, but it is still early days in this map of Haven.
Well, if it tends towards what we've seen in this round already, they're just going to the great beyond.
They have to do something here, right? You know, I don't think that we're going to see Styron rip the Hunter's Fury. They're just doing a little bit of searching, trying to drop some of those weapons because the financial, again, situation for NAOS is just too strong.
Cash for days, mate.
Last player standing.
You get an exit kill here as Zan. Remove a gun that was maybe looking to be salvaged by flaring, but
he
again,
doesn't save this.
Just on the donut, and Styron, as you say that, well, maybe he does. Wins the duel against Moja, but still being hunted, and, well, no Cape Crusader here in this one. 5-2 for NAOS. On the trot of 5 in a row. They have got to be feeling much better with how things are going here.
Train is truly in the station right now. It's insane to see how well that they've been able to formulate these last few rounds. You know, we talk about a little bit of a flow state and what it means to kind of get into this, because Bayern Komodo was very back and forth, right? There was no one kind of steering that ship.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're looking into the conditioning factor in this sort of scenario as well, right? Now instead of being 2 and fro, stop and go. Get a couple of good inserts in there as well. It's time to get a little bit pacier in the mix when you've got the From the Shadows, when you've got the Convergent Pass as well. You can really push Motive out of a sight, kind of draw out some of the utility of their own, where in this scenario too, Sushi Boys is not going to be able to pick up a lockdown to throw in the mix unless he's getting a kill. There's no extremity control here for Motive. It's more in toward the sights and a quick rotation if possible. Hoping it's going to tend towards the C or B site more so than A, with a bit of stalling power, sure, from the Killjoy util.
So much pressure on that Outlaw as well, right? You know, I remind you all that Vera burnt his overdrive for naught in that previous round.
Here we
and
go,
now they're ready. Making their way in towards the garage, but will there be a sale? The opening shot, but taken. Oh no, again. Vera, the man to go down, but it's all a ruse again. They are heading towards A. There is utility down, however.
Dan's just giving him a massive headache, and now you've used a little bit of your utility to get in front of the utility that could have been in garage, but you can still look to do so, right? This insert of PTC, gonna be allowed to get some little space through garage, and with 30 seconds to go, Mitch, this can get a little bit dicey. Look at the position of the spike.
Yeah, I don't really know where they want to go right now, but it doesn't matter exactly when NAOS just keep taking these players of Motive out of the server. Once again, you know, they're not even able to be in a position where they can defend the site. They're just taken down one by one by one.
There's a lot more decisive calls coming through from NAOS at the moment, and a lot better angles being held. And that's a bit of a mistake here from Sushi Boys. Getting a bit frazzled in the server. Now flaring. Just going to have to save yet again. Might actually be a scenario for Motive that they have to call another timeout in this first half. Flaring's going to finally get on the board. But bittersweet in the moment.
No impact. And I think
Moja gets his drift.
Yeah. Look, well, all the ultimates, right? The only thing that we're missing is that neural theft from PTC. But yeah, right now, Motive just don't look like they're locked in.
I don't really think PTC needs the neural theft at the moment because he's already in the mind of the opponents.
Yeah,
he knows what's happening. He knows where they are.
And look, Javi's, you know, clearly calling some lights out Valorant right now. Oh, I mean, benefit of the doubt. Right? It can be so hard to defend Haven. It can be so hard to take that proactive risk.
And this is just a testament to how close this tournament can be and how unexpected anyone can be, right? We don't know where things are going to go at all. We've seen some stomps on some maps from these teams. We've seen some stomps be dealt to these teams. And right now, all that matters is what the damn hell is happening inside the server. And right now, NAOS is destroying Motive. They are stomping on them, and the timeout will indeed come through for Motive. I posed the question before, will they use their second timeout in this first half? I won't lie. I didn't think it was going to be this early in the first half, but they have to turn this around. They need to make this 6-6.
Not in a series like this. You know, a team that was looking so dominant on Bind. Again, they showed a couple of moments of weakness, which NAOS were definitely able to capitalize on. But right now, it looks night and day in quality and caliber of these teams, right? And this is the map selection of Motive.
You got to think bigger picture as well, right?
Tell me,
as the coaches sometimes do need to outside of the team inside the map, let the team focus here. But if you're forward projecting as well, and Lotus is in this veto at the moment, you got to have a little bit of a thought on your back of mind for Motive that you did lose that map against E-King. You did not look too good on it. And similarly, I guess NAOS did lose to a Velocity that is looking so good. Who knows where that one would end up if we do get it, but the thing is, inside the server, right now that we do get back into it, Motive on their second timeout, equipped with kinda nada. They need a thrifty answer here.
And they haven't changed up the way they're approaching these rounds either, right? You know, Styron's just still sitting over towards A. Moja doing his due diligence, finding the back of the site with that dimensional drift. They've spotted Sushi Boys.
Oh, that's
a little bit of further info. He's gotten away with one, though, flaring. Gets taken down to 5 points of HP immediately, and he's traded. And now in towards the site, they're already here, and Nakia is just shutting them down. Styron, again, has to rotate all the way around.
He's just always in another postcode, and unfortunately, the mail is just getting lost at the moment. He didn't get the delivery.
Man, literally, we're in Bangkok. He's in Phuket somewhere.
Well, it's looking to just be another round for NAOS, but, I mean, if you put these buys up on a scale and some momentum here, chances are NAOS are going to be on the tipping point anyway. Motive, though, that timeout has to come into fashion in the round after this one, when the buy is back, when the ults are in. And to be honest with you, I want to see them go for somewhere decisive around the map.
Man, it's
been a bit
Groundhog
too
Day.
passive.
Way too passive, right? It's very still, you know, you can't play Haven this way. And again, I say this from my bloody armchair, right? I got no idea. But it is not looking like that expected form from Motive right now, and why Haven can be such a disparaging map in the middle of a series.
No, for sure. The lead now, no matter what, at the half will be going towards NAOS. The question just is posed, how far forward are you going to look to continue to go with this lead? The timeout, as I mentioned, has to come into good results here, because if not, well, you might just have to forget about this half and look to come back on the next one. Big Time was saying something of a 9-3 he was expecting on that first map of Bind. Well, it didn't actually go there at the half. This one could.
However, 9-3, that cursed scoreline, Komodo, I remind you, when you shift aside, sometimes the tide goes out with it and brings in the missing persons.
A different look, though, towards this utility going at the B site. You can already see that in the spawn, Styron is waiting, head on a swivel to pop that Hunter's Fury wherever NAOS might rear their heads.
Just spotted. And he takes it. This is a big opportunity now. Wayne finally getting the opening kill for this side of Motive. A change in pace is what we need now. They've sent them packing. However, PTC's already taken some control up mid.
But what is he going to be able to do with it at the moment? Wait for the team, start to come on up, posture for a bit of a B pop. You've got the blind side and the TP to go in, but this timing on Styron, is it go time behind the drone? It's going to spot PTC, the general lurk to fall on Way, and it's going to allow them to slip on in.
Yeah, the Viper slithers in, but will it be the RKO out of nowhere? We'll have to find out shortly. There it is, Styron, Vera, okay Motive, I see you. PTC, however, can get one back blind, and Wayne, Wayne is in position. PTC, however, has found 3. It would need to be the Ace and Zowie clutch to get this job done. Inside the cyber cage, watching the wrong way. Patricious, delicious. Not today, they say. Oh my word.
That was getting very close to be the 18th ace of this tournament so far. And can you believe that? We've had 17 so far, if my numbers are right.
Is that like 16 from Whitecat?
No, there's a couple in there. Nearly gets the job done as well from a very difficult spot. We're asking the question from Motive, when are you going to start to answer in this map? But I gotta say, it's a round. It is not a round filled with comfort. No. It does not give you confidence.
Not in any way, shape or form, my friend, but it certainly does fill me with excitement. I hope you guys are all having just as much fun as we are.
Shock Dart going to be missing the alarm bot as well. Pretty pivotal to still hold some good control at the front of B here, but Hunter's Fury on the tag starts to come on out from Styron. Generally, Mitch, in history, in SEA, he's always been good for something off that ult, but it goes a little bit wayward.
Yeah, a little bit premature there, and now Sushi Boy's missing the shot, was able to close in the opener in that previous round, but now denying. The refract comes through, and now the convergent pass. That will likely catch Sushi Boys, and he has to get away as well. Oh, it's very uncomfortable at this point in time. They're going to have to respect it.
And the plan can go down. Remember, there's still a couple of ultimates that NAOS do have here, but the double flank to come on out. The early Hunter's Fury to end the lockdown. Now the flank can start to come into play.
Oh, he connects, but Moja's there to trade, and now they're getting all up and personal towards his position on the flank. Hunter's Fury already denied, and into the cubby. Javi, he's taken. Vera finally able to start to activate, but Nakia, that from the shadows, he's moved into position and found one. Styron's down. Wayne, though, however, all up in their faces, and Vera has awoken the lightning. It will strike at the right time, and Motive are edging their way back in, Komodo.
A bit more decisive in that round for sure, getting the space around the map. It was something that I was really waiting for. They were on the back foot time and time again, not being commanding in any angle, but this time they take the space, they get the quick wrap on. I'm thinking to myself, PDC, you're throwing out the hat, you're getting the neural theft, but by the timing, they're a little bit too close for your teammates to do anything. For Javi and the Cubby to be able to even find one, unfortunately, Motive, they will hold on, and now they can start to shape this up to be a 7-5, but it's just another rifle round they are gonna have to contend with here.
I'm looking into my hands right now, and it certainly says game. So we are continuing the way forward. An opportunity for 5 here for Motive right now as the Owl drone will gather that information, but look at the pace, they're already up close.
Gotta remember as well, the overdrive is available for Vera now on the power line.
And he breaks the wrong one, but at least he can get out quick with that fast lane. There we go. No, he's overcooked, he's overshot, and Moja will absolutely capitalize on that. How's he got 2? 7 HP, bringing it back to position now. Styron still in the cubby, taken down.
A bit of time here as well to reset the situation. Javi to get the plant. I'm thinking to myself, you get that on Moja, he has a drift, he can still be active. But it's so chaotic around the server at that moment, and the important thing is 5 alive here for NAOS despite the HP.
3 low, but will it matter? It certainly didn't for Moja getting those couple of frags, but the paranoia is a good catch. However, it isn't going to call for any negatives. They get the job done. It's a clean, a flawless way to close out the half. And whilst Motive finds some footing, NAOS look to kick them off the cliff.
Gotta be a good little feeling for them now in this first half, of course, but the job isn't over just yet. Another half that they have to get through, and a change of pace, a change of mindset as NAOS will switch onto the defensive side. They want to push us onto Lotus to get the 3rd in this very important map here that is his elimination series 2. Motive, though, they want to close this in 2, and we're gonna have to figure that out after the halftime break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the halftime show, and with me, I have our beloved Valorant influencers, Mal and R. สำหรับวันนี้นะครับผมก็มีแขกสุดพิเศษของเราเป็นน้องไมล์นั่นเองครับไมล์ NR อยากรู้คำถามแรกเลยคือเชียร์ทีมไหน
เชียร์ NAOS eSport ค่ะ
ทำไมครับ
เพราะว่าแฟนอยู่
ชัดเจนนะครับ so the first question very simple which team are you rooting for in this matchup and why and of course her answer is very short and concise NAOS eSports because her boyfriend is playing there นะครับแล้วคราวนี้เพราะว่า halftime interview เนี่ยสั้นมาก we really have a limited amount of time so I want to know do you have any message for the team for NAOS eSports มีอะไรอยากพูดกับทีมไหมเพื่อให้กำลังใจเขาเพราะนี่อยู่ที่แมป2แล้ว
ก็ขอให้ได้เข้าลีกขอให้ชนะแล้วก็เล่นให้เต็มที่ค่ะจะคอยเชียร์แล้วก็ซัพพอร์ตต่อไปค่ะ
All right, and the message for the team is, you're doing great. I will wish that you keep this up, and we want to see map number 3. สำหรับวันนี้ก็ขอบคุณนะครับผมน้องมายด้วยนะครับผม And guys, that will be it from the stage. We'll take you right back to Haven.
Now, Isara, I actually would have to agree with you right now. Some would say Haven, I say heaven, because we have a hot series of Valorant. And again, elimination, maybe not in this opportunity right now with the way Motive are going.
Got to see a couple of step-ups from them coming on towards this attack side as well. Got to have some really big timing from flaring on this standard toxic screen as well and how it's played, because when you just get in front of it over at this A side for a pistol pop, well, you're not really using it for the later stages, and we need to see him start to really get into this server.
He does manage to slip the net though, Javi, and he does get one, okay. So the one and done to drop the spike, at least that sort of forces the bleed out a little bit longer. PTC is up very, very close. I don't think they're going to give this one much time, Komodo. Ready to make their way through. It's going to be the dark cover up towards heaven. They are buying some additional time, but they're waiting for that flank. So careful. However, it is not going to come through, and now as the blind side gets on in, flaring opens up with one, make it two, not quite the third. But that is Motive straight back into this map with a pistol round.
Yeah, making sure that they get both in this series, but it's the rifle rounds that has really let them down. So if they can have a clinical start towards this attacking side as well and really structure some good ideas around the map. You know, this Gen G comp has its strengths, but are we going to see Motive really play on the back of the strengths that it can provide them? Because we've seen some disconnection from them on that defensive side. Now onto the attacking side, you need that momentum. You need, honestly, in this atmosphere, that hype guy. And they get the pistol. We see that. It has to push them very, very deep. Get a clean round here. Get closer. Look to do some damage on your bonus.
And that's exactly right. You know, the crowd is only going to build over the next couple of days. I understand that Sunday is sold out. There's going to be plenty of eyes on these players inside Imperial World.
I'll see if there's going to be a cheeky shot from any of the NAOS guys here. Just on the pistols that are being saved on out as well.
Really just buying time. You know, this is about not making any of those mistakes. Imagine how crushing a blow would be from NAOS to win out this Thrifty. And we've seen plenty of them throughout this competition.
Well, if you want to talk about a possible weakness, having a player without an upgraded gun in flaring over at the A site could be something for Javi to find. But they're just going to waltz past each other in different locales.
PTC already spotted out some information towards long, but it looks like Sushi Boys is taking up that narrative now. And Vera's actually out, so they're going to completely change pace now.
Oh, what a shot from Javi, but does he know that flaring was already up through long?
Surely.
Maybe not with where he's looking,
he's missed.
But there's a whiff from flaring.
Time, that's all they need. Time to rotate in, time to get moving, Komodo. And with that dark cover down, it is going to make it so awkward. Javi finds another. Moj is there as well. Komodo, this round could potentially be on, or will it? No, not for now. PTC would have to make his way all the way through the sewers, and it's a tough plumbing job here. Does find a weapon, it's a Spectre, it is doable. And they go close. Straight in, it could be the duel opening. Oh my god, PTC! Woohoo!
It gets close, it surely gets close there, but more importantly, Motive, they save face, they do not lose the round. Some damage that gets delivered by a bit of the utility in that as well. Very important that flaring got out that molly. If it doesn't, well, there's space and those pistols, well, they're already showing that they know how to bully you a little bit there. Just the Vandal that will survive over to Motive in this round, but they do force up a little bit more heavily on a couple of players here. Styron without credits. Vera, you can kind of say the same with 300 being saved. They definitely want to be picking up the bonus. They definitely want to make sure that they are making a statement here on their map pick.
Buy low, sell high, and that's what Motive are looking for right now. They want to make sure they convert this. No messing around with the bonus, and PTC, how do you get away with that?
PTC.
3 clean ones.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
that
man.
might just be the round. Hey, but Sushi Boys going to be spotted out, going to be hunted. Great paranoia from Nakia. And now it's Flaring's turn.
Oh, man. You know, you constant clamber talk about how this guy needs to be the hero for the team of Motive, how he needs to step up to the plate at the most opportune time, but he would have to find 3 more and a really significant Zowie clutch here.
These sort of moments, though, NAOS, if they do give him an opportunity, he won't go quietly. He'll try to find these 1v1s.
He's got the time.
Poison's off.
Just slips the net. So important here. Has the utility to burn through.
It's trapwire at the front of B.
Here.
He's not going to be able to destroy that. He'll get swung upon pretty quickly, you'd assume, from the window spot of Javi, but he can start to slip through A if he wanted, just opting for the plant on B. Now he needs to shoot good.
Oh, they have to go together. That's the only key here. PTC just wants to buy the additional time right now. Keep him focused, keep him occupied. Because look at the level of hesitation coming through. They want to double up, but they're giving him a chance. They're giving him an opportunity, and you cannot take that. If you allow the Viper to strike, he will burn. He will fill you with that poison, instilling fear in the hearts of NAOS. And Motive have got their mojo back.
Where the hell has this flaring been this whole map? We were talking about him. Big Time was saying we need to see the Viper come on through. This dude had a donut for majority of the first half. He got 2 kills. He doubled it in the first round of this half in that pistol. And now he comes out with the 1v3 Zowie clutch. What did I say? If you give him an inch, he will take a bow. If you slip up, he will destroy you. He is a flare in this server now, and that pun is absolutely intended. That will light a fire under Motive here.
Us Australians know how deadly the snake bite can be and how scaring a flaring can be when he's on. And that is so desperately needed. The momentum that NAOS have been able to build off a solo play, a 1 versus 4, it's enough to just start to shake out NAOS a little bit.
How did Styron do it last time, remember? How did he come out with the 1v3? 1v1, v1, v1.
It's
always
such simple Valorant, isn't it? But
always.
It happens. It happens at this level. And it's because of that slight little bit of panic. You line up together, but if you do not get that trade, this is where diamonds are made.
He's picked the angles perfectly. He's hit the shots. There's no way that you can argue that. A bit of a dropped ball from NAOS and Motive, they pick it up in their court. And now they may very well be better for it, right? The economy, a bit battered and broken on NAOS. They stop on down to a lower buy.
Spike drop.
It's just that constant play of Haven, right? You know, you switch the sides, nothing is ever done. It was a 8-4 half here, and now we're seeing 8-7, bonus 1.
Yeah, this can turn into an equalized scoreline as well, and then Motive on the back of that momentum will look to ride the wave and close this map.
Oh, they've got to be careful though. You know, we saw what the Pistols have done previously, and there's Javi finding one, and they keep on pushing, they keep on fighting. They want to try take one further here, and Sushi Boys straight onto that line. He knows where Nakia is though. They're going to drop the dark cover.
They got the gun. That's a big little bonus here for NAOS to have something to cook with in this round.
Oh.
Don't really want to see the investment of any ultimates behind it though. It is just the lesser one. You want to maximize the situation. If you do get a kill or two, yeah, absolutely. But you've got the control of this C site now in the hands of Motive. They can set up for this post plant and maybe even use the pit if they want.
That camera's up though. You know, the amount of information that this man's going to be able to gather, it even slows down that spike plant. And now as the information starts to come through, that's when Javi can pop the Hunter's Fury.
Ooh.
Time, damage, a little bit of panic again set in. Back to this 3-on-3 now, Spike will go down.
But there's no flank, remember, coming out at the moment. It's going to be the Garage and the CT
Spike
pull from NAOS to get on in. It's not the best weapon to go in with the Bucky.
They need this round, and if they turn it, maybe they can just potentially stem the bleeding a little bit, right? You know, forcing Motive back. Styron does find it, and on the line, it's going to be Zan. However, it is denied, and well, Nakia can't find that distance, can he? You told me that the Bucky wasn't the best weapon for the retake, and that has been proven in the pudding. 8-8, scoreline tied up, and this one is going the distance.
You know, Sushi Boys can taste that one as well, right? He has been around a couple of rodeos. He's been around in this game of Valorant for quite some time, and folks, I mean, this guy's been at, what, Masters, he's been at Champs, he's done some damage, he's been around. He wants to get back to Tier 1. This is the team he's chosen to do it with. When they got picked up by Motive, he joined them.
Gotta go.
8-8, we tie it up. The buy back from NAOS, the operator out for Moja. The other side of the map, and we're starting to build a lot of heat around this A site at the moment from Vera. Tagged a little.
Already finding control as well. Moja has locked into that C position. A little bit of information. They are set up for a play, but I don't think they're actually going to need it here to go down sewers.
As soon as they saw something Paranoia out, and you're hoping for Zan to be able to polish off a member or two of Motive, but that is not going to be the play. They're going to have to reassess the situation and readjust. You look towards Moja on this long C line at the moment, but that's not where Motive are. Posturing up towards the B site, the intention.
Lockdown, Viper's Pit, all available here. And Motive are going to use it to set some security up.
Because Javi used the Hunter's Fury in the last round as well, right? So the lockdown free of charge to get on in towards this site, but they're waiting a significant amount of time to actually get on in. Get the plant. And this 5 versus 5, you're dropping the pit here is flaring too.
God knows what's going to happen here. Well, Wayne's already been taken. That's a really big opportunity given up by that Shrouded Step. Holding fast now. They've got an opportunity to get back in here now. So they've already made themselves find an advantage. But Vera already dropping him out of Link, getting one. Back into the pit he will go. He does get snared up, and that makes it really uncomfortable now. Great work from Zan. Refracts out to get some safety again, but they still haven't found that snake. They still have not found flaring. And whilst he's there, that pit will continue. And now they have to continue. That timer is ticking now. Komodo, he's jumped past it. He's gone out, but he's found now. And flaring once again. Will he be able to be the man, the myth, the legend? Of course he bloody will! A 3K for flaring. He stands, he calls, and that is I can't believe I'm saying it, but Motive taking the lead.
Look at the 5 in a row from the pistol, from the bonus, from the clutches. This is a mistake from NAOS now that is starting to tumble down and build some massive momentum against them. They can seemingly not stop that momentum at the moment. I thought there was a bit of a wrongful timing in that round when Flaring's toxic screen isn't up. Wayne TP's up. There's a gap, right? There's an opportunity for NAOS to get in.
Flaring was 0-5.
Yeah, I know. He gets that clutch and now he's within the pack, overtaking some teammates. Sometimes in this game you can have some shockers, but you can step up as well. And he's showing it here. Now back to the lesser buy as well. They do get up close and personal with Motive around the corner at A long.
Oh, they want to get this one in, and I think he actually might be able to find it. No, he's still alive. Vera holding on. Vera holding on! What was that? The fadeaway, the drive-by from Vera. Shocking!
The eco round for NAOS though. PDC spotted, destroyed as well. Vera getting some good stats padded in this round. Motive looking for 10.
There was a world, Komodo, where if Vera wasn't fragging, Kimmy Kitten's disguise, they weren't winning. But that certainly has started to change this narrative. He's got teammates that can do it, but he can still do it too. Sitting atop the server right now, spike in hand, will get it planted, and obviously, you know, NAOS have to go for this here.
Well, the Stinger in close proximity, it can get some good duels on out.
Not quite half, not quite taken.
No.
Just trying to do anything really at this point in time. It's desperation from NAOS. And it's looking awkward, looking uncomfortable. Now moving in with the light speed, not quite. Vera just looking to pad the stats, trying to find that ace right now. As poor Nakia sits inside the garage, just waiting for the inevitable, it sort of feels like at this point in time. Straight into the window, Vera. Oh, denied. That's okay, we'll give him some space for it anyway. As it's going to be Wayne to close the round, and Motive against all odds have found double digits here. This is where the panic really starts to set in for NAOS. Their 2025, Komodo, could be coming to a heartbreaking end.
There's a couple of rounds left in this one if it keeps going this way for sure. We've seen nothing on the defensive side at the moment from NAOS. I mean, you look at Vera, he's trying to get the ace in that round to meet Wayne, who had one in the game against NKT over on Abyss. But right now, Wayne just doing what he needs to do on the Omen at the moment in this one. Be a part of the pack, because Valorant is a team game. In victory and in loss, they do this together as a team. And right now, Motive, map 1 done, map 2 of their own. It was looking shaky, and that's putting it, you know, lightly for that first half. They start to enter back, but now 6 rounds in a row. They are looking flawless on this attacking side.
Benkai smiling. That's not good news for NAOS right now. And this is do or die. Amix now. A little talk, a little chat. Trying to understand what's happening. Not a single round secured on the defensive side of Haven here, Komodo. Crunch time. You did not put in all of this hard work. You don't show up to practice every single day to not try to be the best. Pacific, holding some of the greatest teams in Valorant history, looking to join them, to rub shoulders with them. That's what these players are fighting for daily. And it all could come to a crashing end for NAOS again if they're not successful here and now.
Gonna be a very important couple of first duels for sure. If they can win them, a trap play at the front of B between PDC and Zan, but the timing for the swing.
Zan gets 1. That's all that matters for this point in time. But Styron can get 2. He does 1 better.
Takes space.
Really does. And he's looking for a third, but Nakia, maybe he's overcooked here a little bit. They're still healthy. Moja down low, but they've got that space on towards B. But now look at this flank as well. Look at Flaring his position once more. Moja, I don't know if he's ready for it here. He's looking the wrong way. Will he give up his back? No, not quite. But Flaring has taken so much space.
Call for the TP to get that spike over towards the C side as well, but not immediately into the site. You wanted to scope out a little bit of long first. I love the idea of that, but now the plant goes down, and we have so many duels differently around the whole map.
Timing. It's absolutely every which way right now. And the thing about Moja's positioning, he's actually going into the dimensional drift. It's not even going to matter. He's found that. He knows garage. He knows long. That can allow some space for the rest of the team to come in.
You can use the clone here. It can take a body shot. You've got a flash as well to set up your teammates. Where do you think that TP went if you were in audible range at all?
Best opportunity here for NAOS right now. This is absolute desperation, and Sushi Boys wants to deny. He's already been the chef, but how much will he cook? A Michelin star. It might very well be Komodo. Naki has found 3, but 4 is even better. NAOS, they hold on.
I thought in that millisecond that Sushi Boys was going to get out that Nano Swarm to get it on the spike, to buy himself a couple of crucial seconds to get around the site, get out that reload for Motive to be able to keep this run flawless. But the fact that Nakia comes out at the end with that shot, we need to see Nakia vision. We need to see how he's got this final one. Just through the box, sees him on the wider angle. Finally, folks, we get NAOS having a round on this defensive side after their timeout. But it is not job done by any means.
No Sage this map, but that is the resurrection that NAOS needed.
Can they continue, though, to equalize once again? Zan, Javi, around the map, they do it.
The proactivity, that's what we've been lacking. That's what we've been missing right now. They're straight into the garden. They've got the frags.
I mean, it's one of the more common things when you see a Waylay on this map, right? The TP play to come out of the garage and you fade on back, you refract on back. It is so common. I was a little bit surprised we didn't see it too much from NAOS just yet.
Yeah, that change away from the Neon, right? You know, you've got to really be proactive early in the rounds. And now Wayne looking a little bit awkward. He will have Vera joining him shortly, but only on the Outlaw as it's Styron taking space.
Not able to do too much with it, though. If it was a shock dart and you hear it, gives you a bit of a different idea on how close they might be towards the C site. But the fact that it was the rifle, you start to formulate a different couple of ideas of space gathered by Motive in this round as NAOS. But to be honest with you, doesn't really matter too much. They can set themselves out for a pretty good retake if they want as well. Convergent pass, recon dart, smokes to isolate some angles and flashes. I mean, you've got a lot to play with NAOS on this comp for a potential retake of this A site.
They've set themselves up so well for success, right? You know, losing a 3v5 here will just destroy them.
Spike planted.
So getting it done now. Spike goes down for Motive. They have to play their cards perfectly now.
Outlaw on the line as well. Can remove a couple of members of NAOS. From Zan, from Javi.
Oh man, Wayne's positioning. He's got the paranoia ready, and there's Vera finding the opening. They're not ready for it. Wayne's already done the damage. Vera's found another Nakia. He's taken down. No way! We talk about fumbling the bag, but that is literally tossing it into the abyss.
That is 3v5 that Motive have just converted on the side. Why did I just highlight the Outlaw for a reason? Because there were 3 members susceptible to that on the NAOS side. And I'm knocking my noggin right now. That TP from Nakia, very ill-advised in the chaos, lands it. Vera, extremely sharp on the switch up for that kill as well. And it is, as I mentioned, essentially the flawless closure to that round for Motive.
That is Ascension winning team play, showed right there by Motive. And the money is broken, so are the nerves, so are the emotions. Now they have nothing to work with.
They have to give this one, and they know it. Unless this is going to be picked up by a thrifty variety, it's going to go on to 3 map and series points for Motive.
Never going to count that out.
Oh, for sure. We've seen the thrifties, don't get me wrong. But there's a different aura around Motive at the moment. Look at what they've done on this attacking side already. Getting up close and personal to this C site to just explode in. Make it their territory. Close it quickly and convincingly.
And it is quite literally free real estate, not a single landlord here. No one trying to charge that one out. They're all going to come rotating through, and I think the position for Sushi Boys is going to be a little bit damaging. Just waiting inside that spawn, and Myers are going to be firmly focused on what he's doing with that.
So caution the wind in this one with these pistols. See if he can get the job done. It's a risky gambit to use an ultimate here, but it looks like Zan is going to use the convergent paths.
Interesting. They're really investing right now, and with Sushi Boys flaring, doing all that damage, the Hunter's Fury, sure, it's found one, but it's not going to matter. It is not going to matter at all. You are throwing away your chances. And there's only one left. There is only one round buffer here. NAOS cannot make a single mistake going forward.
Map and series point now, as I said just before that round got started, the heavy investment of those ultimates as well for NAOS to try to get back into that round to try and stave off Motive from getting this one. Where has the NAOS defense has been that we saw on the game versus SLT? There was a little bit more. Oh, sorry, Velocity.
Round. It's not enough, is it? But at least Savvy will find the opening. He has been traded, however, and Styron has found him. Oh, Nakia, the pressure sits upon your shoulders right now, my friend. There was 3 a couple of rounds ago. But that rotation starts to come in. However, there's a question. They haven't gone in fully. Nakia has to find this angle right now, and he's traded. He's taken. There is 2 members that stand between Motive and ascending through this lower bracket, making their way towards Ascension, making their way towards Pacific. PTC has nada to say about it, and Zan needs to be the hero. All the way in round, Refract popped up, but he goes straight into the claws of Styron. And there it is, a disruption to Southeast Asian Valorant. It is Motive Esports that do it, that take the name forward, that will be carrying this storyline further inside Ascension Bangkok.
Motive had a lot of eyes prized on towards them throughout this whole year in SEA Valorant. They got here as seed number 1. They are showcasing for a reason why. They have had some slip-ups for sure, but they absolutely showed us what they are capable of. You said it, an Ascension winning team. They have lots of aspirations here to get to the Tier 1 team, to get to the Tier 1 scene. But right now, NAOS, they have got to be feeling it as well. They will be eliminated. It's GG. Good game, well played for them. The team that placed 3rd to 4th in 2023, 7th to 8th last year as well. Moja, I want to give him a bit of spotlight here, Mitch. He has been on this team for every iteration of Ascension we've seen so far. This is the same feeling for him time and time again. You've got to be feeling it for him and the NAOS lads, but for Motive as well, it's not job done just yet. 2-0, they take the victory. We'll see what more has to come from them, and an interview on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on the big win at the start of the playoffs, and I'm here with Sushi Boys from Thailand. First things first, I would love to know, how does it feel to be back on an international stage, achieving this win in your hometown, as well as, you know, being here supported by all the fans. อยากรู้ครับว่ารู้สึกไงบ้างที่ได้กลับมานั่งเล่นบนสเตจอินเตอร์ด้วยแล้วก็ที่สำคัญเลยได้หยุดเล่นในบ้านเราเนาะแล้วก็ได้ชนะแมตช์แรกของเพลย์ออฟครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าแบบเป็นเพลย์ออฟที่เปิดให้คนดูเข้ามาดูด้วยรู้สึกว่าชอบบรรยากาศแบบว่ามีคนดูครับรู้สึกว่าสนุกดี
นะครับผม and yeah I felt great because it feels like it's really nice to have crowd watching here during the early stages of the playoff as well, and it just feels very fun to be able to participate and play, and especially achieving this victory as well. Leading to the next question, I would love to know as well, you know, NAOS Esports has been known for playing super aggressively. How did you and your team handle them or prepared for this matchup? ก็อยากรู้นะครับว่าพอ NAOS เล่นได้ค่อนข้างดุดันเนาะแล้วอยากรู้ว่าทางซูชิบอยเองกับทีมเนี่ยเตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างเพื่อเจอแมตช์อัพนี้
ก็ถ้าเรื่องแผนก็จริงๆเราก็ศึกษามาครับว่าสไตล์การเล่นเขาดุดันอย่างที่พี่บอกก็คือหลักๆคือเราต้องใจเย็นกับสิ่งที่เขาทำครับเพราะว่าเขาทำมาเราก็ยิงกลับไปตอบโต้กลับไปเพราะว่าเรารู้อยู่แล้วครับว่ายังไงเขาก็ต้องมาประมาณอย่างนี้
alright and I mean he already knows the team already knows that the aggressive play of NAOS Esports is their signature. So what they were planning to do was be more on the defensive side and be the ones to react instead of be the first to act. Because knowing that they are very aggressive, it's more likely for them to make the first action. So being reactive, being receptive of their action really turned out great. อยากรู้ต่อเลยนะครับผม Next question. There's also the momentum was really going on for NAOS Esports side early on in Haven in map number 2. How did your team manage to break that momentum and turn the tides back to you, your own team to achieve this victory? อยากรู้ว่าตอนแรกเนี่ย NAOS เปิดมาดีมากเลยนอนสร้างโมเมนตัมได้อยากรู้ว่าทางทีมของเราเนี่ยทำยังไงระหว่างเกม จนมันกลับมาสู่ทีมของเราได้สำหรับชัยชนะครั้งนี้
ก็จริงๆมีบทเรียนตอนรอบกรุ๊ปครับเพราะว่าเราชนะ2แพ้2ก็คือหลักๆคือปัญหาตอนนั้นที่เกิดขึ้นมันคือเรื่องของกำลังใจภายในทีมครับเหมือนเรามีขึ้นแล้วก็มีลงอะไรมานะครับไอบรรยากาศทีมมันก็เลยไม่ค่อยดีเราก็เลยไปพูดคุยกันปรับแก้มาแบบว่าเราต้องอย่าผ่อนยิ่งแบบว่าเรายิ่งโดนนำแปลว่าเราต้องยิ่งเฮมากขึ้นเราต้องยิ่งทำยังไงก็ได้ให้แบบว่ากำลังใจเราเยอะกว่าเดิมครับ
All right, great answer. I mean, I felt like we have learned a lot from the group stage, especially when we were down and the team's morale was not so high. So what we've learned there is to actually maintain that momentum on our side. If the opponent's leading by a lot, then we have to cheer up for each other by as equally, as relatively equal to that, as much as the opponent is leading. Sorry about that. But anyways, great game. Congratulations again for the win. And that will be it from the stage, guys. We'll take a quick break, but we will be back very soon for the next matchup.
What a way to start this weekend. Motive taking it 2-0 against the other Southeast Asian team, NAOS. And we were looking for energy from both of these teams, and that's what we got, especially from Motive.
Big Time and I are looking real smart now, right?
Yeah.
What I remember, there was a Motive conglomerate here and NAOS over there. Yeah.
This is why I don't go to the casino. I was gambling on, you know, the two newer players looking a little fresh, looking a little fired up. But I think the experience here really carried Motive over the finish line.
I think that's a really big thing. We spoke about the head-to-head before this match. NAOS have never managed to get a win against Motive, and you could see the crumble come to life, Ewok. You know, this first half was dominant for NAOS. Honestly, they were unlucky to get 8-4. They lost that pistol. They should have got more rounds. Then the second half comes. Motive creep themselves back in. Flaring gets the 1v4, and you just see NAOS break down on the stage.
No, the moment was huge to change the momentum, right?
Oh,
we said right after the first map, we said we wanted, or especially I said I wanted Javi to call a good attack side.
Yes.
You said you wanted better energy from them, right? Want to see, okay, now can they come back after? They feel like they maybe should have won pistols, won a bonus. And then they started off amazing on the attack up. We talked about the Viper, the Killjoy, and they did it perfectly. They played really slow, and a lot of time they're going into empty sites almost, right?
Yeah.
And then the flaring clutch happens, right?
It broke
From that moment, it changed the whole game. It's just so much confidence on Motive then.
Yeah, I mean, you have that flaring clutch, and then you also have that 3v5 a few rounds later in the half. That, to me, is the straw that really broke the camel's back. That is a round that this NAOS team should be closing every day of the week, but they're not clinical enough, clearly, when it matters the most. And that does mean we will have to say goodbye to them here at Ascension. And for me, this feels very sad. This was an incredibly strong team. They looked so dominant in the group stage, but now the pressure ramps up. The experience from Motive really begins to shine through.
Yeah, I think it's been really great also to see Sushi Boys back on the main stage here in his hometown, like Isara was saying there. And you could tell how much he's just enjoying the moment and just enjoying the game. So I'm really happy for Motive here. But of course, like you said, we will have to send NAOS home. And NAOS is a team that's made it so far every single Ascension. There are some players on that team who have come so close. They could smell the trophy, but it's never quite enough.
Yeah, I think a big part is what they were talking here with Sushi Boys. He said they've been trying to work a lot when they are down, try to like match the momentum, try and get the boys up a little bit. And I think for NAOS, that was maybe a little bit lacking this tournament.
Yeah.
A couple of times when they're under the gun, I felt like they kind of just went into their shell and couldn't handle maybe the pressure or couldn't get the right solution maybe. And couldn't get that energy back, and that's why we see NAOS when the going got tough. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it back.
We just start the whole show talking about these energy levels and why actually they do matter. And even on the biggest international stages at Champions, it does matter. Having a very strong mental to carry you forward because you've done all the practice. These teams are very good. They are so experienced. Vera, too, one of our veterans here, has been playing with this team for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, very, very impressive, this map. You saw just how sharp he could be, really stepping up when this team needed him the most. I loved watching him play, especially in that second half. He made so many openings, found so many gaps, so very, very impressed, especially in that latter half of this game. So impressed by all of Motive. To be able to turn that game around from the position they were in is so difficult, like, especially Flaring. He started this game 0-5.
Yeah.
He was finding absolutely nothing. They were baiting his rotate, just like we spoke about, but he gets himself back in the game, gets himself on the board, and ultimately gets that decisive round that, to me, really starts to swing things the Motive way.
Go ahead.
Well, I talked a lot about Zan in my list.
Yes.
Right? And Vera, for me, we also talked about it. It's like he's been a little bit underwhelming at times. We need a little bit more from him if Motive want to go far. And now he's here and he performed when they really needed him. So I'm really excited and I really hope for him that this form continues, not whichever agent he plays, because Motive need this type of Vera.
Exactly. We were remarking about Wayne and how fantastic he's been, but we want to see the rest of Motive step up because we've seen that happen over in Challengers and it kind of fizzled out over here in Ascension. Maybe they're figuring things out, that pressure, and I'm glad to see it's come back because they will be facing a tough opponent next. We're going to find out they'll be facing against Velocity or Nongshim. And of course, Nongshim came fresh from Pacific, so that's going to be a really tough one either way there. Both of those teams have been absolutely phenomenal. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to go into match 2 and see who stays and who goes.
It's nice of you guys to join us. Bilski, back.
Thanks for having
been waiting.
us. Yeah.
We've been waiting for you guys.
It's beautiful here, bro.
Waiting for you to set up the camera so that I can put food in my mouth.
Yeah, legit. I've been staring at this food for a little while. I'm so keen to get into it.
It's good to have another Aussie again.
Yeah. We got 2 Aussies here.
Yeah.
Let's go. Maybe, look, I think we're going to chat about what happened in the tournament. Maybe we can avoid a few things and then focus on some other things.
Yeah, what's been the biggest takeaway for you guys so far this tournament? What's the major upset?
Major upset?
Yeah, has there been any major upset you feel like?
I feel like I expected the Thai teams to do a little bit better, especially in Bangkok, and maybe they didn't perform so well. But I think at the end of the day, it's like the same feeling every time for me. Ascension is like, you know, you can just have a poor run of form, or maybe you get unlucky a few times. You do need to play well, but you also need to be like pretty fortunate. So if you just don't have necessarily a good run of form, and I think some of the Thai teams maybe didn't, like Full Sense in particular, then you're not going to have a good tournament, unfortunately.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
I was hoping for more from Riddle as well.
Riddle?
I wanted to see more. I liked watching them last year.
Yeah.
But then this year, I feel like they just didn't get up to speed as fast.
I thought they were like most people's favorites, to be honest. They were one of my favorites to go in.
Did you watch them in like, you know, Challenges Japan?
Yeah. I watched like a lot of their VODs. Like we scrimmed them a lot when we were boot camping here as well.
Yeah.
And like they're pretty good. Like
they like kept the whole same team from last year pretty much. They just changed one player.
Yeah, one player.
And I don't think they changed any comps that I know of. Oh, yeah, not that I know of. Yeah, and VLT surprised me the most as well.
Yes.
I'm sure.
I feel like that's like the two.
one,
It's Riddle underperforming was my surprise, and then VLT, like I wouldn't necessarily say overperforming. For them, of course, they're like, yeah, this is the level they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
But in terms of like expectation, I guess we can call it overperforming.
I think no one would expect VLT.
Yeah.
No. The other one for me would be NAOS, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, NAOS was amazing. I think for NAOS, like, I was kind of underwhelmed by them in challenges. Like, I know they're a very good team and they're consistently like a top 3 team in Southeast Asia, but I think like they've stepped up their level coming into Ascension. I think they've hit a really, really good run of form, which I think is super promising. Like, they have a pretty good shot at potentially qualifying.
I'm curious, did you guys expect Motive to be upper bracket? No? Because
no,
being first SEA, right? I kind of expected them to have a more dominant run so far. Because they looked really good at times.
Right? I wanted that, but you know, it's sometimes Motive. we kind of talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I feel like we say it on the cast, like Motive is just that up and down team. I really think Motive genuinely can like 13-3 any team in this tournament or get 13-3. Like literally,
There's no in between.
They are the biggest like swing team for me when they're really feeling it, or they can just completely capitulate. Like I don't know if you felt like that way about playing them. Like you guys smashed them on one map and then
they smashed on the other map.
it's just like feels like you're playing a totally different team sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with us as well. Like we either did really good or really bad. So, yeah.
Has there been anyone else that you feel like maybe should have done better?
Ooh, Nongshim.
Nongshim? Yeah.
Honestly?
Well, before, like, if you go, like, just when it was confirmed that they're going to play Ascension, right?
Yeah.
Then if you ask most people, they'll probably run it back, right? That's the opinion, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I was thinking they would just play the same style. Like, I don't think they needed to change anything.
Do you think they made the changes thinking about future? Like, not only thinking about Ascension, thinking they want to play the team that they want to play if they go Pacific again. Like, we want to play with this team. Versus, like, boom, they have Whitecat, right?
Yeah.
So he can't even play. So they're focused on winning Ascension, right? Qualifying and then getting someone else. Versus, is Nongshim doing like the opposite thing? Maybe thinking too far ahead? X-Ross, IGL change, RB, no Francis, right?
I was scratching my head about is just the fact that like what the roles that they're putting everyone on. Like Gambi's not on Duelist, he's on Smokes. Or X-Ross isn't playing Yoru when he's played a ton of Yoru, and then they've got Francis spamming Yoru, which he's doing a really good job at. But like I feel like the team doesn't fit the roles that they're playing, and it's really kind of confusing me. And you're seeing some of that friction in the server as well.
I wonder if they maybe also didn't expect the competition to be so strong.
Perhaps.
As what it's turned out to be.
I mean, that's the thing about Ascension, right? Because like everyone comes in off the 1-2 month break, and then it's all the map pool changes. You're showing up different maps and comps as well.
Yeah.
It's surprising.
So far, couple of upsets, but overall, I do like that it was hard to predict.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how many people have their pick'ems right.
Yeah.
Surely
nobody.
I don't think. And that's the amazing thing about Ascension, right? Is that you can have all these upsets, because it was a little bit underwhelming. I feel like with SPG last year, they're kind of just stomping all the way through, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't feel like
the final
SLT
saved that event.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even the first year of Ascension, I think this year has been by far.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. I'm Victoria, joined by Ewok and Big Time. We had to say goodbye to another team today. It was NAOS, but Motive continues on. They survive another day, and we're about to find out who they will be facing next. We got Velocity facing off against Nongshim. Now, it's been very interesting expectations-wise for both of these teams. I think we were expecting Nongshim to be performing slightly better, and Velocity has definitely been blowing our minds, especially in the earlier parts of groups.
Well, the Velocity hype train is here. Is there anything that you want to say about that one?
Choo-choo, that's what I want to say.
Choo-choo.
No, I mean,
you can't.
I think they
How many trains are we going to have? I mean, come on.
Everyone's just a train.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I do think they surprised everyone. With how they performed in this group stage, I think they came out really swinging. I think the key is obviously these breach comps that they're running. It's so unique to them, and it caught people by surprise, because I don't know what you think, Ewok, but to me it's very anti-meta. It's very good at dealing with this double duelist. You have so many pieces of util to kind of force them away. I think it's a reaction to the meta. There's an interesting take on how to beat it, and I think that they really understand how to play and call around this style, and that's what's been so effective for them.
For me personally, I don't think if I go for, there's been a lot of teams that have thought about, we have thought about it as well, to try and play a similar comp on as many maps as possible. Personally, I would probably not go for a breach comp, just because breach comps often do become predictable, even if you just play it on one map and you play it many times. Versus now they're playing it on almost every map, so it does get a little bit predictable, because you can have only that many set rounds. They're kind of limited with finite amount of rounds. So then going further in the tournament, I'm usually a little bit cautious if someone's doing that. I think there's other compositions that you can get away with better doing that. But in all kind of appreciation for them, they've been doing it very impressively. I think it's been great.
I mean, I think the big thing for me for Velocity is that style did work for them, but ultimately I think they got exposed against Nongshim and then exposed against Boom, especially in that veto. Now we're in the playoffs. This is a different level of Valorant. If you want to make it all the way, I think they have to show me more. I want to see something a little bit different from them. I would love to see a change of style that's equally as effective as their breach comps, but I don't know if we're going to do that. I think that they like to play this certain style, and it's all built around this man on Russ, on that Breach. I do think I can see why they play Breach. Even if it's not the most meta of agents, I think it's a perfect fit for Russ and how he likes to call.
Yeah, you can see it with his assist numbers, right? He's been amazing with it. He also puts himself in a position to be able to clutch later into the round.
Yeah.
Because he's all the way at the back, just throwing a bunch of util for Damara going in, Lightning Fast is going in as well, and then he puts himself in the position to try and win the round at the end.
Now you've played the, let's talk about the players a little bit here. You guys are familiar with this. Anyone who's familiar with VCT Pacific, you've played against them, as are Q, Ewok. Especially the core of this roster is from Global Esports formerly, which of course Morgan was coaching. How do you find the players and their evolution?
I think it's been really interesting to see because, of course, there wasn't that much success. I'm sorry, Morgan. In that
Coaching
time when they in that time when they were together. But the part that I really enjoyed the most is talking to them after they were going on this run. It was the first time that they qualified to playoffs as the core ever, right? In the last 5 years, Lightning Fast said, "All right, this feeling is so." Like almost foreign in a way because it's been so long. So it's so exciting. And I'm not saying this in a way in terms of trying to take anything away from them.
No,
it's so exciting.
It's nice. I'm really happy for them. They can have something that Morgan was never able to give them. But Nongshim, this is a team that looked brilliant last year. They looked completely unstoppable throughout Ascension last year. But I think we had a little bit of a fizzle out over in VCT Pacific. They were trying to adapt their style a little bit. But things have changed for this roster with just one player coming in, X-Ross. He's so young. He's so fresh. This roster is probably the youngest one we have here in Ascension. I think most of them are still teenagers, actually, 19 and 17-year-olds even. And Francis, now back on the IGL role, it's been very interesting because he's been playing Euro.
I mean, it's so surprising to see how great he's been on this Yoru. If you would have told me coming into this tournament, by the way, Francis is on Yoru every map, I would have said, well, they're out in the first round. That's a criminal decision. But clearly, I am a fraud, and I don't know what I'm talking about because it works so well for them. I'm really surprised, but I love that they're taking things in a new direction, and I think now they're finally hitting their stride as they've settled themselves into the tournament.
But these two guys on screen, for me, have been the two I've been looking at. X-Ross comes in, and Rossi's been there. He's a mainstay of Indian Valorant. But I kind of want to see a little bit more from both of them for them to continue here. We mentioned a couple of names for our previous series, and some of them did step up. Some of them did not. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see one of these guys maybe listening to the Islanders desk and giving a big performance.
I would love to hear your opinion on it.
If he starts to slow down, then you see this composition, this style of velocity start to break down, and that can't happen if they want to make it through the playoffs.
No, 100%. I talked a lot about the operator, and I feel like how strong it is to when you're going up against a team that you maybe even think is a little bit better than you. Because let's be honest, maybe there's a lot of people that is expecting Nongshim to take this match. So the operator job is going to go to Iskarosin to see if he can do that consistently and get the pickoffs for them. I think a lot of this map and this match is going to go on the shoulders of Iskarosin.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting rematch. They were in Group Omega together. Ascent is going to be the first map, and it looks like...
Well, let's see what comes through as map 3.
They both play these two maps already.
Yes.
Okay, this is exactly the same map veto as when these two teams played in the group stage. This is exactly the same veto. Literally, ban for ban, pick for pick. The only difference is they've swapped who's team A and B. But this is identical, which to me is incredibly surprising in both counts because I felt like Boom got a big leg up from their veto. So I'm surprised we didn't see Nongshim take it in that direction. They're going, hey, we beat you with this last time, we don't care. But Velocity also not making any changes, which tells me that they felt like they should have won that series against Nongshim. That's saying, hey, let's run it back, let's go again exactly as it was, because we can beat you on these maps.
It could very much be that a VOD review thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe they voted everything and thought, okay, well, we fixed it. We don't think they're going to change. Let's keep the veto the same.
It's an interesting tactic.
Yeah.
I wonder if Nongshim is just going to allow that to happen. But it's a very interesting map veto. That the fact that this is happening exactly again, and the only team that Velocity lost to in groups was Nongshim. So this is going to be very interesting here, especially to start the day with this. The thing is, like you guys are saying, Velocity has kind of shown all their cards in a sense, and they looked really readable by the end of group stages. So I wonder how much they are going to be adjusting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we haven't seen them adjust. The whole way through, they're trying to get exactly this veto. This is what they wanted. This is their most played 3 maps in this event. So to me, it doesn't show that they're trying to change a lot, which is slightly worrying. I mean, I felt like they kind of got countered. I would love to see them take it in a different direction, but I'm kind of worried that they won't. I'm kind of worried that they're doubling down on what they had. But if you double down, this Nongshim team are very experienced, this coaching staff are very experienced, and I think that they might be able to just hand to you.
They wouldn't expect us to do the same thing twice.
Surely not.
Well, this is the 4th time on Ascent. Surely we don't do it a 4th time.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Who would do that?
I spoke to Lightning Fast as well, and I asked about their Lotus, and he said, like, there's no need to change anything. We feel comfortable on it.
Oh.
We've kind of kept it the same the whole time.
Yeah.
And we've been winning.
Yeah.
So why change it, right? If it's working.
I mean, you can only win for so long with something like this when it's off meta. That's what scares me. I just worry that now that they've lost on these maps, I think that Boom game especially exposed Velocity. I think that left them really out in the cold. I'm worried that that leaves a big target on their back and a blueprint on how to beat them. So I really hope that even if they do play these same compositions, they've changed a little bit. They're able to mix in some different ideas, because if you come out with exactly the same playbook, then I think Nongshim will have a great day.
Honestly, some of the best teams, especially the Korean teams though, like Gen G, are known to refine what they already have. So if this is the route that Velocity is taking, instead of just doing exactly the same thing as last time, I think there is a chance here. Now, here are predictions. We are split, just like match 1. This one, I'm just going to go based on paper here. But I see, did you guys...
I went for Velocity.
Okay.
Proud.
Okay, before we go into Nongshim, can you make a case for Velocity? Because they are technically the underdogs in this situation. Yeah.
So normally, I think when you get a rematch like this in a tournament, I think there's an automatic sort of advantage going to the side that lost that first game. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but I think when you get that rematch, you're a little bit more motivated, and also you've been able to learn more from that initial game. I think that's the big thing. I think they still feel very confident. They still did have a very good group stage, even if that game against Boom might have shaken them up a little bit. I also do believe that Russ is a good enough caller, and the coaching staff are good enough to be able to have implemented some changes. Changes are what I want to see.
All right.
If they bring those changes, then I think we're good.
All right, well, we will have to send it to the stage and see if Morgan knows what he's talking about. All right, let's welcome the 2 teams. We got Velocity representing South Asia, facing against Nongshim Red Force. I know Chobra is hoping with all his might that he still has a job next year and that Nongshim wins. Let's see if it actually happens. But Ewok, I'm curious about your thoughts about Nongshim. You've played them plenty over the course of the year. They've made some changes, especially on the roles. Are we liking this? You mentioned it in the content piece just now that you're curious about why.
To be honest, for me, now that you mentioned Chobra, I'm not so sure about my pick anymore. I forgot about the Chobra curse. I felt it firsthand for 2 years, I think. It's pretty real, I have to say.
Yeah. So I know you guys have been avoiding the Chobra curse.
I've lost a little bit of faith now in my own opinion. But Nongshim is someone that always felt really difficult to play against for us last year. We lost against them twice, if I remember correctly. I feel like they prepared really well against us. They also made a slight change, and we weren't exactly ready for that change. We didn't know exactly how to play against it. And we actually learned quite a lot from the series playing against them.
Yeah.
So I do have a lot of respect for them and their coaching staff. And then on the note of them changing some stuff, I think they took a gamble. I'm curious to see if that gamble is going to pay off.
Yeah, it's brought them far enough. We are in playoffs, even if it is in lowers. And I mean, Big Time, was it a hard prediction for you? Were you kind of like split 50-50 on this, or were you
very
like,
much so.
Velocity's going to win?
So maybe I'm trying to create a world I want to see with my pick. You could argue that I do think Nongshim are the favorites in this game.
Okay.
But, it's worth noting, they are down here in this lower bracket. It wasn't a perfect group stage from them. They've been cut and they can bleed. It's on their last life now. That's the difference is this time in Ascension, they're up against the ropes. They never were last year, until the grand final. That's the only time they got tested. Now they don't have a second life. They don't have a second chance. All it takes is one bad day, and anyone can lose.
But this core has a year of experience, though. This core has played now in Pacific, and they've gone through a lot of losses. But surely they've learned a lot more than just last year, Ascension,
But
right?
you say that like this Velocity core hasn't. That core's been in Tier 1. That core's lost plenty in Tier 1, let me tell you. They know how to bounce back.
But Nongshim know how to win. At the moment, Velocity have not showed us that yet. There is a
True.
big part of me that do want to see Velocity take the big win here, but unfortunately I'm going to have to go with Nongshim.
I want to ask you the same question, Morgan, that I just asked Ewok. You know, you've known these players, especially the three of them there. They were on your roster. Have you seen much improvements that you are hoping for and expecting from them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're getting a lot of little things right in the game that are often getting overlooked. It's these little micro moments, jumping around a corner for your teammate, the way they're able to trade, the way they fall into setups now is very, very quick. They are a very well-drilled team, which I love to see. That's something I, was trying for years to instill in them, and they're really managing to grow now. So full credit to Godspeed. I think he's done a great job there. But genuinely, I can see growth in all three of those players, and that's why I'm so hyped on these guys. That's why I'm so optimistic, because I saw that when they were at their best, they can be very sharp. But now I think they're hitting new heights. We do have the agent select coming in on the side of VLT. No changes. They're doubling down, sticking with what they know. Russ on this breach is the key here. He has to find work. He has to find a way to disrupt Francis and disrupt Danby.
With Nongshim, I think this is going to be really interesting. The double duelist, they're still sticking with that. They looked really comfortable on it last time. I can't really see it going any other way, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a situation, continuing on from what Morgan was saying. He's sort of like the ex-girlfriend who trained the boyfriend to set him up for success in his next relationship. We're seeing a bit of that happening here with Velocity, but without a doubt, this is one of the most competitive Ascensions we've had in 3 years. So it's not going to be an obvious win for Nongshim. And to take us through this match, it's going to be Conky and Komodo.
Thank you again, Victoria. This is going to be a very, very interesting series. I think the pack is going to be very divided, right, about who's going to be pulling this one through. It could be anyone's game, right? It's such an exciting storyline we talk about. One team has already been at Pacific. They've already, rubbed shoulders with the best. For the other one, sure, a couple of players have been in there, right? But they are fighting to try and get this additional representation of South Asia up in Tier 1. I'm excited, Komodo, about whatever bloody happens, and I'm sure you're feeling the same.
Oh, mate, absolutely. I mean, I've seen a lot of South Asian Valorant over my time as well, right? And I've been over there. I've seen it firsthand and what these players can do. And we've seen it on the global scale. We've seen them play in Tier 1 before, just like Sushi Boys in the last series. These players know what that feels like, what that tastes like, and they want to showcase it together again. They've ran it back for this year, and they are looking so handsome in the server in their decision-making and what they're doing, looking for damage. But are they going to be able to answer back again after a little bit of the slapping that Nongshim did give them the last time these two met? For a bit of a recap out there, as the desk said, same veto. But we're looking for a different result, potentially, if you're the South Asia fan. If you're the Nongshim fan, though, it's a lower bracket run to get back to Pacific.
They've been cut and they will bleed, it was said by Morgan on the desk here. And now it will be an early sort of look in here. It looks like Nongshim already starting to lean their way over towards the side of B. Damara very much ready to go though, trying to deny. Danby in, dropping one. Damara gets that opening, however, and he does overinvest a little bit. RB finding two here already, Komodo, and the door will be shut on the side of Velocity.
Got to set up your post plans as well, with Ivy just holding back in towards B main, setting up that arc rose for the team as well. Looking to be a bit of a disconnected retake from Velocity here as well, but Madeline given the duel.
Makes the round workable. All of a sudden, there is a door opening to this moment. And again, it's old SK Rossi waiting patiently to see if anyone will force their way in. They're just buying that additional time. Slow creep, clearing out all the angles right now. Dark cover, giving some safe space to X-Ross still. And just waiting even further again. Now the paranoia starts to come through. Doesn't connect onto anyone through the stairs. It's a great bait and switch from SK Rossi. Lightning fast, taking Danby. Now they move in, but they're weakened. They're bleeding on this position. RB looking for a third and even potentially a fourth as Madeline, I think he's run out of time. Absolutely clinical opening here from Nongshim. Sure, they take damage, but the captain of RB will open up the bank account early with a 4K.
Yeah, of course, a bit of a new look to Nongshim as well, right? Roles and players in the server as well, with Xros coming into it. A little bit questionable from people from the outside when they come in, right? You got this Yoru specialist in, but you've got Francis moving roles onto the Yoru. You're getting Danby on the Omen in the beginning before he gets that Neon back out, which honestly, in the chaos of what Nongshim is, it does look better. But onto the Waylay in this one, and of course, a slight agent change as well, right? RB back on towards this Sova instead of the Fade, so a little bit of different nuance in there, but still a very comfortable agent for him. And with the pistol round picked up by Nongshim as well, they're not going to meet too much defenses of Velocity. See what SK Rossi on that Headhunter can do if he gets a little bit of a sniff that he needs to leave the A site to go to where the action is.
Same sort of round though from Nongshim, just doing the basics and the basics well. And Danby obviously all up in their grill immediately. And it's all on to Rossi. 3 bullets in the chamber, and right now, a lot of time to just sort of think about what's next for this team. Nice and clinical there from Nongshim.
Yeah, SK Rossi as well, just going to be seen by Ivy at the end, giving him a little bit of a chance, but he won't fluff it at the pinnacle moment. Good round for Nongshim, flawless as well. They'll have everything that they want going into this next bonus round of theirs. And see if they're going to take commanding charge, just like we saw Motive essentially do to finish off the last series on that Haven map. You're coming in towards this one as well, right? And you're thinking, there's tape, there's history, there's expectations placed on this one too. A lot of learning to have, a lot of tendencies that are going to show, a lot of tells, right? One of the biggest things when it came to Ascent in my mind was Velocity. When they used this breach utility of Russ, they are a lot weakened on this defensive side. It was a bit of a pain point where that util goes, then it's Nongshim's time to get in. So I wonder how they're renegotiating that sort of situation when that happens.
They read the macro so well, don't they, Nongshim? You know, a year in Pacific already under their belt. Madeline watching close, dodges the paranoia, but also misses the shots, not quite connecting. Damara is there though, however, and so is Russ in tow, but they have been caught. It makes it a little bit awkward. RB continuing his strength, taking down one for the trade. They still have the spike, Komodo, but X-Russ is a little low.
Yeah, he's just on an island and already being pinged out as well. Awareness of Velocity. Got the macro down pat in this round as well. Some quick retaliation to answer on the fights. Looking pretty healthy still, of course. Just Madeline losing his life. Should be the freebie onto X-Ross by SK Rossi. And then there were 2.
2 very capable players though here, right? Komodo and RB slipped the net. All lightning fast, a little bit shaky, but does connect onto the shot in the end. And now Ivy trying to make his way through. Outlaw in hand, 4 targets ahead. It's 2 reloads, and he's not even going to have a chance for one. Damara responds immediately. 4 alive here for Velocity, and a great start to their journey in this series.
Yeah, definitely keeping my eye on a couple of key members on this Velocity side to continue to do some damage, right? Damara definitely going to be one of them with the impact that he's just able to provide when the team can set him up as well. A similar one is going to be SK Rossi, right? In the current meta and such, you are looking to these chambers. You need to not be a weak force. You want to put yourself on these lines. You want to get your shots. You want to get on out. It's going to be very powerful when he gets out the operator as well, but he needs to make sure he's not misstepping in these crucial moments on this big stage.
The big stage is where legends are made, Komodo. And obviously we've seen so many.
Standing ahead.
Many familiarities inside Tier 1 on these 2 rosters in different capacities, of course, as we know. Slotted into B main very early here, though, for Velocity.
Well, scoping out some information in towards mid as well, but what does it give you an idea of, really? You've still got a push up in towards B main from Damara as well. A main just being shoulder checked by SK Rossi deep from within the site, so there's a bit of vulnerability there for Nongshim to get up close and personal towards this A site and go for a split, but they're feeling something in the air, feeling that Ivy's going to be around this B spot, and they've just missed the timing, unfortunately, on the back of the fault line.
She is right there as well, so Damara plays his cards right. Now the gate crash is actually going to make its way through as well. Danby with the saturate and the refract, but it's denied. Russ already finding one, however, Damara was caught by that. Now Ivy continuing forward, obviously trying to be a little bit of a thorn in the side here. Madeline also blocked off by that dark cover. It's going to be eyes onto Russ, and he slots his way into a very precarious position behind this box. RB going to deny, and now that's a real opportunity for Nongshim here. 4 versus 3 angle.
Here.
Waiting for a bit of this crucial utility to come back online as well, right? Extros with the smoke just going to be deployed. RB will get the dart a little bit later on as well to reveal some good information in the post.
Slow to it, waiting for lightning fast. Obviously, he does have a dart cover now available. Paranoia still in hand, and it's going to go the wrong way inside main. Lightning fast caught on an island, very awkward, and that's the call. That's the trigger. They are out. Good night, Velocity. They don't want to play this round, and Nongshim fight back immediately, Komodo.
Yeah, some good protocols in the beginning of that round, don't get me wrong, right? They're trying to put a feeler out to see where Nongshim are teetering towards in the map, but ultimately, the fact that the fault line doesn't work out onto the kill towards Ivy, and you've got the mid-split that comes in towards B, there's just a lot of space thrown into the mix that is a little bit too hot to handle for Tamara. Gets hindered, gets slowed. He's a little bit lucky in the mix that his teammate will get a kill for sure, but it was just that scenario that found the kill for Velocity, right? Just Francis falling there. The rest of it, the late alerts come in from Ivy after he was kind of allowed to live by the mistiming on the fault line in towards B main. He gets an ultimate kill, and when the site is overwhelmed, there's not a lot that Russ can do to try and defend it. Had he even got the one kill, probably gets traded out by the two players that were already down the stairs. Just a bit of a rough one for Velocity, forced into the save situation. And they just have to make sure in a couple of these next forward rounds that it's not just going to be that simulation repeating itself time and time again.
Obviously, the early stages, you know, when the business really starts to unfold here, the ultimates start to come online, the pressure starts to amount on both of these sides, and yeah, Nongshim, when things like that is happening, when Exros can take down your duelist immediately, it is not showing good things. But there is still plenty of round left here. Lightning fast to get that dark cover down and try buy some space off the back of it.
You want to talk about pressure on a stage, talk about a rookie coming in towards a roster that's had some miraculous experience throughout this year as well, right? And he's just done it again. Exros, the new guy on the block, feeling a little bit fickle throughout this stage, this tournament so far, having a couple of moments where the mental game gets a little bit weak, but coming in towards this one, getting some kills like that within this squad, it's gotta make feel confident with the pack.
That's it. You know, Persia, Margaret, they were huge shoes to fill. Obviously a pivotal piece to the original qualification into Pacific. Now as the Owl drone comes out, there is thankfully two members here. Quite unspotted for now, but they get moving very, very quickly. And now the refract has to be thrown in. Information onto Russ, getting in towards it now. They are buying time though. It is a little awkward. The fake out, perfect. And now Russ has to go huge, but only with two. It is going to be a great response here, and my, oh my, SK Rossi has a lot of work to do.
He's just missed the memo yet again, expecting there's going to be a potential lurk from Ivy because it's something that is a bit new for Nongshim, right? Where they're going to slot him in, whether it be through mid or with his utility over at B. Kind of needs to feel like you got to keep him in check when you've not seen him around the map, and SK Rossi tasked with just holding down the smaller site in this situation. His teammates all lose their life, and you know, that moment in time, right, on that A site when the drone starts to come through from RB, I feel like Madeline might have had an inkling that he wasn't actually spotted, but we could see from our POV that he was spotted, just not revealed and tagged out, right? Yep. So as soon as Russ actually reveals his spot, both players of Velocity are noted on the site. And it feels like easy pickings at the end there for Nongshim to get in, get the trades where required, seal the deal on the round to make 4. And unfortunately for SK Rossi right now, he needs to be very sharp on this shot. And he will get it. It's not sharp, but he gets it.
Okay. A little bit of respite for SK Rossi in this moment because Komodo, I remind you, and I think everyone watching, Velocity had a heater start to this competition, right? And Nongshim, beatable, right? The fact that they're in this lower bracket already shows what they felt throughout this competition, throughout the group stages.
I'll remind you as well, Velocity end up seed number 1 coming out of that B group as well, right? They start in the upper bracket. They've got to do some damage there. It slips a bit. Now they're on elimination, right? This tournament is quite fair in giving another chance to a lot of these teams, right? You can't afford losses. You got to take all these maps, take all these rounds, right? You got to make sure you're putting in the damage. And if you're not, yeah, you got a little bit of a lifeline thrown into the mix. But if you have a massive slip up, it can get the better of you. We saw it, case in point, last series with that clutch that honestly looked like it just destroyed NAOS.
For sure. And this is the difference, right? You know, you think about Pacific, every game in this format, every game on the stage, minimal crowd, sure, but it's just that constant pressure and the evolution of the Nongshim roster. Yeah, man, it takes time, but yeah, still very early days. We've had the pause. Velocity looking to get back into this.
So one of the big things that I'm liking from Velocity is out of the timeouts, they have been quite pivotal in their decision-making. Their immediate recognition of a couple of these situations that may get the better of them. this is the time where I want to see that as well. Is it the right time to kind of have the timeout there going into what could be a thrifty round? I mean, there's always going to be an argument that it's better to do it before a buy round or get yourself situated to maybe cheek out a thrifty. That's not the best start, though, having the one saved rifle go down immediately and no way to get it back.
And Madeline's taking some damage in the process as well, so it's already a little bit uncomfortable. Damage dealt, popping it away, looking to make it again uncomfortable. That's what the really name of the game is right now. Ivy finds another, so they can just waltz their way in here. It was obviously a lesser equipped round, as you mentioned, just the one save weapon for SK Rossi.
Well, now is the time for Nongshim to just make sure that they are clean. To close this one here, establish a good lead on this attacking side, and then really see what that timeout is going to play for Velocity.
They seem focused right now. I think that's the most important thing, right? You know, Nongshim again looking beatable, looking mortal. Can't say the same. Back last year, Simprisa was a terrifying foe, leading us to one of the most electric grand finals, I think, in like TAC FPS history.
One enemy remaining.
Francis, good damage. Rust
even on
down.
20 HP, man.
Yeah.
He still gets it done. Flawless in nature for Nongshim on the back of that timeout. Now, again, right, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for that switch to flick for Velocity to get back to do what they do best on this defensive side. Now they've got a couple of ultimates to back them up as well, right? I want to see Damara set up for success. I want to see SK Rossi getting in and getting out. Maybe set up by Lightning Fast, for example, over at this ace site, right? Things that were working for them that they've forgotten a little bit, right? It's not like that they were out in that game that they did lose against Nongshim the other day. They had really good signs, really good showings.
Here. Certainly no doubt about that at all. Again, this has been anyone's competition. There has been no clear standout. We've seen signs of brilliance from, you know, Velocity at the start, Nongshim, SLT. Boom has really stepped up again as well. Anything can occur of what is the biggest competition of the year for these players in the server right now.
Highlighted it a little bit earlier, Mitchell. SK Rossi to get out that operator to hopefully have some really big impact, right? When he was playing on that jet, it was something that he wanted to keep on getting out time and time again. A new look, a fresh look under this Velocity banner. This team putting in the hard yakka to figure out what is going to work for them, an identity for their own with this breach focal point of Rust to set up the team. It looks phenomenal, but it really has strength and it has weakness when his util is gone. Now he's getting pressured by this drift over at this B side.
Not in just yet. Francis ready to explode, and he gets Rust, no way! Thankfully, Damara able to drop Danby here, but now Madeline is on a little bit of an island, will respond nicely. And they're still stuck inside main, now sort of creeping their way through. It's an advantage held so far for Velocity, and with Damara joining Frey on towards the side, they're stuck in the lane. It's awkward now, and there's Damara. Finally, a moment of respite here for Velocity, and Damara with 3. That's the activation you need to see from your Neon right back in play.
Feels a little bit disconnected from Nongshim in that moment as well, right? When you've got the drift going on through from Francis, you got everyone else held at bay. Really well done from Velocity to get a couple of chipper damages in there, and then at the ending moment as well, right? The 4 versus 4, the fact that they're getting in towards this site for Madeline to quickly switch out from the stairs towards the back of Bowhouse, knowing that he needs to do something to help in this situation, and Damara just holding nothing back, needing to get into the site to help, not leave his team on an island. Really well done from Velocity to tackle that round. Holding again this operator into the fresh one, in towards mid, where the drone will start to go towards SK Rossi's spot.
He's going to tank that.
Yep, just going to have to respect it as well.
Not scanned, or is. Now it's awkward for him. Doesn't have to pop the rendezvous, though. He's A-OK for now. And as that Hunter's Fury goes out, it's going to be the fake out that forces Damara back. And now they're getting in towards position. The fight up towards short. Damara will get one. So will Rossi. But he's taken down. Lightning Fast will fall. And now Madeline trying to get the timing, trying to slip the net, but the door. Oh no, it's not going to be enough time. But now the spike goes down 3 versus 3 on the retake.
X-Ross needs a smoke here to help his team to get across out of a sticky situation. If you've got this Hunter's Fury as RB, you want to have an angle to be able to potentially use this.
Up in heaven, Francis just waiting. That dark cover will fade. SK Rossi's going to go straight onto that line. He will have Russ in tow, but Francis, he's played a perfect game! A brilliant time to strike from the Yoru. And now Madeline on the flank, on the clutch. He's given up the hand. X-Ross knows now. And oh man, it might be another save angle here for Velocity. They have to creep away. It's just getting so close, Komodo, but so far.
It does get close in a lot of these bits, right? When you've got the tags coming out on SK Rossi, you've got the recognition from Nongshim that they need to not give him the fight. They will lose that. So the pivot in towards the tree location, it goes backwards and forwards. Madeline, I think he's trying to find the right timing when that door starts to shut, right? But you've already got the Nongshim lads that are just out over that spot. Their feet do not get spotted. And at the end as well, the timing on the rafters, as soon as you've got, you know, from our POV there, Francis seeing the op shot lined in from SK Rossi and Russ. It's the bane of the existence of a breach player. You always feel like you're caught with your utility in hand. And unfortunately for him there, it's happened again. Nongshim, they will not let Velocity double down.
Not today, Velocity. But still obviously plenty of game ahead of us right now. SK Rossi, operator back in hand. And again, they're taking that point, they're taking that control. This time we see Damara all the way up in A-Long.
Yeah, it feels like at the moment we're waiting for a couple of these anti-strats from Velocity to really come on out, right? For Russ to set up this sort of round as well. You can play on the back of this overdrive if it does teeter into a bit of a later stage in the round as well. So you got to keep that in the forefront of your mind for Nongshim. Going to isolate a couple of these spots with the dark covers over in towards tree as well. Going to force out a little bit of just staying presence over towards A.
It's awkward for Rossi again, but that has popped the Hunter's
Fury. The timing!
Danby, oh man! He's been able to make such good work of SK Rossi. Hasn't had any space, any time. And now Lightning Fast looks to walk past the fake out. If he can get a catch onto Francis here, it would be phenomenal. And he does get one. Paranoia back to X-Ross.
It's all a ruse though, Mitch. Look what's happening over a B. They're just going to waltz right on in the player advantage that Nongshim still do hold. Clear out the site, clear out the spawn, but Madeline, Madeline, can you do it?
30 seconds left.
RB slips the net, and Ivy looking to defend there, wanting to try and take this duel, and he will get it, he will catch it. And sure, the fault line comes down, it will connect onto Ivy, but oh man, Russ, the captain, the IGL, has to try find the 1v3.
And you revealed your position by using that as well, right? So they know that you're essentially coming from the market.
Another save.
Gotta be.
It's their bidding right now. Again, it's just so close, but it's some of these couple of picks that are just making it really, really awkward. You know, the duel in A or B main, up short.
It's just another situation of timing. I hate to say it for Velocity. They got timed 2 times in a row in these rounds, right? Russ, what if he didn't have the utility up at the rafters and he gets that kill on a Francis? Goes a different way. It's Francis again in this one that just finds the timing onto Damara over in A main. It's looking a little bit unfortunate for Velocity at a couple of these moments in time because I am still liking what I'm seeing from them around the map to get activated in these duels.
Oh,
That's a bit unfortunate for us at the end. No operator out.
Oh, salt in the wound, isn't it?
A little bit. 7-2 now. Are we going to have another situation where we need the second timeout investment to come through from Velocity, or are they feeling that they might need to hold it? You know, if the comms are clean, if the decision making isn't clean, they can still make this 7-5 to start to answer on back.
Oh, it's just that pressure that's really getting to Velocity right now, isn't it? And the way that Nongshim are kind of able to control the mid-round. I think that's the masterful sort of strategy that they're putting out right now. They understand the way Velocity play, and they're timing it to perfection.
The tape is there, right? Now we've got a set play coming out from Velocity over towards the A main side of things. You overlook a couple of corners here and you'd be dead to right to Damara. You don't even get one.
Such an investment too, right, onto this pistol round.
You got to do something though. You got to cut a couple of those corners, right? You got to get risky and frisky with it if you want to try and get back in towards this map. You understand the idea, right? You got a set play for a reason. If Nongshim were there, they get trapped, they get zapped, but it just doesn't work out.
The long rotation. Nongshim just turtling in this round, still inside their spawn. And waiting will be Lightning Fast. Has the dark covers available, but only the Sheriff in hand.
He just needs to show a little bit of individual brilliance and good crosshair placement.
And he has in this competition, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's been a rock for Velocity.
The dark cover goes down. Looks like Madeline will join. That Guardian is going to be absolutely pivotal. It would need to live up to its namesake for the team, but the Razorvine's going to force him out. It's going to be the retake, but that's an important shot, Komodo. We're talking about Lightning Fast.
30 seconds to go. Plant looking to go down. You've got Ivy still holding the flank.
30
Steel Garden, well, it's not going to do anything in the grand scheme of things for this round, so it is going to be hitting your shots, coordinating this one together, and the retake can come through for Velocity because Russ is poising up. for this util.
But if Velocity move quick, they're going up short here for the long flank to saturate. It is going to catch, so it will buy some additional time, but if they can get moving very, very quickly, SK Rossi has popped the tour de force. Damn those slots under heaven, and they're actually moving back. They are up short. The timing is perfect. Lightning Fast has now been spotted. They get on towards heaven, and Lightning Fast is taken down. Russ also meets his demise in SK Rossi. It's one, but then it's done, and that's 8 rounds for Nongshim.
Unfortunately for Velocity as well, I had my eyes on that radar to see if Lightning Fast was going to look behind him at any point in that time. And there just wasn't the thought process to look behind for the flank coming on out. Unfortunately, you got to keep focus on getting in towards the site, and it was just a little bit too delayed for Velocity to get in. 2 heavy ultimates played in that round as well for Naught. Nongshim are starting to really know how to play this attacking side.
2 steps ahead at all times, it would seem, for Nongshim, Komodo, and I think you'd 100% agree. Now Francis looking to do some digging in that drift. On towards the site now.
Steel Garden removing guns, forcing them out of the site. They can get on in quite convincingly.
Oh, crushed already, both Russ and Madeline. Damara also, unfortunately, this is a gun round, I remind you all.
You just got to save. Mitch, this is the second last round of the half, and you're playing with pennies in the next one. If you don't, you didn't hold the force, you didn't hold the zap.
I'm hurting so much.
You've got no ults that you could have relied upon in the next round had you used them. But I mean, you got to, as I said, you got to go for these plays, right? You got to try and do what you can to pick up a round when you're this far behind. It's going to be the 9th for Nongshim. Last time these two played on this map, it was 9-3 at that half, but there was just not enough space at all for Velocity. They needed to close that gap. They lost 13-6.
And it's just such a tough pill to swallow in the sense of, what is this, like 4 or 5 separate save rounds now to come out from Velocity? That's the pressure that has been applicable from Nongshim. And SK Rossi not even getting a chance to save here, and I don't think Lightning Fast is going to be able to have that same luxury. They're hunting, they know where he is, there's a little bit of pressure from Waylay.
I mean, with that kill, if he gets the second one here, he'll pick up the ultimate for that next round.
Okay, I see you.
Is the From the Shadows just going to be an inconsequential, you know, bait and switch TP? Is it going to be used to good value? The damage that he's getting right now is not really pulling weapons away from Nongshim, because last round of the half, they're going to have money to swim in.
They desperately need this third. There is no other option for Velocity right now, Komodo.
For sure. I do kind of want to see another set play from them, right? I want to see them take the map into their, take a round into their own hands, right? They do the A set play a little bit earlier on. Doesn't work out because Nongshim aren't there. All right, sure, wipe that one off. Been a little bit passive time and time again, been very reliant on SK Rossi, trying to find something after being scanned out, bait Nongshim into an open space. This time they're droning B main nice and early, but Lightning Fast has a lot to do at this A main choke, as it's just him.
Ivy, the positioning in tiles as well. I think he actually might be able to get a couple here. He absolutely will. There's one, not quite the second. SK Rossi. This is the thing though, they have to take the focus. They're already on A, but Ivy is just taking names, denying any position.
And that's just poison in the round, isn't it, right now? It's going to spread as Nongshim are looking for 10.
Oh man, Rossi. So much pressure on you right now to do something here in this position as that paranoia comes out. X-Ross, I don't think he's been spotted, but it's not going to matter when Francis comes out of the gate crash, finding SK Rossi, finding Madeline, and then Danby to close. The crowd will roar. There's a few Nongshim fans in there, I'm sure, as they will secure 10, and this is going to be so challenging to come back from.
100%. I mean, we'll throw it back towards the last series for a reason. It was very recent, right? We're looking for learning, we're looking for adaptations, and in this one, we're seeing a bit more from Nongshim. Yet again, the attacking side is their home territory. But it comes to this rendition of the roster. 9-3 last time, 10-2 this time. It's better. And now there's time for the halftime break.
Well, Komodo, one very interesting reminder to everyone watching is that whilst Velocity started off absolutely hot into this competition, Nongshim, they didn't. They confused us with some wacky selections and compositions, but now they seem to be focused and rejuvenated.
For sure, but this is the time for us to say the same thing for Velocity, right? They need to start to step up to the plate of Ascent right now on this attacking side. Make it theirs.
3-map series, isn't it? And with Madeline finding that opener onto Danby, a key member and another as well. They're trying to fight for it, might even be able to play a third. 4 points of HP, but RB low, and the amount of time that they've invested in here, he just has to watch, and RB will get the trade. Trademark taken as well.
So down to 45. It's a good situation for Velocity to try and pick up the pistol round.
Surely a round of theirs, right? No way Velocity lose this. It's just the train inside B main, but will it be going to the right station for Nongshim? A slow creep, all working together, all on that buddy system. Whilst every single member of Velocity is stuck inside that site. The dark cover goes down. X-Ross looking to do the exact same. Putting that awkward position. SK Rossi the first to take point towards the lane, and now the paranoia comes in. It does get the catch, but Komodo, they've left themselves not a hell of a lot of time here. They have to get moving now. The Arcrow's denied. I think they've just completely ran out of time here. They have, absolutely. X-Ross gets one, but it's for naught, and that is going to be the round for Velocity. So desperately needed here. And maybe we're so back, chat.
It was really good awareness, actually, from Ross in that situation as well, to hold on to the fault line instead of ripping it. As soon as he sees a bit of that trickle utility start to coming in from Nongshim, just drop that towards the laneway, and there's no way they're going to get it in. Madeline has been just so absent in this map so far, in this first half, right? You look towards the success of Velocity. Madeline has been a pivotal member. Even in the time that they played this map in that 13-6, he was leading by example. He has been the best performer in this tourney so far for this squad, and it's just fallen off a little bit here. So if he can start to get situated here, that will be a huge boon for them.
You know, I'm a big fan of a comeback story, Komodo, and that would be beautiful on this map here of Ascent. Velocity have built themselves the foundations here by finding that pistol, and it's just about 1 foot in front of the other.
It's a mountain to climb, and they don't have the right climbing gear at the moment, but they can find that along the way, right?
Certainly can.
One
Upgrades.
foot in front of the other. RB with the Marshal in this round to see if he can get some good chipper damage, and for the pistols to finish them off.
Great pick from Rossi. Good awareness over towards main. Baiting them into submission, and now getting a little bit of a spot up towards short as well, but they reconvene towards tiles.
When you see Ivy push on forward as the Sentinel on this roster as well, it gives you a bit of an idea that that might be the weaker side of the site, and the stacking. He's going hunting, going a little bit loose around the map, but Velocity taking their time to try to figure out the actual close quarters.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit too slow, isn't it? They've already allowed 3 members to slot in here.
Oh, they should be able to finish them off though, right?
Should. Keyword, Komodo. His pistols can do damage, but it's a great fault line that does get the catch. Damara, couple for his trouble. Francis does fine, but he will find himself solo. And that is 4 alive here. I think the Phantom's been saved across. The Outlaw 2. Now the bonus, it's on the cards.
Absolutely. Got to be a little bit careful as Nongshim as well if you're going with any light shields in towards this one to not give an opportunity for the Outlaw to finish you off of SK Rossi. But importantly, the time for Velocity to get situated on this attacking side, to make it theirs, and to probably learn from a little of the falterings that we saw from them earlier on in this tourney, right? A little bit of their mishaps come in the form of 5-manning everywhere and losing the space, getting flanked. Got to be a bit aware of that with the research that they've come into this one with.
Playing with fire, but so is Francis, and he's out. So the information not gathered so much.
They are spread around the map as well on this default. Can try and find Ivy over at this B main spot. Just going to be a trade of utility for the moment.
Look at the position of Danby though. Caught off guard completely, no way. Oh, jeez. Lightning Fast getting a taste of his own medicine right there. A little bit awkward, but he gets the job done. And this is still a gun round, right? That's still such an important pick.
He just gave Danby a big opportunity to potentially get that one. Feeling confident in himself to go in for the fight instead of dash out of it. Now you've got the grouping up of Velocity towards this B side as well, but you've got the forward assistance from Nongshim. The thorns on the floor, not destroyed by the dart.
And obviously Francis up very, very close with the perfect weapon for it. Komodo, I think we could be very, very much dealing with the Great Wall of Nongshim. 1, 2, not quite, okay. Great trade and now an opportunity. They can pick up the pace here. The utility comes flaring. And onto that position. They actually freeze. They park it. Maybe a little bit too hesitant. Exactly right.
They can't get through the thorns. Now they've got 20 seconds. They have to bully their way into the site. They have to be careful of Ivy at the back.
Oh, they're low too, and the paranoia does get the catch. Ivy could really be the rose between the thorns right now. In the back of boat shed. 1, 2, 3! Ivy! It's poisonous, and it hurts. And unfortunately for poor Madeline, he is solo. He is dolo. And that is the round done for Nong Shim.
The problem is, right, the bonus round normally, an expected result that will go to that other team with the weaponry. But the scoreline is one of the big problems at the moment, right? It's the space that Velocity weren't able to find in the first half now that you start to get a bit more worried. Any slip-ups at this moment will give Nongshim the map point. The bonus round there had to go their way, but they are stalled out. They're looking a little bit scared at times to try and get through this utility and through these challenges when something is presented to them. They need to shrug that off and take matters into their own hands. This is going to be an important duel for them because the money be broke if it gets dropped as well. They need some gusto here, up the guts of mid.
Ooh,
and
like
RB,
this.
oh, that was wide.
Yeah, absolutely it was, but obviously the shear still is there to try and make quick work. Damara will bait it out, but this is do or die here for Velocity in this map. Obviously Lotus around the bend, they know they're good at it, but it would be so rewarding to at least get a bit more here on Ascent.
It's a massive difference though, isn't it? And in consistency for them. You've got such a fantastic Lotus attack, but your Ascent here leads a little bit lacking.
Still time. Not done just yet. Walking in now. Danby with the refract pop. What's he going to try and find here? Oh, Damara! Bait and switch. Madeline will find, but so will Francis, dropping lightning fast. Now Xros watching towards the dark cover, but they go in towards heaven. The glass has been broken, and so has RB. Now Xros has to bail away towards the generators. Does have a little bit of support here from Francis, but it's Damara. Francis has to be the hero solo underneath the heavens. Will it be hellish? No. Denied. And Ivy with a 1v3 clutch on the cards.
He just got the 3 in the last one, remember, but can he do it again?
This one a little bit more challenging. Would have to find the 1v1s, and right now it doesn't look like Velocity's going to be giving it to them. They just need to remain calm. Madeline, a little bit of a shoulder. Information now gathered, and that's the aftershock to force them away as well. I think the round should very, very well be done here in favor of Velocity, which means that they can keep on going. Once again, 1 foot in front of the other. That's all they can ask for, and a 5th is certainly an achievement towards that.
Just got to keep that other foot out of the grave at the moment, and that's what they're doing. Treading water. Well done in this round to get the trades. For Damara to lead in, for the team to assist. Got to keep on trying to maximize the potential of what works for this squad and try and find a couple of gaps on Nongshim's side as well, right? Finding a couple of members by swinging together, by getting revealed. There was some awareness of Nongshim in that moment as well, right? When Velocity go up through tree, that was known that the glass was going to be an angle to peek on up. And they managed to win that one, Velocity. Really well done. They reset the econ of Nongshim too, so hopefully here they can take a bit of a breath, build up some of these ultimates, make it a clean round to keep on going on this attacking side.
This is the scary one though. Nongshim are going very, very aggressive, very, very quickly. And the info is all they'll get. They have to peel away. They're not going to be able to duel this one any longer, and Velocity have not lost any casualties in the process, but Ivy goes picking, and Rusty, oh Rusty! You got to be hitting those, my friend, but the 145 in 1 saves him.
Yeah, we'll see how hungry he is to take a fight around the map again. Like the idea of Nongshim to get that A main space, but likewise the Velocity, when they tried to do it, doesn't work out. Team can't go far forward to find an opening duel. But they have funneled them and locked them essentially toward this A site, right? They've scared them away from B. They've got the mid protection of the shear.
Rossi's got to be ready for this, right? Just leaving them a little bit of information, but they do pull away. The gate crash out to the other side.
So they just saw the hinder and the shock dart. So then there's 2 players, very focal pointed over there, right? They know that Ivy was over at B, so they're starting to formulate an idea of where these defaults might start to be in this instance of Nongshim's side. But for Velocity, they're going back towards this A site. The drone should confirm it.
Straight into the stack. The amount of information that Ivy's been able to gather, he's got his arc rows waiting.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be a very tough battle for Velocity.
And Ivy's just polished off SK Rossi too.
That's a big pick, a very big pick. And Danby also in position. Oh my word, he was completely blind. He had absolutely no vision. And now Lightning Fast has 15 seconds to try and do this. It was an impossible round for Velocity to lose. But Nongshim, this is why they made their way to Pacific last year. This is why they are trying to make their way back again.
And now you're looking a little bit red in the face from the red force of Nongshim at the moment. Velocity, as you've said it, that by, you know, outside view, economic view, should not have been a round that they dropped. But it just felt like at all times in that round, Velocity weren't even considering going back towards the B site. Don't know what the call would be there, right? No progression up through mid to bait out the sheer that they've seen time and time again on this defensive side. It's so common that Ivy places it to be the market protector. They see him over towards B main. They can't finish him off. SK Rossi dies. Everybody else is over at that A site, which you're already getting the ideas that the stack was there of Velocity from the utility that they've seen. They've overplayed things in that round.
Hesitation is a crazy, crazy thing to deal with, Komodo, right? A little bit of overthinking, a little bit of anxiety coming into the game. We lose this, it's 12, backs up against the wall, and you could see it so visually right there from Velocity. A little too hesitant to make their way into main, and when you've got someone like Francis who just plays right up in your face, it causes that panic.
For sure.
And unfortunately,
for sure,
it's netted dividends for Nongshim.
Now the timeout will come out for Velocity, right? I was talking about it a little bit earlier. They've always been kind of game changers when it comes out of their timeouts. They figure out what they need to do, what the weaknesses were, what the tendencies of their opponents were to exploit them. And it feels a little bit flushed at the moment in their faces. They're not being able to figure that out, that solution at the moment. They got 7 chances, Nongshim, right now to close this map, which means opportunities for Velocity to start to string things together. But is it too little too late?
Francis taking point up short. Able to start to have a little bit of a look down. Obviously, we still do have Madeline waiting from tiles, watching forward.
From the shadows, going on out towards the B side, out of audible range as well. Bit of a spot from Madeline on a Francis. There's a double as well. How does he get away with one and a double?
Spike down.
Literally one.
Blasphemy.
You can't be doing that in any way, shape, or form. And X-Ross takes down Rossi. There is 2 members remaining of Velocity. They took down Danby. But Francis looks into the face of adversity. And unfortunately for Tamara, he has to try and do it solo. Russ is stuck behind that sheer. And it's all onto the captain here. 15 seconds. If he takes RB, maybe there's a shred of hope, a shred of life. But when he's looking the wrong way, it will be denied. And Nongshim Red Force, they've got a long run through this lower bracket, Komodo. I tell you what, it is a fight to tooth and nail the rest of this tournament. But it is 1 foot in the right direction, and Velocity, oh man, they are Pacific. What they've learned from already making their way through that Ascension run.
But already showcasing again that they've learned exactly what Velocity are looking to do, right? When you're coming out with a new comp that's stylistically your own approach, when your tricks are exposed and you're not able to adapt, it is going to be such a problem that your opponents will exploit. And Nongshim, a team that absolutely does their research, absolutely does their homework, so focused here in this Ascension tournament to get back to that Tier 1 stage. They're showcasing that they are super hungry to do so in this lower bracket now.
And there's an approach you could have, right? You know, it's like, I know I've been in Pacific, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to be easy on a run in. They've learned that it certainly is not easy, and they're going to be fighting absolutely every single game to get their way through there. And all I can say is, for Velocity fans watching along, Lotus can be a very, very strong map for them. Will it make their way to 3 maps? Well, look, we're going to have to find out very, very soon. But for now, our desk is going to break it all down for you.
Thank you so much, Conky and Komodo. What a fast map there. Nongshim just stepping it up and being the Nongshim that we know and love, even with those role swaps. I'm really liking a lot of the plays that are coming out of them there. But one thing we were looking for from Velocity was doing something a little bit different. And it looks like they went for the strategy of 4 times a charm.
They did indeed, but 4 time was not the charm. There was no changes from Velocity, and this is what scares me. If you're gonna bring that same style, but you got counted on this map last time. I need to see something that's more different. They didn't even get as many rounds as they got last time. It's worrisome for VLT. I'm scared for them now. I need to see growth because Nongshim have shown that they can beat this style now, especially on Ascent. Look at this, beating them in first kills, dominant in post plants, finding that plant 10 times, winning it 10 times.
yeah, just did not have a hard time to get into the site, and either they did try a couple of times. It looked just Nongshim was in the driver's seat the whole time. They could just kind of do whatever they wanted, to be honest.
Well, on the bright side for Nongshim, they have scored better this time. The last time they played Ascent, it was 6-13, and Nongshim got a better scoreline this time around, so improvements from that side as well, trying to break their own record there. But let's talk about Nongshim and their comp. I would say RQ, under your guidance, Ewok, we're the masters of Ascent this year. So what do you make of Nongshim's Ascent?
Wanted to do the Yoru with the Wele, but for us in our team, it didn't really work in terms of roles and in terms of who was playing it. So we had to stick with the Neon. But just, it's really difficult to deal with when you're playing against it. You have two agents that can really just be everywhere on the map. The recall and the TP, the gate crash is just super strong. And then if you want to do something aggro on the one side of the map, then you just put the Vice on the other side, and he can just hold it down. He can delay enough time so that you can rotate across.
And Francis, we were talking about him at the start of this match. He was someone that we were really excited about with this role swap here, IGL role going back to RB. And when RB first took over that IGL role in Pacific, we were not super impressed by it. We saw a little bit of like the old school Vision Strikers and DRX energy coming in that, you know, has evolved since, but it looks like they figured a lot of things out. But Francis, as our MVP, really enjoying him on the Euro.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why they're figuring things out, because he's able to go crazy now in a way he wasn't before, because he wasn't on this same role. He's doing a great job on this Yoru, consistently finding so much value. And I think it's especially impressive when you're playing against a Breach and a Sova, where they have so much to force you away. For him to still be able to find those picks, put up those numbers, means he really understands his agent, he really understands how to use that operator. So very impressed with Francis once again.
It's very similar to the Boom story, right? They changed over the IGL to NC Slasher, and now Shiro's released onto the Yoru. Francis, he gets released, right? He doesn't need to think of all the macro. He's not just staring at the minimap the whole time. He can stare at his crosshair and play the Yoru and be as aggressive as he wants. And I think especially, I'd say it time and time again, the operator against teams that are maybe not as disciplined against the operator is going to get you so much value. And if he can take advantage of that against a team where he feels like maybe the protocols are not there and how to deal with it, he's going to have a field day.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because there are some players, IGLs are so precious in Pacific. You had made that point in your content. It's absolutely true. But sometimes some IGLs can do both roles. Francis is one of them. Mako is another one. But how do you pick and choose? It's always going to be a little bit of a gamble on which side you put that person on. So I think right now it's looking good, at least for this match. A very strong start for Nongshim. We were split on predictions, and you picked Velocity today. But I would also like to introduce you to this product here that's part of VCT Ascension. If you 1v1, you get this cope mechanism. Want to have a good sniff of that cope here.
I'm gonna need
it's
some
a
of
Hong
this.
Tai. Got a little.
Yeah, I hope that came through in the mic.
You think after? Wait, you want another one for Lotus?
I wish we could close.
I'm gonna have. Okay, I'm feeling good.
There are two little holes here.
Two on VLT.
Stick them up both nostrils and get that cope.
No, it's cool merch though. I do have to say, it's very good merch. But if you're a VLT fan, now is the time for the copium. I mean, look, let me give you a good dose of it. We're moving on to Lotus, where they did manage to win last time. This is a map they have been flawless in so far in Ascension, so I think it's fair to say this is their chance to pull the series back now.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think last time, because Nongshim lost the first map, and then they won Ascent and took the momentum over into third. And now it could be other way around, right? They're so comfortable on the Lotus. If they can take the Lotus, then the momentum is very much in their favor, and then Nongshim's going to have to play the catch-up game. It's something that it's an interesting stat, actually, I think with RQ, this, at the end, in stage 2, I think of 13 or 15 first maps, I think we won 1 or 2. So it just shows the momentum of being able to, being able to win the second map and then still be able to win the series, because so much momentum comes from winning that second map that you can win the third.
Absolutely.
So many teams struggle to reset after winning first, being maybe a little bit complacent, think it's, okay, we got the series, we're halfway there. You lose the second map and third just slips out of your fingers.
In fact, it was on Lotus with a very long overtime against Nongshim. And
do you still think about that game?
Yeah. To your point. I think, yeah, there is something to it there with the momentum of winning the second map, especially in overtime, which is entirely possible. I'm expecting an overtime on Lotus. Yes, Velocity did win last time they played Lotus, but it was a 10-13. It was kind of close.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting it to be a bit neck and neck.
That's the thing, is I'm definitely worried for them. Even if they did win it, even if they've looked so strong on this map, Nongshim will have reviewed it. We know they will.
Yeah.
They take this so seriously. This is the thing, is they're not going to tread lightly against Velocity anymore.
Yeah.
They're not going to underestimate them because they've had to play against them. They know how strong they can be on this map. So I think it's about what a Nongshim Red Force going to bring into Lotus.
But last time they had the chance to anti them as well, right? How did
True.
that turn out? They still lost.
True.
They're openly talking about, we're playing the same way, we're playing the same comp. Lotus is our map. They've been playing it throughout SA challengers, and it's just, they've always been winning it. So Nongshim could have antied it before. Maybe they just don't have the answer, actually.
That's possible. I think I'm very keen to see how this map pans out. And I do want to see Velocity take this Lotus like they did last time. I would very much like to see that because they have been performing so well. Both of these teams were in Group Omega. They both ended with a 3-1 match win scoreline here. They were, top of their groups. And I kind of want to see this to be a little bit more competitive. No one likes a steamroll. It's not fun. We're here for good Valorant.
I would love to see Velocity fight back because they deserve to go further in this tournament. They deserve to show us more. They've been so good in this group stage. For them to bomb out in playoffs 2-0, 2-0 isn't fair on these players. It's not fair on the performance that we've seen from them. I want them to give me more. I want to see more of this team, but now is the only chance that they have. You can't let this next map slip through your fingers. You can't get complacent. You can't run the same ideas. I need to see some growth. Give me something to work with. That's what I'm all about for this team.
Go off, King.
They're so close.
Tell us more.
They're so close.
Tell us more.
To have a South Asian team make it this far is so impressive. It's so big for the region, and I think it's got a lot of people excited about the possibilities, about the future. But if they crash out like this, the problem is they won't be remembered as winning the group stage. They'll be remembered as the team that goes out in playoffs winless, which they don't deserve because they've been better than this. So now is the time they have to turn it around. I need to see some fight from them. I need to see some energy, or you're going home.
This sounded like really deep from experience.
I've been here before. I've been here before.
Well, not really, because you haven't been to playoffs.
This is playoffs. This is different.
I'm sorry.
It's over.
We have to
over.
do this. I'm sorry. One day, Morgan. This is Velocity. You have to do it for big time, please.
Yeah.
Just do this for big time.
We've been saying we want to see them bounce back, right?
Yeah.
They lost 2-0. We said today for the first map, we want to see them bounce back. They didn't, right? It's 13-5.
Yeah.
We need to be realistic as well. I really understand how passionate you are for this region, for these players, right? But we need to see more. And for now, I'm going to look at coaching staff. I'm going to be looking at Russ on the stage. I need to see him rile the boys up.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to see a big performance from them right now and show that what they showed us earlier.
Yeah. Damn, you guys should go to the coaching booth and give them a little extra pep talk.
I want to go start shaking them.
Coaching.
Guys, wake up!
Wake up! Come on, you want to go to the finals. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, is because this team can do it. We've seen the potential in this tournament, and when this team look good, they look so good.
Yeah.
I'm just so worried about them sticking with these same ideas. Now you're getting deeper in the tournament. You're playing teams like Nongshim and Boom, who have been in Tier 1, who know how to prep very effectively. So if you're not willing to adapt and grow, even in that same composition, you can grow. You can change things. That's what I'm looking for from them. It's okay if you play the same composition, but just give me something different in how you approach it. And the big thing for them is don't let this pressure get to you. I need to see them play loose, have fun. I want to see Damara stand up and shout like we heard from him in the group stage. He was getting fired up, but where was that in map 1? I need energy, and I need it now for VLT.
I think for a lot of the teams here, I agree with you. And why we keep talking about this energy is because you can't let it get to you. You are so far in the tournament at this point. When you start clamping up, you're not being flexible, you're not playing your best. I mean, it's just a formula for disaster. Nongshim, on the other hand, they are revving up. They are finding their momentum again. And Ewok was talking about them taking a gamble with these new roles, these new strategies, and it looks like it's finally starting to pay off, and this could carry into the future. Now I'm really excited to go into this Lotus. For our second map, we're going to send it back to our casters, Conky and Komodo.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really inspired by Morgan's speech right there because I feel it. I understand it, right? It's like, Komodo, it's so funny to me that obviously we spent so much time coming from like a minor region, right? You know, it's always that Aussie underdog story of trying to fight hard. We're out 0-4, so I'm all thriving for it. My Riddle's gone, my full sensor's gone, my E-King is gone. I want to see this team do big things. I want to see the energy go forward. And if they're undefeated on Lotus right now, Komodo, they need to show us why they are in the playoffs at this stage of the tournament and why Nongshim is not going to be their be-all, end-all.
No, 100%. Of course, the same veto that we saw last time, but flipped up a little bit so far. Very equal scoreline as well compared to Ascent last time, right? The 13-6 to the 13-5 right now, but Lotus was Velocity's bread and butter. It's their map. Now, the question for me kind of is, you won this as the first map in that series, and then you ended up losing 2-1. Now that you've lost the first map, does that rattle you coming onto this one here or not?
SK Rossi, such an impactful member on this play. He's moved up very, very close in towards the position, has to buy the Prowler, and he'll rendezvous straight out back to that C site.
A little bit of space from Nongshim over towards A as well for the tree trap that will get exploited. Now Velocity pushing on forwards. The Classic getting a bink and polished off by Russ. So first casualty to the side of Nongshim.
A fantastic start here for Velocity. Now moving in close and personal up towards this side. Danby, the demon on the Neon, already up in towards the corner. And SK Rossi, unfortunately, you don't get to play this round, my friend.
He's just a different beast when he's on the Neon, isn't he?
Absolutely is. That's where his fame came out. And now looking in towards Spawn, they will start to creep on through, and Danby, he's going to get into the waterfall, and will there be tears from Russ?
Russ is aware though, look at him.
Ready for it for sure, and he doesn't connect on the shot. Danby keeps on keeping on. That's 2 for the big man right now. And now Damara has to try and, you know, shake up this position. The light, oh my God! The dash in, the slide along, and Lightning Fast does manage to take him down, so you're telling me there's a chance. 2 players left here, but all the members sitting outside except for RB, who is still on that site, and he gets caught, he gets taken. Madeline able to find that one, but obviously very, very open on this spike plant. It's going to be probably a little bit too tough here for Madeline. And as he's spotted, he will go down to the hands of X-Ross, and Nongshim open up strong here on Lotus.
The pistol going their way, just like the first pistol on the last map as well. And it's not a good recipe for Velocity here. The opening pick converted the other way. How many times have we actually seen that? You know, we were mentioning in the break, and even for the last series, the conversion rate of the 4v5s in these teams so far is looking phenomenal. From the back foot, they are just coming up with good ideas, coming up with good retaliation moments, and also kind of isolating a couple of picks here and there in better judged fights. It's looking good in those areas.
Yeah, it even expands back to the last series, right? You know, NAOS was the same.
Yeah.
So many opening picks, but converting, playing from the 4v5, clearly giving some of these players a buff. But Ivy's caught. This is awkward. Lightning Fast, very good investment in. SK Rossi, though, hangs out a little bit too much longer, and now it's back to the 4-on-4.
See if there's going to be any more damage off these pistols, of course, with the stack now going the wrong way around the map. So it's going to be a bit of a big old run towards the A site when they realize that the plant will go down.
It's always that 50-50, isn't it? But they've made the wrong choice. Where do they go?
Bit interesting that Danby's not going to be favored to go for the plant to get closer to that overdrive. Also, this Guardian can be picked up in the spawn if they recognize that it's there.
Yeah, I don't think they have.
Oh, no, there we go.
Russ, very big brain. But I think the shear is going to keep them really in an awkward position right now. Madeline's trying to find Francis. Should be a no-scope onto the head, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? And now they make their way out towards Rubble. Okay, Damara, I see you. Now there's a little bit of sweat, a little bit of pressure. There's only the Marshal, only the Sheriff. Will they be able to police this one? Of course, RB hits the shot. And now it's all left on to just Russ on the site with the Bulldog, but it's all bark, no bite. Francis with 3 closes the round for Nongshim.
They go down at the end as well, so no guns will be translated into the fresh round. That is some good damage control from Velocity. Give themselves a really good chance into this next round, which actually now has a bit of weight on the fact that RB goes for the plant instead of Danby. If he got the plant, he would have access to the overdrive come this next round. Now he has to fish for a kill first or go for the orb. We'll see if that does have any actual weight come in towards this next round. But sometimes on that stage, it does come down to a couple of, you know, small percentage plays, small percentage decisions that can have a massive result.
So much lying on this round now. SK Rossi freaked out by the Prowler there, and now Danby looking to get up close and personal. Again with that lesser weaponry, as you mentioned, Damara has a lot of work that he needs to do here. Great catch onto Francis, fast lane up, and he gets 2. Awesome stuff from Damara. Such an impactful member on this map, on this agent. And now Danby's position. He's got SK Rossi absolutely trapped here, making it awkward for this retake as they start to try and make their way around.
5v3, really good opportunity for Velocity.
Need to get back into this one, Komodo. They cannot be losing a round like this right now. Russ, very nice. Fundamentals here, but Danby's back. Oh, Danby's back. And the overdrive denied. Oh, I'm not the only one that thought that could have been happening, ladies and gentlemen. SK Rossi 2 deny and Velocity 4 alive. A fantastic response, and it's all off the back of that damage in the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that situation as well. What if it was a different member on the side of Velocity that the overdrive hits first, right? What if it's not a healthy member? It could have gone in a different situation, but the fact that Damara is just coming on through when they relinquish control of the site, when they lose the safety net of that C site, to go through the door, to get the double, to really have impact in this round again. He was good with the classic for the damage in the previous. Now he's found another multi-kill. Damara was absent over on that last map. He started to awaken a little bit on that defensive side, but still looking in the negative. If he can flick that over into a positive in this one here, it's going to be a recipe for Velocity to figure out what they do best on this map of Lotus again and just copy paste it to push us to a third.
This is one of those important rounds right now, the first gun round, and Danby already looking. He's freaked out SK Rossi again, sent him back towards the site of C. But they're already up towards that mound. Rossi, got to step up to the plate here and defend your team's honor. He's going to give it respect, though. Understandable. Falls away and tries to fight the 4v5, but they're still so separated, Komodo. Moving up mid. Ivy.
You get the plant and you got the Nightfall as well. Now it's the time for Ivy to get this flank, and they are none aware of this. He's just going to confirm that the rotating door is free.
If he gets any.
This is good information for Nongshim.
Yeah, absolutely. But I always wonder, has he let many run past?
He's going to get lightning fast.
Yeah, lightning fast is looking though. He's aware. He's absolutely aware. And information, that's information is key right now. Still an opportunity here to get it moving. Ivy finding that position. Now Danby getting all up in the face, but Damara has taken him down. RB gets the response. You're telling me there's still a chance right now. It will be the C's to hold them at bay for a little while longer. SK Rossi, unfortunately, they've made the call. They will try to get out of there. RB does deny, but Russ, maybe to save the Phantom. Great response here from Nongshim.
It's that Nightfall that goes in as well, right? You cannot flood in towards a retake when you lose your ears, when you lose your HP. More importantly there, you can see it was looking a little bit awkward for them. The good exchange of the neons in that fight as well, that Damara does come out on top, but effort by committee for Nongshim at the end does get the job done. Very, very crucial information in my mind that Ivy is able to find for the team to give them just good safety in the round to look for the closure of it as well. And now we feast our eyes over towards Velocity and what they've got to try and answer back to keep this one competitive and not let this Lotus just go outside of their comfort realm as well, right? This has been such a good map for them.
It's such an interesting round too, though, like winnable with what they've got.
It's been so reliable, right? Now they just need to showcase that. They can't let Nongshim really peel away on this attacking side.
Striking whilst the iron's hot, right? Not allowing that momentum, not allowing that snowball effect, because, yeah, Nongshim is a team that really can lock in. And look at the respect they're giving as well to this round. Frozen in time.
8-4 was the halftime scoreline last time. These two butted heads on this map, on these very sides as well. Nongshim on the attack with that 8. And we just saw destruction for Velocity, so they should be okay on the switch-up, Mitch. But I feel like when you're a map down in this elimination series, you need to have a closer scoreline. You can't afford to make that go 8-4. You want the lead at the half in this one.
Talk about the mental game, right? How much it impacts your individual gameplay. If you're not feeling confident, you're not backing yourself, all of a sudden you get that shaky wrist.
Well, Plant's going to go in towards this A side at the moment. Still the flank control as well from the Sheer, but it's the forward space that Francis is finding.
The classic caught with your utility out of the breach there. And now they're trying to move in towards position. Francis doesn't get 2, okay.
He's given him a gun.
Absolutely, he has. And Lightning Fast holds on to his as well. Danby has to fall away back towards rubble. And now as the position shifts on in, they move through from heaven. Madeline Does have the C's in hand, so they're going to get this little bit of a wriggle on towards the site now, tapping onto the defuse, damage dealt. SK Rossi gets one back, but it's good work from Nongshim, holding them on for now. Dark covers go down, but will they fade in time? Absolutely not. The relay bolt goes out, and it's absolute perfection. Ivy, RB, Danby, making it work here for Nongshim. Again, 4 on the board early.
Oh, now we're going to see the proper buy come in the hands of Velocity, and they have to start to make it sing. They're having a couple of good decisions to swing together, right? What Big Time was saying, they're getting a lot of these decision-making protocols really well placed out, especially when it comes towards Lotus, right? You get those jiggle peaks out, you get those tandem swings out as well. But a lot of that, you know, if you are letting Nongshim figure out what you're going for is going to get the better of you. So you need to be changing things up for Velocity in my mind on this side. You're still putting SK Rossi over on this C site instead of changing it up. You're doing a little bit of differences towards A for sure. But now that you've got that drift that Francis is going to come out with, he's just going to spectate things at this site, tell you that the Omen and the Chamber are here, and probably have to get out.
How quick? Very is the answer. Lightning Fast does get one, sure, but RB immediately trades it back. SK Rossi has to fall away, waiting for his teammates to join him. That spike will go down. RB will find it.
One kill from Russ. Rolling Thunder could be pivotal to try and get situated for that in this round.
Spot on. All of them stuck on towards the side here. The Prowler will confirm some information in towards defender side at spawn. And now as they creep in, Madeline has to clear this angle, but Francis will find his head first. And now it gets really awkward, really uncomfortable. Do they even want to go in for this? The fake out does get into position. Fault line will catch, but X-Ross will catch even better. And now SK...
What they're going to do, it's fine, it's fine. No, they are also doing their preparations to come out with their own strats, their own antis and everything as well. And for what they've seen so far around this map, it's not looking too different compared to last time, right? They are going to be happy as hell that things are going this way because it's telling them that Velocity are not adapting to meet this level.
And maybe that's one of the dangers, right? You know, coming in as a little bit of an underdog to this tournament, winning 3 on the trot, 3 huge series. All of a sudden, the eyes are on you.
Yeah.
Every single game is being watched. Every single intricacy is being nitpicked. And as you mentioned, Nongshim is a team that does their due diligence. They give respect to every player in the server, except when it comes to Danby's Crosshair, because he's going to be all up in your face. However,
well, speaking about that, the Crosshair of Madeline again is looking a little bit woeful for the beginning of this map, right? We can't afford at the nth hour for one of your best performers, your best performer, to slip down.
As you said, Komodo, pressure makes diamonds, but it also does cause a very, very heavy bit of pressure.
Need to see an earthquake, though, rock the situation right now for Velocity. Russ has that. It's a big focal point on this C-Mound play.
They're really wanting to go for it right now. Looks like Nongshim absolutely ready for it, but they will hold. They're waiting for some sort of reaction out of Nongshim before they make this decision.
Well, look what Francis has found. He sees nothing. No rubble control, no tree contest that we normally see from Velocity. It had to be go time for them at some point here.
They're all caught, but so Velocity. Couple of big shots from SK Rossi, though, however. Really could be looking to do it. He runs away. He doesn't right-click. Still has the tour de force, and he's alive. He's out. But what corner will he go into? They don't know just yet. Madeline can join.
They shouldn't care. This is the problem. They should have been getting out of dodge when they recognize the situation, but they're not. The spike is going to be dropped. RB, it's just a 1vx scenario, and he's in towards Rossi right now. No! You can't be letting that happen!
RB! He's a veteran for a reason, and now it's all left on to Russ, who has a flank behind him. He can get that utility down, but RB is just going to bite it, holding on inside it, and just buying enough time for Francis to come in for the flank. RB has sat at the top of the Valorant world for so long, and that is why.
Oh, he's just come out with the goods in that one for sure. I'm thinking to myself, eventually, the penny's going to drop for Nongshim, that they're going to call for what Francis sees over yonder, right? All right, we've got nothing at A. Let's come towards A. But they weather through the storm. The Velocity throws their way over at this C site. And unfortunately, the Hurricane is just ridden by Nongshim there.
Experience from a team like Nongshim, you learn not to panic, right? They did so well at the start of that round, Velocity, but the second it shakes up, the second it breaks, that's when it gets uncomfortable.
Oh, Madeline getting up close and personal here around this rubble spot, but the bait of the Prowler TP'd away. You've got some rubble control, but what do you do with it? There's such an emphasis on trying to funnel Nongshim into this C-site, into the crosshairs of this operator, of SK Rossi.
And he's uncomfortable again, isn't he? Really, really stuck. Has to rendezvous out once more. Danby running all up in his face, and Rossi Taken down again. Lightning Fast gets one. Not quite two, though. X-Ross with a great bit of positioning with that shrouded step. Now Damara, he's in position very, very fast, but so is Ivy. Madeline, great trade. Still a world where they get this 2-on-2.
Yeah, as quick as it is, right? 2 versus 2. Spike tapped, but the Nightfall brought on out, dodged, and adjusted.
They can leave.
Yeah, but look at what Madeline's doing. Aware of the scenario.
So
Does he
aware.
find the right timing, though? You can see the pings on the radar. There's awareness on both fronts right now.
They know exactly what they're doing, Madeline. All he has to do is just gather information right now. Allow time for the rotation. The shear is not up. Ivy obviously has gone down earlier in the round. The Horn will at least call it. They will have that info as to where these two players are, and they are separated.
Oh, what a shot.
Dirty from Francis, absolutely disgusting. Madeline has to connect with a shot now, and he will.
He's low.
But he's not healthy. And it goes back to veteran RB to try and clutch it out, and he goes up to the heavens.
It's planted open as well, and you've just decayed Madeline down. You've removed a bit of audibility for this flank to start to come into fruition. None the wiser.
No, not at all. A little bit of fade on fade, and no utility for Madeline to try spot anything. RB, man. Again, how many times you can rely on him?
Just a staple name at the moment. Nongshim bringing him in for his tenure, for his experience, and now, remember, we've seen some shakiness from this Nongshim roster when RB first came in, trying to adopt a new identity to the calling of this team. Didn't work out, went back to old reliable Persia. An adjustment now in towards this roster as well with X-Ross coming in. Questions to the agent changes, right, with Francis on the duelist. His looked phenomenal on this Yoru as well. And now RB's getting down and dirty in the fight in this instance, in this map.
Damara, the only one with the Vandal here. So much pressure on his shoulders again. Russ spotted out by Francis. And they've already got so much control, but so has the side of Velocity. They're already all the way through, but the sheer...
If this was a rifle round, this would be such a problematic thing to get in towards this B side, almost as free as charge.
Madeline, not ready for the possibility of Ivy even being there right now as they move through Breakable. Ivy is going to force his way through, but he's caught. He's caught, no! He's managed to slip the net completely. Damara does manage to find one, but now Russ has to force his way back. And the whole thing is, the whole way Ivy has been making his way into heaven, and now they've forced the rest of the members back. SK Rossi, Russ, they don't have much to work with.
You can settle a little bit now as Nongshim. You don't need to get too overzealous, but Ivy going for the fight.
It's awkward. Rossi just shoulder peeking, hoping to hit that shot with a headhunter, but denied completely.
And they know where Russ was.
Oh, they've got all the information, so in control here, Nongshim. They have been in the driver's seat. And even so, even while we might not see Danby connect with it, he's dancing around, and unfortunately it takes two to tango, and right now Nongshim are dancing on their lonesome, and it actually looks kind of beautiful, if I'm honest.
Yeah, striking while the iron's hot at the moment. They are dressed for the occasion for sure. Just making sure they're getting into these fights. Trying to force some discipline against Velocity as well, right? Making them funneled into wonky spots. I mean, it's looked copy and paste time and time again for this Velocity side in this map at the moment. And we're also highlighting, right? You need to be adapting, you need to be changing. It's not like you're coming out with these new compositions and you're catching your opponents off guard because it's something fresh, it's something new that they're not expecting. This is true tried and tested from Velocity, and now it's showing a bit of its weaknesses. And again, you know, I'm hampering on the fact that it might just be the defensive side. We might see more resilience from them and ideas on the attacking side, sure. But how long can you rely on that in this precious moment, in this timeout that you're deploying for your second one on this side as well? Is this going to be the turning point? Yes, we've seen good conversions after the timeouts from them. Didn't really happen over on map number 1, Mitch. It's looking a little bit more worrisome now for Velocity than ever, because this is the map that if they drop it, that is Ascension done. That is the year's worth of work for all of your success, for your group stage success, turning heads, turning eyes, finding new fans that will leave them wanting more, and you can't deliver that because you will be gone.
A bitter pill to swallow, Komodo. But that is the way that we see these great teams, these great individuals rise up to the test.
Who's next?
And now Damara, someone who played so well in this map in previous series, already spotted. But SK Rossi, that's an important pick.
Yep.
Finding Ivy, now the rotation comes quick.
Changing it up a little bit, right? Putting him over at B instead of over at C. A little bit of the tendency plays, finally figuring out a new little look as Francis does get out of dodge. What can he do? He's drawing a lot of attention.
Yeah, they've spotted him though, and they've done so much damage in the process. Now Lightning Fast also gets the info onto Danby, but this is where they've got to be careful. Danby can take space. Oh, he can take space. but he's nearsighted, and that's good enough for lightning fast.
Francis is so far away from all this action.
Spike does get planted. Russ also finding him with the aftershock as well, so that's beautiful. So X-Ross, what can you do, my friend? Can you step up to the plate when the pressure is at its absolute highest? The answer is no for now, but onto that defuse. There's not enough time for Francis to get his way in there. Komodo, they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, hoping it all works out, and this time they deny that, they change it, and it nets dividends for Velocity.
Right, expecting a different result. And it happens this time. Velocity change it. They get the result that they wanted. Another defuse to come on through, chasing the 8-4. I'm looking at it here time and time again that we keep posturing up SK Rossi over at this C site with the operator. He's getting prowled out, haunted out, dived on by Danby. This time we change it, and Ivy gets shut down for his lurks, not able to come into fruition. Looking a little bit better as well. Francis on an island by himself, doesn't work out. We're back to common occurrence though with the operator over at this C site, and it does strike hard.
That's massive. But something that's also potentially massive is Danby on the overdrive.
Lord.
3 on the trot. Beautiful stuff as he's off to the races in towards the site. And that very well could start to feel like curtains on this series.
Well, not the series just yet. We've got a half switch as well, and we're not done here. 2 versus 3, looking for damage. Looking for a round is Velocity.
Definitely 2 very capable members, Ras and Damara. Danby already on 3, already looking for that ace. As he makes his way up closer, there's 4. It'd be rude not to at this point in time. Danby, he was so good at Ascension Pacific Jakarta. Everyone was familiar with his game. They tried to nerf him, putting him on the Omen, but he's back on the Neon, and he is showing why the name instills fear into other players.
First ace here for the day, 18th in the tournament. A big one to come out from Danby, where we haven't seen one from him just yet. Ivy found one in the series versus Riddle. That's all we've had for Nongshim so far. Are they going to get more? Who knows? That is a hard one for Velocity to fathom, because now it's the last round of the half.
It was such a good start as well, wasn't it, in the round, but this time it's X-Ross and Francis to drop the defenses over towards C. And now with Russ opening that door, the Steel Garden is going to go down. He has to try and get the flashpoint out, but he's taken. Oh my goodness, they're dropping like flies, and Rossi, he's even popped the tour de force, and he won't get a chance to use it that much. Francis with 3, Nongshim with 10, and Velocity, oh man, their year is on a knife's edge.
Oh, for sure. Making sure we have an ace at least every single day of tournament competition play. We're continuing with the tradition. Now 10-2 is a destructive scoreline to come through from Nongshim. We need to see the same echoed out by Velocity on the exchange of this half.
The tension is incredibly high right now. Velocity fans, are really, really hoping that there is going to be some sort of turnaround here in a third map. It would just feel rude not to have it here. But Nongshim are the deniers.
They're going to crack a couple hearts here if they pick up the pistol as well. Because last time these two met on this map, they did on the defensive side, but there was the immediate answer back from Velocity, and then the string of attacking rounds they found. We need more. It starts at Mound, of course.
Danby, a little bit awkward here, but he does manage to get one alongside X-Ross, but Rossi does get the trade out.
How is he alive?
How is he alive? Absolutely right. It's enough time for the flank. They're not going to be ready for this for sure. They're moving their way in. Okay. They take down X-Ross. Maybe there's a chance. You're telling me there's a way in here, Komodo. 2 versus 2. But no, he spots him. Info, huge from Lightning Fast.
And now you've got to see Ivy slip on in as well with this Sheriff.
He's got the Arcros available. I don't think they're going to be ready for this at all. He's managed to just slide his way through the waterfall. Ivy started to clear, and I don't know what they're going to try and fight here. They get the information, but Ivy hits the shot. Madeline, you were talking about him, Komodo. He hasn't had the best of games, but if he can be the hero here and bring it back, it would be so massive, but it's just not there. Oh man, Nongshim are looking to absolutely destroy this game.
And this is where we see now the result difference of being the 10-2 as opposed to a 9-3, an 8-4. Scorelines that we might have expected in history in what we were seeing. Glimpses of Velocity doing what they could on the defensive side, but it doesn't work out. Francis there for the flank and the trade. The pistol for Nongshim. You kind of are incentivized to force here as Velocity, even though you didn't get the plant, because there is no rope to play with in this map. You need everything. It's the C site again that they're putting their hopes and dreams on.
A full investment too as well, forcing their way in, trying to get this one done now.
Look at the pivot from Nongshim as well. They see zero utility over at the A site, and they generally know a tell from Velocity on the back of the breach util, on the back of Damara, getting on in. If you see nothing, you know with certainty they're not there.
Hear no evil, see no evil. But now they're backing towards mid. RB with the C's in hand. He's certainly feeling evil himself, and he will gather that information where Danby can all of a sudden look to take down those Decade members, but he's just going to hold fast for now. They pull away.
And you've still got the jump spotting out from X-Ross as well, down by the stairs. Eventually needs to call for a bit of timing distance. Got a smoke up his sleeve, got the extra utility as well. With sub 50 seconds to go, Velocity start to really heat up towards this A site, but immediately Nongshim are here, ready to answer.
So fast, isn't it? Francis already in position, not going to be caught up at all by any of that utility, and he can just go straight in. He goes a little bit too high. Damara will slide in and find something, but X-Ross is there with 3. And with the final member standing lightning fast, it could be a lightning quick end to this series, end to this game, and end to the tenure of Velocity.
They force up in that round as well, and they are just getting read like a book in an open book exam. You have all the answers that Nongshim needed right in front of them for everyone to see. As I said, no utility tells over at A. X-Ross communicates that one, having a belter of a fragging department and a Sif variety for him in this one as well. Really stepping into a comfort realm. Now the change-up of positions for Nongshim on this defensive side as well, something that I feel like we were lacking from Velocity. This is going to be so quick on the flank from the Korean side.
Making their way in through now into tree. Last chance. I cannot stress this enough, how important it is to just hold on, to keep fighting. But the flank from Francis again.
Known though.
Absolutely. Spotted. Madeline severs the head. And maybe, just maybe, there's a chance back into this round for Velocity.
Oh, they're trying to bait it though, Mitch. They're trying to draw you on in. How many numbers were there? You've masked your presence a little bit with just showing Francis. But it seems like Velocity have a bit of an inkling as they pause and reposture towards this A site still.
Not taking anything for granted, clearing out every single angle because that's where Nongshim have been. And information gathered now. It's going to be the Haunt going in. Great play by Damara. Beautiful stuff. Not done just yet here, Velocity. Backs up against the wall, but they'll continue fighting.
This is what they needed in the last rounds to make sure that they had a bit of space in the map. And, well, I'm saying that, but it might not even be just over yet. They need to remain flawless in this one. Hold on to the guns. Plant down. 4 versus 2 advantage for Velocity.
You cannot allow this 2 versus 5 to come to fruition. X-Ross, Danby, 2 very, very scary members alive. And now they creep their way up towards heaven. will build this one up for them. Danby ready to hit in, ready to hit that high gear and denied. Lightning Fast will hope to continue this one forward for the rest of the team as Exros only finds one before Damara will respond. 3, it's something for Velocity.
And that's a name that I wish was coming out of my mouth more in this series as well, right? Damara, someone that you're wanting to really see charge in this one. Yes, he's up there with the kills and everything for Velocity, but the scoreline justice is just not there. We're still seeing missing elements from Velocity. If they're able to exercise them now, let's see it. 9 is what they need. A bit of a weaker force for Nongshim in this one now. But again, they've just got the numbers at the right spot over at A.
They were ready for Danby in that round, and that's all they need to be time and time again. Damara's taking the space out towards Rubble, but look at this lean from Nongshim, Komodo.
Here we go. Open the door. See nothing. Danby just needs to make sure he doesn't pull that trigger too early. Give them an opportunity to just sit you down. But Velocity as well, equal. You can't be too scared and give too much space to Nongshim. In situations like this, any mistake can spell the end of this run.
This is what they did on Ascent as well, right? Danby, only good for one, but Exros is good for another. Does get taken by Madeline. Okay, there is still a world where this continues forth.
And you've seen numbers as well, right? You got those two. You saw the Haunt earlier from RB that tagged you up, so you know he might still be lurking around. And speaking of, Ivy on the big wraparound yet again. You've lost SK Rossi, and no one's looking for this flank at the moment.
How much time do they give him? That's the question, right? If they allow him all the way through, but they've broken the breakable.
And that means that Ivy's attention is going to be drawn towards this B site as well. And he's called the right situation here.
He's going to have it all. Has all the utility as well. If he can just buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of information. And that's exactly what he's done, Madeline. Looking the wrong way, but it's okay for now. They force him back.
Looking like a Yoru clone.
Absolutely. But now they pulled the plug, they're hitting C, and they will get that spike down, but the rotation's quick from Nongshim.
I feel like you've got to give it to Madeline here. He will go for it. One away from the Nightfall. You need absolutely everything up your sleeve, in your pocket.
Has to stay alive. Has to be the hero the team deserves, and there it is.
That was a loose bullet.
That's a Nightfall as well, surely. They're just going to buy time, though, for now. Not wanting to let anything go, begging. RB gives the information, and it's straight into the helping hands of Madeline. Ivy completely solo 1 versus 3, and he will respect it. He will take that Vandal into the next round. And Velocity, they still keep on going. There is some fight left in them.
They will hold on, but damage is going to be worth its weight in gold here as well, because you still need to balance the money as Velocity. You just saw this guy in a different spot, and now he wants to pull all these guns away. The Bulldog of Lightning Fast, the upgrade, but that's the bait and switch for the swing, as Velocity will find a sorely needed 4. But again, there is just so much that they need to continue to contend with here.
Try again.
The saved weapon onto Russ means that the financial situation for Velocity shouldn't go lacking, shouldn't go begging. They'll be okay for a little while longer.
And you still got to be very careful about this flank control as well, because Nongshim are just letting you know that that's always going to be a possibility. The chamber, not a very hard sentinel. That trademark, you got to be very careful still, even when it's on the floor.
It's quick. It's very quick. Danby all the way up into the face and the slide. My God, Damara, not a chance.
It's just going to shut you out. You are not allowed to pass go and collect $200 here. Unfortunately, the TP over to the C site quickly for Exros, denied as well. Throw a spanner in the heads of Velocity as they're going to look to reset and poise back towards the C site with the Nightfall to lead the charge.
It's all hotels on blue, straight to jail.
Here we go.
So frozen in time, just unable to get their way out of the lobby right now.
Well,
they know Danby is home.
They'd love to rewind that here, though, wouldn't they? Get Damara back up and available.
Madeline still has the Nightfall, Komodo.
Yep.
I'll find you.
As the sands start to trickle in this round, 50 seconds to go for Velocity. You've still got that Nightfall that you want to throw in somewhere. The self-flash for Francis is superb.
The hero play is beautiful. Now they've got to try and deal with the shear over towards B, and only 2 members make it in. SK Rossi didn't get invited to the party. And now to try and find RB, who's already taken lightning fast. Komodo, a 2 versus 5 to try and save this, to try and salvage this. And SK Rossi can't take the opportunity. Francis has found it. Russ needs to be the solo, but it's Francis again. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why Nongshim Red Force are a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, that's such a heartbreaker for Velocity as well with the run that we've seen from them so far in this tournament, in this group stage. They were playing some really good Valorant with a new identity that some would question in terms of the current meta right now, but they're trying to do things with their own style, and it was catching teams off guard. But when it comes to this moment in time right now, and you've had a lot of tape to watch, sometimes you just can't look to do the same things and for it to work out. Sometimes teams are going to get the better of you, and for this current day, that is Nongshim Red Force. Velocity, I give you guys a very, very well-deserved GG, well played, a pat on the back, a firm handshake. You guys played some awesome Valorant. You should hold your heads high. But unfortunately here, your time is done, as Nongshim Red Force will continue on in this lower bracket. And it is time now to hear from them as they continue this journey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with RB! First of all, congratulations for such a dominating victory. Of course, we do have a couple of questions for you. สำหรับตอนนี้นะผมเองก็อยู่กับ RB แล้วผมก็อยากรู้บางอย่างมากๆเลยเพราะจริงๆเนี่ยก็ถือว่าเขามีประสบการณ์เล่น Valorant ค่อนข้างเยอะและอยากรู้ว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการเป็นหนึ่งในผู้เล่นที่นำทีมนงชิมมาสู่ชัยชนะใน Ascension ครั้งนี้ครับ First question, I would love to know, as you have been quite experienced in the Valorant esports scene, I wanted to know how you feel about leading this Nongshim esports roster through Ascensions.
네, 먼저 압도적으로 우승하신 거 축하드립니다. RB 선수 같은 경우에는 발로란트 씬에서 좀 경력도 굉장히 많고 경험도 많으신데 이제 이 해당 로스터로 팀을 어센션까지 끌어오시는데 소감이 어떠신가요?
제가 농심에 오고 나서 로스터 변경도 있었지만 일단은 이 멤버대로 제가 IGL로서 여기까지 끌고 온 것도 일단은 다행이라는 생각을 하기도 하고 일단은 제가 뭐 팀원들이 저를 믿고 가는 것도 있어가지고 좀 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, since I've joined Nongshim, there has been some changes in the roster, but thanks to my teammates, they're trusting us and they're following me very well. So I'm very relieved and happy that we're doing very good as a team.
สำหรับความรู้สึกนะครับก็มีการเปลี่ยนโรสเตอร์ได้ถึงระดับหนึ่งเหมือนกันแต่ในขณะเดียวกันก็ต้องขอบคุณเพื่อนๆในทีมทุกคนที่ยอมเชื่อเราเชื่อมั่นในตัวเราแล้วก็ยอมทำตามและไปด้วยกันเป็นทีมทำให้เราถึงมีวันนี้ได้นะครับก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมเลยแต่ก็ยังมีคำถามหนึ่งเหมือนกันเพราะเขาเคยเป็น IGL มาก่อนแล้ววันนี้เขากลับมาเป็น IGL อีกครั้งหนึ่งในช่วงเวลาที่ห่างหายไปเลยอยากรู้ครับว่ามีอะไรที่เปลี่ยนแปลงตรงนี้เขาไปแอบฝึกแอบพัฒนาอะไรมาหรือเปล่า Next question kind of related to the previous one actually because you were also familiar with the role of IGL now you're back here and you're doing such an amazing job as well I would love to know in between the timeline what did you work on until right now in Ascensions
네, 전 질문이랑 이어지는 질문인데요. 원래 좀 IGL 역할을 좀 계속 하고 계셨었는데 지금의 IGL 역할을 또 하시면서 그 사이에 뭔가 좀 따로 노력하신 부분이 있으실까요?
제가 여기 처음에 농심 오게 돼서 IGL 맡다가 중간에 이제 다시 프란시스 선수가 이제 IGL을 잡고 있었었는데 일단 뭐 그땐 그때고 일단 그 경험을 토대로 일단 제가 프란시스 IGL 하는 모습을 보면서 제가 개인적으로 배우는 것도 있고 그 다음에 제 개인적인 IGL을 그걸 좀 섞어가서 좀 제 IGL 능력으로서 좀 능력이 발달했다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 그래서 좀 여러 경험을 많이 한 덕분에 좀 천천히 나아지고 있는 것 같습니다.
Well, first, I started my role as an IGL, and however, Francis took the role in the middle, and then it came back to me again, and I've also learned a lot from Francis, seeing him IGLing, and also I think I'm slowly improving in terms of being the in-game leader of our team.
สำหรับตัวของเขาเองนะครับก็มองว่าหลังจากที่ฟรานซิสเนี่ยเป็น IGL ในช่วงหนึ่งที่เขาแบบทิ้งตำแหน่งให้ฟรานซิสทำเนี่ยเขากลับได้เรียนรู้สิ่งต่างๆจากฟรานซิสเยอะมากแล้วนำสิ่งเหล่านั้นมาใช้กับตัวเองครับเพื่อที่จะทำให้ตัวเองเนี่ยเป็น IGL ที่ดีขึ้นได้นะก็ต้องขอบคุณเพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยแล้วก็จะพยายามพัฒนาตัวเองไปตลอดนะครับซึ่งมันมาถึงคำถามสุดท้ายของผมกับ RB นะครับนั่นก็คือว่าเคยไปยืนอยู่ตรงนั้นมาแล้วครับมั่นใจขนาดไหนว่าจะกลับไปยืนที่ VCT Pacific ได้ครับผม So the last question for you I mean you've been there before I would love to know how confident are you after your amazing performance today how confident are you seeing yourself standing there in VCT Pacific
네, 오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여주셨는데요. 그래서 이제 VCT 퍼시픽을 앞에 두고 자신감이 혹시 어디까지 올라오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 자신감은 항상 끝까지 차 있고 일단 제가 차 있어야 팀원들이 이제 저를 믿고 제가 꺾이지 않는 모습을 보고 이제 저희끼리 좀 동기부여가 되기 때문에 그래서 자신감이 전혀 떨어지지 않고 계속 쭉 끝까지 차 있는 상태로 이어나가서 어센션 우승하고 다시 내년 퍼시픽으로 돌아갈 예정입니다.
Well, I try to stay confident, like as the best that I could be, and with that confidence, that makes our teammates having the trust in me. So I'm trying to retain this momentum and all the confidence that we have, so that we can make our way back to the VCT Pacific after winning the Ascension.
สำหรับตัวของ RB เองนะครับรู้สึกว่ามั่นใจมากแล้วรู้สึกว่าการที่เขามั่นใจแบบนี้ทำให้ทีมของเขาเนี่ยก็มั่นใจในตัวเขาด้วยเช่นเดียวกันครับก็จะพยายามสร้างความมั่นใจอย่างนี้ให้มันคงที่เรื่อยๆจนเราจะพาทีมของเราชนะ Ascension และกลับไปยืนที่ VCT Pacific ได้นะครับผม and that will be it for now congratulations RB thanks for the interview thank you to you too but that will be it ladies and gentlemen from the stage but we'll see what the desk has to say
What a way for Nongshim to enter into tomorrow's match against Motive. And this is the Nongshim we wanted to see. It looks like their early investments, their early gambles are starting to bear its fruit. So I'm very happy to see this. And I really like how RB is being a true leader. You know, they're always constantly learning. And him giving Francis credit, who is, you know, a rookie compared to someone like RB for his ideal style and just learning how Nongshim ticks.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of credit for the coaching staff as well, because they need to integrate it and they need to facilitate this change.
Yeah.
We also talked about Exros coming in, the gamble of it. Today he had a really good performance. And I think a performance like this, a series like this for Nongshim, is a lot of confidence up for grabs for them to take into the future.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this, they didn't start so hot, and now they're getting hotter and hotter, warmer and warmer, becoming that team that they want to be to try and qualify.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly the series that Nongshim want to have. They know how good they can be. They know that they've done this before, and they did it in such a dominant fashion. This is a return to form for Nongshim. They want to bring as much momentum as they can into tomorrow. They've proved to themselves today that they can beat anybody in this incredibly aggressive, dominant fashion that we've seen from them before. So they're going to be on cloud 9, feeling great moving through this tournament.
And they should be feeling great now that they're picking up the momentum. It's a little bit of a different pathway than last year. We were talking about Ascension, how Nongshim, formerly known as SPG, were doing so fantastically last year. And at this rate, there is a possibility where we get a boom Nongshim
Yeah.
Finals to.
We can run that back.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be very excited. Maybe not Motive.
Yeah.
They might not be in that conversation. Motive's waiting for them tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, both of them won 2-0 today. So we just spoke about confidence. That's so much confidence for Motive as well. They're feeling really good after beating NAOS. And I'm excited to see the two firepowers going at each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an exciting game tomorrow. But before that, I want to say thank you to Velocity. I think that they really did put on a performance here at this Ascension. This isn't the way they wanted to go out. There's no two ways about it. But I think ultimately they've shown that they can play strong Valorant. They've inspired so much hope for South Asia. And, you know, they've gone out of this tournament only losing to Nongshim Red Force and Boom, which, of course, are the two teams that were in Pacific last year. So I think looking towards the future for this region, there is a lot to be optimistic about.
Absolutely. I think you said it very aptly there, and I think there is a lot to be proud of for Velocity and the improvement that this region overall has had. Now, Nongshim has made sure our streak continues. Every day at Ascension, we've gotten at least one ace, and today we got one thanks to Danby on that Neon. He's always a delight to watch on the Neon, but it's so interesting because our previous aces were from the other side.
Yeah, Demora's had quite a couple himself, and he's been very flashy with it, and it's kind of like his team also let him go and get it. They really liked it. They hyped him up, and he went and get those aces, but now it's the Neon on the other side, and it doesn't feel so great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how do you go up against the Danby Neon?
I mean, he showed why he's the OG on this, you know?
Yeah.
He threw it all the way back to last year and said, oh, okay, none of this messing about. I'll show you how it's done. And so did X-Ross. I think you have to give this guy his flowers, you know, coming into this roster. He also had a lot of doubts on his shoulders. But, you know, he had big shoes to fill from Persia, but I think he's settling into this roster beautifully now. We're really starting to see him shine and just how much potential he has left to show.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing more of X-Ross and what he can show us on the server here. And again, Nongshim is finally found its footing, found the momentum, caught their breath here. And I think as we finalize our ascension into the last 2 days, I think we're going to get even better games, as if we haven't had amazing games all throughout Ascension already. So you can see our playoff brackets. Tomorrow is going to be very exciting. We're going to have 2 matches. We're going to have a best of 3 and a best of 5. Of course, with SLT versus Boom, we are going to find out who's going to be the first team to qualify to VCT Pacific. Is it going to be our repeat Boom returning to Pacific, or a brand new team, SLT? And we have Motive and Nongshim Red Force, of course, contending for the 2nd spot there.
I think Nongshim is going to be very, very interesting because I do like them leaning into this double duelist.
Yeah.
They've been playing quite a lot of it, and I think especially today, it's really strong against the Breach, because the Breach a lot of times just focuses on one direction. He has his stun, and then the Neon goes with him, and they focus one area, right? But when you're playing against 2 duelists, there's 2 areas that you kind of need to worry about, and then the Chamber needs to kind of hold his ground. And unfortunately, they couldn't really hold their ground on the defense side. I think they only won the 2 rounds in the end, which were retake rounds as well.
Yeah.
So tomorrow's going to be a little bit more interesting because Motive play a little bit of different style. They don't play as much Breach. So I'm curious to see if the double duelist power is going to continue.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that matchup is one to watch. One of those teams will be sent home tomorrow. But like you say, Vic, we have one team qualifying for VCT Pacific between SLT, Songnam and Boom. I could not be more hyped for this game. I think both these teams have looked exceptional throughout the tournament. So a best of 5 between those two is going to be electric.
Oh, absolutely. So we got 2 Southeast Asia teams. We got 2 Korean teams, all 4 contending for 2 spots over in Pacific. Any early predictions? You can change it tomorrow. You can sleep on it and you can change your mind. Right now, what are you feeling? Who are the 2 teams
you go first.
going to Pacific?
So I did hold out my leaf for Boom, and they got 3rd, which is not enough at this tournament. 3rd is not going to cut it.
No.
I've been on the SLT hype train.
Okay.
So far, I've been adding a lot of their players to my list as well.
You have.
I have been really impressed with them, but something that I really enjoy about Ascension in general is seeing the young guns come through and have a chance in Pacific.
Yes.
And that's why I'm so excited for SLT.
Yes.
Even though, yes, there are a lot of Korean teams already in Pacific, right? And it could be Boom that goes again, but SLT, I'm just excited to see the young guns take it out, so I'm going to go for SLT.
Yeah, they're fresh, they're fast. And they look fun to watch.
Yes.
Once again, you're incorrect. I'm going the other way. It's all about Boom tomorrow. They've gone from strength to strength. Shiro has had one of the best tournament performances ever in the history of Valorant with the numbers he's putting up.
Yep.
He's not going to be content with falling to that lower bracket. I think the way the rookies have grown throughout this tournament is exceptional. I think they have everything they need to take that tomorrow.
All right. Well, I like your predictions there. We'll just have to wait and see. Very great working with you guys here at the first day of this weekend here at VCT Ascension Pacific. I'm Victoria. Thank you so much. Ewok, big time. And of course, a huge thanks to all our sponsors who have been involved. And yeah, I think this is going to be a very exciting remainder of the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, have a very good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
How is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new Direct 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor, and there's a new feature called Direct 2, which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side or Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when Direct 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.